When was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house,
Yeah.
yeah.
And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat out on the couch to eat dinner.
All right. About what time was that?
A few minutes later, it didn't take me long to shower.
And you say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
You say he left first.
What I said is he got up and he finished eating, and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer.
And just to be clear, again,
But I didn't see him.
all of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again?
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objection is overruled.
So, yes, I did not tell law enforcement. Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up out down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at the GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Pawpaw got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And what was the discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie. What I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go. I said I'm not going to go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up at the shop, the dogs are running around, you're always going to end up doing more work. All right? It's hot. I'd already had a shower. I didn't want to go to the kennel.
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
Because Maggie wanted me to.
All right. So you thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go, am I going to go? I think that, like many things Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at the records from OnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the
golf cart?
Nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds, 20, 24 miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is that right?
Yes.
In a golf cart?
That's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you had been there before that was going on?
Not long. Because when I got there, in looking at the kennel video, you can see Pawpaw standing in the kennel. When I got there, Pawpaw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with Cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After
there?
you first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Almeda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to you, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation, did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul about
Yes. Did you
Cash?
talk to him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down there?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines behind the kennels to the left of the chicken coop.
And what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the golf cart?
When I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart.
You stayed on the golf cart. How long did you stay on the golf cart?
However long I was down there.
The entire time?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
All right, so how long were you down there before you took the chicken off the cart?
Very short time.
Like what?
Couple minutes.
And what were you doing during the couple of minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba?
Talking to Mags.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Pawpaw, and
You remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
I don't remember the exact details of what we talked about. I believe that at that time we may have talked about Pawpaw, but I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No. I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have pills.
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart?
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 11:03 on the East Coast and 8:03 on the West Coast. You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered inside that courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, as Alex Murdaugh is on the stand. He is on trial for the 2021 murders of his wife and son, who were killed execution style, according to investigators, on their property there in South Carolina. The prosecution seeking life in prison without parole. They are not seeking the death penalty. This is day 2 of him on the stand, so I want to pop the audio back up and listen in. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Caught a chicken.
All right. All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, but in close timing to Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There was nobody
There was no
around that the dogs didn't know.
Okay. Dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right. Good.
for them to sense.
You've heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
I agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video, or did it take longer than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah. I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take? I mean,
Seconds.
we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds? All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what did you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay. Yeah, I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I did.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You were getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye, according to your new story?
Did I say goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these new stories. What happened here?
That's not, I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up. Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, it's hot out here, think I'll go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
All right. So, unlike everything else with the new story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what words I used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving, I can't tell you what those were.
All right.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
All right. Okay. But you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off. Correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right. All right. So let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your new story, drop back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not
have
a minute.
been. It would have said. It would have been. I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply.
Well,
but I don't
I'm
think
just
it would have
asking
taken that
about
long.
real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken, and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there, and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave. After Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46, if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, and it's about 8:46, we at least can see that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was that long, but maybe, sure.
All right. So.
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
All right, well, how long
exactly
do you think it
what I
was,
thought
Mr.
was going to be
Murdaugh?
going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Well, I get that. Again,
And I left.
are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The
Those are
reason
your-
why you have to be
Hang
so
on now,
fuzzy
Mr.
about
Waters.
these
Just a second.
details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just a
answering your
moment.
question.
Just a moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not using. And that's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you
And
disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
How about this? We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So just to take care of the chicken, put it up. I was going to say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there. Is that fair? Just to do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back.
The kennel video ended at 8:45.
In 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
All right. That's 60 seconds. And 75 seconds, correct? After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
And you characterized it yesterday as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
All right. So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
All right. And when you got back to the house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
All right. And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around 8:47, and it took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdaugh?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49. testified you went inside and the TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay. And you laid down, is that right?
I did.
All right. Before you said you'd been napping for an hour or so, or napping that entire time, but now you laid down on the couch?
That's correct.
All right. And maybe dozed for a second,
Maybe.
according to your new story? How long did you doze?
If I dozed, extremely short time.
Extremely short time? Because you would agree with me that at 9:02, you're up and moving, according to the data.
I agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you if you were at the house at 8:49?
All right, if you are joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 11:14 on the East Coast and 8:14 on the West Coast. You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered here to Walterboro, South Carolina, as Alex Murdaugh is being questioned about the night of the murders of his wife and son. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head back to Walterboro, South Carolina, as Alex Murdaugh resumes testimony in the double murder trial here. He is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. The two killed execution style, according to investigators. Right now, the prosecution seeking life in prison without parole. And at this point, this is day 2 of Alex's testimony.
And he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case. Step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
All right, so right now court is going to be in recess, as you heard there, for about 15 minutes. So they do expect to come back at 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll, of course, check back in the courtroom as that testimony does resume. If you're not familiar with the case here, Alex Murdaugh is on trial for the murders of his wife and son happening back in 2021. Those victims, law enforcement says, were killed execution style on their property in South Carolina. The prosecution is seeking life in prison without the possibility of parole there. They are not seeking the death penalty. There's been a lot of testimony from Alex Murdaugh over the last couple days here, and it's unclear how long that testimony will go, but he has been asked questions about stealing money from his clients, which he does say that he did do. He admits to stealing money from his clients while working as an attorney. He also said that he did have an addiction to pills and wasn't clear how many pills he had on him on a daily basis. We are going to continue to check in on that courtroom here, and we'll bring you more as we do get it. Let's actually take a look at another live event that is about to begin here live, raw, and unfiltered. This is actually over in Washington, D.C. Our D.C. station is out there as this is an event to honor 1 year since the war in Ukraine began, since Russia's invasion there. At this point, nobody has officially stepped up to the podium, but when they do, we will dip into the sound here if testimony has not resumed in that trial. Let's actually go to our second commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back in 2 minutes with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. This is a live look over in Ukraine. That is Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, speaking right now live. Unfortunately, no translation, but I can let you know exactly what's going on here as Ukraine's leader has pledged to push for victory in 2023 as he and other Ukrainians mark the somber anniversary of the Russian invasion that upended their lives and Europe's security. It was Ukraine's, quote, longest day, President Zelensky said, but the country's dogged resistance a year on has proven that, quote, every tomorrow is worth fighting for. On a day of commemorations, reflection, and tears, the Ukrainian president's defiant tone captured the national mood of resilience in the face of Europe's biggest and deadliest war since World War II. Zelensky, who has himself become a symbol of Ukraine's refusal to bow to Moscow, said Ukrainians proved themselves to be invincible during a, quote, year of pain, sorrow, faith, and unity. Quote, we have been standing for exactly 1 year, he said, and it was the longest day of our lives, the hardest day of our modern history. We woke up early and have not fallen asleep since. Ukrainians wept at memorials for their tens of thousands of people who have died, a toll growing even higher as fighting does rage in eastern Ukraine specifically. Although Friday marked the anniversary of that full-scale invasion, combat between Russian-backed forces and Ukrainian troops has raged in the country's east since back in 2014. New video from there, shot with a drone for the Associated Press, actually shows how the town there has been razed along with others in the surrounding area. The killing did continue. Russian shelling killed another 3 civilians and wounded 19 others in the most recent 24-hour spell. That is according to Ukraine's presidential office. What you're looking at right now on your screen, again, is Zelensky speaking live at this point. Unfortunately, no translation there. There's another event that is about to begin here over in Washington, D.C. You can see the flags that are in the ground, the color of the Ukrainian flag. We expect that the ambassador to Ukraine is going to speak. But as of right now, that has not started. So I actually want to bring you over to Alexandria Hoff with Fox News as she takes a look at the latest from Ukraine 1 year later.
President Biden will speak with Ukrainian President Zelensky later this morning on a day where the wartime leader is reflecting on what his country has endured over the past year.
On the 1-year anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed his nation, recalling what he described as the longest and most difficult day in recent history. Zelensky said, quote, we woke up early and haven't slept since. Many schools and businesses in Ukraine are remote today due to fears that Vladimir Putin will mark the grim anniversary with a new burst of aggression. Last year, U.S. officials expected Kyiv would fall in 3 days. It has stood for 362 more, with its people suffering an estimated 100,000 casualties so far. Estimates on the Russian side go as high as twice that.
When the Russians invaded a year ago with probably about 200,000 troops on multiple axes of advance, they went off script because of the bravery, the resilience, the toughness, but also went off script because of the tactical skills of the Ukrainian force.
President Biden paid tribute to the Ukrainian resilience this week with a high-stakes surprise visit to Kyiv on Tuesday. This morning, his administration announced sweeping new sanctions on those aiding Russia's assault, plus $2 billion in security aid to Ukraine, part of the $113 billion set aside by Congress.
As President made clear in Europe this week, the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes.
According to a Fox News survey released yesterday, 50% of Americans think the U.S. should back Ukraine for as long as it takes to win. 46% believe the time should be limited.
Right now, Russia controls about 16% of Ukrainian territory, but it has been forced to give back about half of what it initially captured. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, so once again, you can see a ceremony that was held this morning here as Zelensky did speak to his people, addressing them. Again, unfortunately, no translation there, but he did say that they are ready to win this war in 2023. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team takes a closer look at the war over the last year.
Тому у цей день з цього ж місця
In an early morning address, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky marked 1 year since Russia's invasion and called February 24th, 2022, the longest day of our lives. On Twitter, he said, on February 24th, millions of us made a choice. Not a white flag, but the blue and yellow one. Not fleeing, but facing, resisting and fighting. It was a year of pain, sorrow, faith, and unity, and this year we remained invincible. We know that 2023 will be the year of our victory. The last year has been devastating. According to the United Nations, at least 8,000 civilians have been killed and more than 13,000 injured, although the true numbers are likely higher. More than 100,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed or wounded. 14 million people have been displaced from their homes. And on the other side, according to the UK's Defense Ministry, up to 200,000 Russian fighters have been killed or wounded. Last night, Ukrainians gathered outside the Russian consulate on the Upper East Side calling for an end to the war. Tears streaked a woman's face as protesters laid the blame for the bloodshed at the feet of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Earlier in the night, Russians gathered at the very same place to deplore the actions of their country's president. 2 people trampled on a wrinkled Russian flag on the sidewalk. Many events today locally will mark the bloody past year. Governor Kathy Hochul visits the St. George Ukrainian Catholic Church on East 7th Street and then speaks later in the afternoon at the Ukrainian Institute of America on the Upper East Side. Mayor Eric Adams attends a benefit concert tonight in Brooklyn. Also tonight, the Metropolitan Opera presents a concert of remembrance and hope in front of a sold-out house.
And that was Robert Moses there with our Fox 5 New York team. Our different affiliates all over the country are covering this from each and every angle, as is our Fox News team there. So we will have various reports for you all throughout the day. Also tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, you can catch a special right here on Live Now from Fox as our very own Andrew Kraft will break down everything that has happened there really over the last year after Russia did invade Ukraine. He's going to have a lot of guests, including Trey Yingst with Fox News, who has been on the ground there in Kyiv pretty much every day since that war did begin. Now, earlier on today, we were hearing from world leaders, not just people in Ukraine, but also from all over the world. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg made a fairly brief speech marking 1 year since the invasion there by Russia. I want to play that for you here, raw and unfiltered.
A year ago, President Putin ordered the full-scale invasion of Ukraine to take control of your country and take away your freedom. He expected to take Kyiv in a few days and to control Ukraine in a few weeks. But he totally underestimated your courage, your strength, and your love for your country. And he totally underestimated the resolve of NATO allies to stand united and to provide unprecedented support to Ukraine. NATO has supported Ukraine since you regained your independence. We stepped up after Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. And today we are doing more than ever to help you uphold your right to self-defense, a right enshrined in the UN Charter. NATO allies are providing large-scale financial and humanitarian aid and military aid, from air defense systems and artillery to anti-tank missiles and ammunition. And allies will soon deliver modern main battle tanks. 1 year since Putin's invasion, my message is clear. Russia must immediately stop this war and withdraw from Ukraine. All those responsible for war crimes must be held accountable. NATO will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. We stand by your right to choose your own path as a proud, sovereign and independent nation in Europe. This war has taken the lives of many of your loved ones. It has destroyed many homes, schools and hospitals. It has left many wounds visible and invisible. But it will never destroy the spirit of the Ukrainian nation, a brave nation which has inspired the whole world. I wish you strength, I wish you success, and I wish you victory.
That was NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg speaking on the anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. He made those comments a short time ago. It does appear right now that that event over at the embassy in Ukraine there in New York, or D.C. rather, is now underway. So I do want to bring you out there live, raw, and unfiltered.
It's not just the line in the budget. It's the lives that have been saved. It's the food that has been delivered. It's the best investment in the people of Ukraine who are defending not only our homes, not only our loved ones, but also freedom and independence and democracy. And I would like to specifically say thank you to Administrator Power, my good friend Samantha, who has been with us long before this full-fledged war has started. But during this year, the team of USAID here, and especially your brave team on the ground, have worked tirelessly, helping not only Ukraine as a state, not only Ukrainian people, but also our NGOs. And we have to say very loudly today that it's of course our brave President Zelensky who's fighting and who's leading and who's showing remarkable example of leadership. It's of course our brave defenders on the front lines who are holding the line and defending our people. But it's also all Ukrainians, all 40 million of us. And it's all the civil society, something unfortunately that we do not see in large numbers in authoritarian Russia, that has been a secret element of our success. So it's about Ukraine, but it's much bigger than Ukraine. And today, as we mark 1 year and as we remember everyone we have lost during this year and all the 14,000 that we have lost during the previous 8 years, we also want to say that we will win. We will win this war, and then we will focus on winning the peace after that and building Ukraine that will be the best country for Ukrainians, but also an example of something innovative and inspiring as a vibrant democracy.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for gathering on what is really a solemn occasion. And I, like Ambassador Markarova, want to focus very much on the hopeful story of Ukraine's fight, the against the odds resilience, courage, success on the battlefield, on the military battlefield, but also on the battlefield to strengthen democracy. And I think we can do so. But it is important to remember that a year ago and one day, this invasion hadn't happened. Putin hadn't decided to go across the border and pulverize civilians, pulverize the electricity grid, pulverize maternity wards, theaters, apartment buildings. And this was a war of choice, and it was a horrible choice. And Ukrainians have sacrificed so much in the last year to defend their country, to defend their independence, to defend their democracy, to defend their freedom. And you're very kind to express gratitude to the United States or to USAID, but honestly, we are grateful to you. We are awed by your commitment to the values that we cherish here in the United States: freedom, independence, democracy, dignity. But you have had to sacrifice too much, and it's wrong. And even if you have done it brilliantly and awe-inspiringly, it is still important to say on this day just how wrong it is that you have to fight for these values. I am here to tour the Ukraine House to see my friend and to talk about the road ahead, of course, as we do so often. but also to announce that today we have begun dispersing the resources, the $9.9 billion in additional direct budget support that we will be providing thanks to the bipartisan support from Congress. So that has started today. As many of you know, direct budget support helps pay the salaries of healthcare workers, of educators. It helps pay for medical procedures in medical institutions. It helps pay first responders, who are the people who rush to the scene of the crime more often than not, when an apartment building or another civilian infrastructure has been hit. What Putin has done is tried to decapitate the Ukrainian economy, and this direct budget support provided by the American people is absolutely critical to keeping the government going, to keeping Ukrainian society, Ukrainian institutions functioning as the brave fighters on the front take back the territory that was unjustly robbed from them.
All right, what you're listening to is a live event there over in Washington, D.C. It is marking 1 year since Russia did invade Ukraine. Again, that is over at the embassy there in Washington, D.C. You'll notice to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, Alec Murdaugh is expected to resume testimony really any minute now after a 15-minute recess. He has been testifying. This is day 2. This is his murder trial, where he is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. He is back on the stand, but let's actually head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll pop that audio back up as he... Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Alec Murdaugh now back on the stand testifying in his own defense here in his 2021 trial there for the murder of his wife and son who were killed execution style on their property. Now prosecution seeking life in prison without the possibility of parole. They are not seeking the death penalty. Again, that testimony back underway in Walterboro, South Carolina. Let's pop the audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
52 to 904.
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdaugh. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels, according to the new facts that you testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have?
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is.
It's
Absolutely.
typical. Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going now, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time, or if I was going even on the property. If I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all. I mean, you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot. And you have to find a spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there.
I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
Based on this, but unlike your photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I do not specifically remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
No, I remember having my last conversation with Maggie.
Looking at this screen, you have the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
No, that's what this data appears to show.
And looking at the data, moving on to page 7, you have Paul arriving about 7:04. Is that correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well, that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate. Okay. I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
All right. You would agree, though, that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if that could be refuted, and I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
Yeah, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday and today, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. And then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. Is that consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around. We'd look at stuff. We'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones. We may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Papa and I were doing that day.
And 8:05 to 8:09. Would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
If that's what these records show, I see I took steps. These records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
All right. So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I left the shop and went to the house when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Mm-hmm. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right, and was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right, and 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15.
You are listening live, raw, and unfiltered here in the courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, as Alec Murdaugh is on trial for the 2021 murders of his wife and son. The two killed execution style on their property there in South Carolina. This is day 2 of his testimony, and it could continue for several days here. Right now, he is being questioned about the night of those murders. We will have extended coverage all throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox. Before we do head to a quick 2-minute break, I do want to remind you that we have a special airing tonight here on Live Now from Fox. Our very own Andrew Kraft will mark 1 year since the start of the war in Ukraine. He will have several special guests who help break down several different angles, including how things have played out over the last year. Among those guests is Trey Yingst with Fox News, who has been on the ground there in Kyiv for really just the last year or so since the invasion did happen. Again, you can watch that tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will bring you back into the courtroom and bring you your other headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in the, you put it in the Suburban. Don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but, you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
All right, you say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09?
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps, but as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise, that's not a precise, you heard the testimony, you know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck? Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly, so I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay. Going over to page 16, you would agree with me that the data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, you see the purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes.
I
and
do
then if
see.
you go
I
down
see.
to-
I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
Okay. So would you concede that that appears to be when she arrived?
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that. I mean, it was very normal for Maggie when she's driving to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back, or Buster, or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie, is that what you're saying? At the house? at
I
this
believe
point in
so,
time?
yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe. And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to
8:08?
get to the shower.
So you say if Paul got, he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said? Mr. Murdaugh, is that what you said?
Sir?
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie? Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But again, looking back at this data point, 8:08, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Okay.
And it also shows that circle that folks testified to, what the range of what it could
Yeah, absolutely.
be within. So, I mean, it clearly could be.
Look at that circle. Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. But also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So, you know, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there. But when I went to get in the shower, he wasn't in the house. And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
All right. You agree at the bottom of page 16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir. That's what the data shows.
All right. Oops, hit the wrong button. And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels.
Well, yes, sir. I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's the kennel video, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
After that, you agree that Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps being taken?
That's what the data shows, yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing a lot of steps.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but I was getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
And that's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
going to the bathroom?
No, I don't think that I
get on a treadmill?
Went to the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jog in place?
No, I didn't jog in place.
Jumping jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave for my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you say you laid down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
I don't know if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room, went back in that.
Doing what? You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I know that I was getting up and I was leaving. I was going to check on my mom. But specifically what I was doing, I don't know.
Okay.
I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is doing anything, as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns or putting guns in a raincoat, and I can promise you that I wasn't doing any of that.
Okay. Also, during this 4 minutes where you've got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because in that same time period, you see this red line right here, where over that 4 minute period, all those steps were taken? That's also when you're calling, making all these phone calls, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, I made the
so
phone
calls.
calls.
Running the place and making phone calls? Is that what you're doing?
Be allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question. Please. Thank you.
All right.
You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't remember what you were doing?
Well, I was making phone calls, and that's shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but, you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. Mm-hmm. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right, so not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, mm-hmm. which, you know, are very normal phone calls for me.
Mm-hmm. Do you know why so many phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when law enforcement downloaded your phone on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdaugh?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these calls are missing, but you had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my phone. Mr. Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for me has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Comments.
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie. Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement?
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then I...
No, you brought
Sure.
it up, didn't you?
I did?
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up what? Brought up what?
Phone, Mr. Murdaugh, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yes.
That I brought up phone calls to Maggie to David Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your phone and started looking at it, that you brought that up. Do you recall that?
Well, but that's not what you asked, Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about? And that was the discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls.
Yeah.
But that's not what you said, so just to be clear.
Well, the real reason, Mr. Murdaugh, is that you as a lawyer and prosecutor are up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
That's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case. Right around the time that you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember what you were specifically doing to generate 283 steps while you're making all these phone calls in the same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what you
fact
were doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
Well, because that's what I was doing.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. You made those calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period. You had just seen them a few minutes ago when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close. And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey guys, I'm heading over there?
It wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I believe I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute, I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd, it is unusual that they never call me back. But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call, when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe as she could be.
Yeah, she should. Did you talk with Maggie about going to Almeda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Almeda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please. About going to Almeda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure. And he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen. And for a 22-year-old to start having swollen feet concerned both of us, and it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in.
Because you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen the data.
Why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Almeda at all?
No.
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Almeda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. That whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right. But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the text that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not correct.
All right. So you heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testified in just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
All right. And your defense put in this exhibit, Exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong input here. I'll just hold it up. You've seen this text?
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home, and I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Edisto. And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now, that Maggie was already undecided about, now I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So that tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
So you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day asking her to come home specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't she?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying. And to be clear, I'm certain that if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her, and probably Grady.
All right. Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why did you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until I think the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right? She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone, and I wanted them to know where I was.
Okay.
Which is what we do.
And you got to Almeda around 9:22?
I believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Made some more phone calls along the way?
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson?
I did call Chris Wilson.
Had a short conversation with him? Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the records show.
About 131 seconds. That sound about right?
If that's what the records show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Almeda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Called
right.
Miss Shelley?
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through this thing, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my own star is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing. It made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. What made her feel uncomfortable? Do you remember that testimony, sir?
What's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that, David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about the clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, the next time I was with Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and was made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right I'm consistent about that, because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child and asking me about my clothes. You dang right it was important.
It was important, right.
And you dang right I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because of David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
Okay. You can see that you're underway about 9:42, heading back.
I
9:42 to 9:43.
I do.
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah. Sorry.
It looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05.
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Almeda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house. I went from Almeda to the house to the kennels.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. When I pulled up and I saw Maggie and Paw, I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So, what you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happened?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said. Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911. Because I can pretty well remember vividly when I checked Paw, I was already on the phone with 911.
Looking at this data, to show the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And 10:05:57, the Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Waters.
At 10:05:57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14.
Okay.
Just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up. I saw them, and I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain that then I went back and I got my, that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, I mean, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor this point, but that what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that.
Okay.
I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
Sure.
And some of you will be seeing a very quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us as testimony will continue.
All right, sir. I left the house without watch.
12:57.
All right, Miss Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we get correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see them, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. and I could see his brain on and I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
That person you didn't name, that was Rogan, the little boy right around the corner. Is that who you're talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question, I mean, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911, that's not what I said then, and that's not what I remember now.
Okay. So you're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I mean, I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time between getting there and calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan, and you said that he lived right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Beaufort a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Beaufort?
Yes, he had asked me that. But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night, I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John, and Rogan was the next best alternative.
Okay.
And Rogan is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, I mean, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Okay. Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence. I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said?
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again?
You said, I was at the house.
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house.
Played.
You want me to back it up some more?
Well,
yeah, we can keep listening to it.
Anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
No, sir, but I don't think...
So you made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point.
Okay, tell me why not.
Because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were being, that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so. At
what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that.
It was in this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay. Was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They were treating me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said it's in this interview that it clicked that I'm going to lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I lied, decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, you know, those things that had gone on, the things that people had said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander, was one who said that. I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill, I'm not positive, I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball or Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, you know, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
But I'm not positive. Left out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
Right. And so you're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor, and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not an accurate.
Because that's not what that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, that's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie?
No.
As a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters. But
how am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because
I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
No, sir, that's not what I said.
All right, well, say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. I mean, those guys had to prop me up, help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. I mean, they were trying to help me. But before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Murdaugh checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket. I was the person who found Maggie and Paul. My distrust for Sled. All of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paw contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is, I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it's later?
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you'd already talked to your law partners and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and blaming Chief Alexander now as well for your lies?
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
Well, you just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Please be given an opportunity to answer the question.
Objection.
You can finish your last answer.
All right. Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me, so I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
Okay. I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one single thing.
I'm not isolating anything. I've mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for your decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series, hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr. Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen, is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owens.
At what point did you be able to chuck the pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? Do you have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
Yeah, we've heard that. I just want to be clear, though. At least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision. But it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this, because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right.
All right, Ms. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So.
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood that he had to ask questions and you do what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for a break.
1 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the jury, we'll break till 2:15. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, as always, bringing you the Alex Murdaugh trial there as we were listening extensively to Alex Murdaugh on the stand once again here for the second day. And they are taking a lunch break right now, but we want to keep our coverage going right here on Live Now from Fox. As always, I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here. Coming up at the top of the hour right now, we want to continue our coverage here of this trial and bring in attorney and legal analyst Brian Silber. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. And today was another interesting day for Alex Murdaugh there on the stand. We, in the beginning, heard about his finances as well as his pattern of lying.
So I missed the testimony about his finances, but I got to tell you, this is one of the more intriguing trials I have seen in quite a while. I think his testimony can be received in two different ways. You know, on the one hand, he's an admitted liar, you know, and he's an admitted thief who stole from very needy people. Someone was, you know, quadriplegic. The other person was elderly. There are a lot of reasons not to believe him. And I think that makes him a question mark. But that's countered by the fact that he testifies very confidently. He is very strong in his position. He does not waver. He answers every question thoughtfully. I haven't yet seen him get tripped up. You know, of course, I have not watched every moment of his testimony. Maybe there are some issues that I may have missed. And I compare that to a lot of the reasonable doubt that exists in this case. You know, it's not like we have this guy that maybe you could believe him, maybe you can't believe him, and the prosecution has this solid case. Because they don't. They have issues with the GSR. They have issues with a crime scene that was not secured and people were walking in and out. You know, there was no blood spatter found. You know, there's no eyewitnesses. There's no surveillance video. There's no confession. You think of all the things that make for a good conviction, and they're just not here. So if he's a question mark, I say the tie goes to the runner. This should either be an acquittal or a guilty on a lesser included offense, if that's what the defense asks for.
Because at the end of the day, the jurors are going to be asking themselves, well, we know he's a liar, he's admitted to lying, he's admitted to fraud, but is that enough to be a murderer, in fact, a double murderer when considering the wife and killing his own son there, as he's accused of doing there. So that is what the jurors are going to be really questioned about, and when they get the case there, they'll be thinking about that. But as you said there, so you're saying, right as of right now, from what you are seeing, that it's not looking too good for the state?
Look, I have strong suspicion that he might be guilty, but that's not the legal standard. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And the prosecution, based on what I have seen, just has not met its burden. And until they meet that burden, it's a no-go. It's just simply a no-go. You know, and that's my problem with this. You know, if there was better evidence, and by the way, there's a major issue here that a lot of people are overlooking. Listen to what you said, the evidence of the financial crimes, okay? Respectfully, I disagreed with Judge Newman's ruling allowing that evidence in, even though it does possibly go to some bizarre theory of motive that I don't believe the prosecution's distraction theory, but it's more prejudicial than it is probative, because it tells the jury, convict this guy of murder because he's an admitted thief. And that's just not how our system of law works. And, you know, look, if he's convicted on it, I think there's going to be very strong grounds for appeal, especially in light of these other problems.
And Brian, as we were watching this together just moments ago there during the trial, they were replaying when he was being interviewed by the investigator. From the look of it, you know, as we could see just how emotional Alex Murdaugh was during that, to me, it almost seemed like it was playing to the defense there, because you just saw how emotional he was there. Why do you think they wanted to play that video out again and try to showcase some more lies?
So I find that prosecutors look at their case oftentimes very myopically, you know, almost with the blinders on. I'm not saying that's what this prosecutor is doing, but I think they fail to see the bigger picture here. You know, it's not like there's zero evidence. It's not a question, you know, did he lie? It's a question of, did he murder these two people? And it just isn't jiving. It's just not coming together. I understand that he's a liar. You know, I wouldn't trust this guy further than I could throw him. But when you compare that to the other problems in the case, it equals not guilty.
Yeah, and that is exactly what the jurors are going to be asking themselves too. And now let's also talk about this role here as well. We're seeing Alex Murdaugh, like you said earlier, just very composed there on the stand, not getting too irrational there with the prosecution. But on the other hand, we're seeing the prosecution, the state, they seem to get jumbled up sometimes and maybe get a little, you know, upset at times as well. At Alex, how does that play with the jury?
So it depends on the jurors. You know, this is all a matter of perspective. You know, a juror may look at this, you know, if they're just someone who always sides with law enforcement, always sides with the prosecution, it's not going to matter what the testimony is or how the question's asked. But if you're truly objective, you know, I'm watching this prosecutor ask the same question different ways, and he keeps getting the same answer. I know he's trying to get Murdaugh to say something that helps his case, but that's just not the situation. He's not getting the answers he wants, and you can hear the frustration. And I got to tell you, something that's a turnoff to me is the aggressiveness. You know, the idea of these old school aggressive prosecutors who are angry and yelling, I just don't think it reflects the contemporary perspective that people have on law enforcement. You know, I think if this prosecutor was more of a like a tour guide through the evidence, you know, this is what we have, and I have questions for you. But making it into an argument and a fight, I think that's so old generation. That's just not the way to try a case now. I don't think that's how the community wants to receive evidence and make a decision. It just makes him look like he's trying to get this guy.
Yeah, you're right, and we're just about one, you know, hand on the desk there away from, you know, a very typical moment that you would see maybe on old movie shows about prosecutors, you know, slamming their hand on the desk there and demanding there from the witness on the stand. But let's also talk about the framing there that we saw yesterday from the defense when they brought up Alex there and really trying to frame him as, you know, this family man. And then also going into how Alex talks about his son Paul there as Pawpaw, and then we were hearing from prosecution asking him, well, did you always call him Pawpaw, or are you just saying that right now on the stand?
You know, again, that's another attempt to disparage him. I don't see how that moves the needle. I mean, honestly, who really cares what he called his son? It doesn't make a difference. That doesn't tell me whether or not he murdered his other son and murdered his wife. You know, so much of this prosecution's case is about attacking his character. You know, he's a financial criminal. He's an insurance scammer. He took money from a quadriplegic person. He took money from an elderly person. Okay, if he was on trial for those things, we'd be convicting him. But it doesn't tell me anything about murder. Now, the lying definitely goes to a question about the believability of Mr. Murdaugh's testimony. No doubt, absolutely. But I don't think it wins the day because it just makes Murdaugh a question mark. It doesn't prove unequivocally that he is lying right now, because the truth is he could be a financial criminal and not be a murderer, as most financial criminals are. Typically, financial criminals are nonviolent, okay? This would be an aberration to that. And it's just not coming together to me. You know, I'm not believing the motive. And I'm very bothered by the lack of evidence in this case and the conflicts in the evidence.
And as a lawyer there, and we see Alex Murdaugh there on the stand, when he's looking at the jury, give us a sense of what he is looking for in the jury himself as a witness there on the stand, but also as a former lawyer, to try to maybe pinpoint some areas that are making reason with the jury. And can he see that all in real time?
Okay, so this is a very good issue. All right. Everyone wants to make a big deal that he's a lawyer. Okay. Guess what? The prosecutor's also a lawyer. And you know what? Every single law enforcement witness that took the stand went to school and was trained how to testify. Okay. Preparing your testimony and teaching a client, for instance, make sure you make eye contact. Let the prosecutor ask his entire question before answering. Answer the question that you're being asked. You know, yes, I'm sure these are things that are going through his head. That's what he would know as an attorney. That's what his lawyers would tell him to do. But again, I make nothing of that. You know, it's not normal to take the stand and testify to a jury of people when your life is on the line. You know, that's an experience almost nobody has. And the few people that have had that experience, it's the first and only time they do it. You know, so prosecutors love making a big issue of this type of thing. But frankly, I find it to be dishonest because nobody has more training in testifying than law enforcement.
Absolutely. And what do you think, Brian, during this break here, for this lunch break, what do you think the state is going to be thinking about coming out of after break here and as they discuss this? And do you think deep down that they feel that this case is going in their direction?
Who knows? I can't speak to that. But if I look at how they conducted the case, you know, you can kind of reverse engineer it. A prosecutor that's got a very good case that he really truly believes in is not going to run the risk of an appeal by admitting character evidence. Okay, you're not going to make a big focus of your trial other crimes that the person did. You know, of course, the lies, you know, that is certainly relevant. But I feel that the prosecution has made such a big deal of these other things. It tells me as a practitioner that it's really like a smokescreen. They're trying to put the emphasis where they're strongest, and where they're strongest is on his financial crimes. It's not on the evidence of murder. So to me, as a professional, I take it as a distraction. You know, certainly I question the believability of his testimony. In my mind, he's a question mark. But, you know, the prosecution has its own issues.
Brian Silber, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and giving us your analysis here as we've been watching for the last 2 days there. Alex Murdaugh there on the stand. We always appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox, and we thank you for your time right here.
Thank you.
And of course, everyone, as soon as the trial comes back, we will bring you full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. We will use this opportunity to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. When we come back, we'll have some other top stories of the day. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking a look here at the Dow as it is really slipping right now, deep in the red right here at nearly 475 points there in the red. So we'll continue to follow it for you here on Live Now from Fox. The Alex Murdaugh trial, Alex Murdaugh still on the stand, but they took a lunch break. It's coming back at 2:15 Eastern. And of course, when that does come back, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here worldwide. As always, as we bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Well, one of the top stories that we are following here today, obviously, is the 1-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine. And tonight we will have special coverage on that starting at 8 p.m. Eastern as we look back to a year in the making there of that war. And our very own Andrew Kraft will have in-depth analysis and content from really a lot of our partners on Live Now from Fox as they come in and talk about the war that is currently happening from the Russian aggression, just 1 year in the making. And as we still talk about the war, I want to go out to moments ago, the Ukrainian President Zelensky doing a news conference, and a very lengthy one at that. So what we will do is play out some of that for you here on Live Now from Fox as his country is still under attack from Russia right here on Live Now from Fox.
Countries that are voting against it, but still we are working. There's 141 countries who voted in favor of that. There's this support to territorial integrity and sovereignty. So there's the answer. How these countries are, what sort of attitude do they having? So there's an answer in this support. Yes, they have to withdraw from your sovereign territory. Now, how do we work with the other countries? We do work. And I believe that Ukraine really needs to make steps forward, like towards the African countries. I think we worked not at a sufficient level. We didn't pay sufficient attention to the African countries. That is why we have a special program initiated by Ukraine. We are increasing the number of embassies in the region, and then look at the Grain from Ukraine initiative and other initiatives on food security. So this is what you need to do. A daily investments in peace. I think we wasted that time for many years since the beginning of our independence, and that is why currently we are fighting for our independence. And that's not a coincidence. We didn't have a strong fist of partners before the war, and that's right. But now we have it. But we're still lacking a number of individuals at this fist of common support. So, and I'm talking about the African continent, the Latin America. It's also very important, and I would really like to have a conference and a meeting, or rather a summit, with the Latin American countries and Ukraine. And it's very difficult for me to leave outside of Ukraine, but I would go to this meeting to tell their media, to tell their society, like, I'm ready to step forward. Our diplomats are making this step forward. We're ready to work round the clock. If we'll get more hours in the daytime, we will do that. So this is how you would need to work 30 years. Unfortunately, it was the war that made us work so effectively, but nobody would have expected something like that out of neighboring country of Russia, that you would have something like that from Russia. There's this just willingness to destroy us completely, utterly. And that's why it's not a correction of mistakes. I'd like to say that I don't have any questions to anyone. I don't want to deal with that part of the past. I'm looking at the future. We need the total support of the war, and we will be victorious. We're working on that. And that dialogue is absolutely fair. This is a dialogue with many countries. We've worked on the unification of the European countries, and there's not only the EU member nations, but other countries, the countries with different status, with neutral status, and we've worked in order to change this neutrality into the non-neutral status to war. This is also very important. We worked on this every day, a lot. You have worked on that, and the armed forces have worked on that, because the victories on the battlefield, they gives confidence. Nobody likes losers, however hard it might sound, but that's the truth. Everyone wants to be victorious, and everyone has to work, like inside the country and outside the country. That's the only way to victory. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, Yalta European Strategy, Sir Jeffrey Nice, do you have a question, maybe? First row.
Do I need a microphone?
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, those fighting for your country, led by you, have put you on moral peaks, not just high ground, from which you can make requests or demands of the Western world, whose methods of accountability for war crimes are unsatisfactory, incomplete, and very, very slow. Will you, for yourselves, and also for us, push for reform of those systems or additions to them that will ensure there can be, because this is in your country's interest, the earliest possible and conclusive determination of where moral right in this war is and where moral wrong is? And supplementary to that, Mr. President, will you consider, to the extent possible, ensuring that accountability mechanisms for war crimes are dealt with by Ukrainians in Ukraine and in the Ukrainian language, remembering that the countries supporting you, if they found themselves in your terrible and unhappy situation, would demand nothing less for themselves? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's a quite complicated one, but actually it had all the answers in it. It is very profound. And I know there are a lot of risks as far as the peace formula is concerned. Regarding the institutions, first let me speak about the tribunal. Everything starts with political unity. The United Nations platform might not necessarily be the universal one, but there's nothing else that would have more countries that could be politically united. As of now, unfortunately, I don't think there's anything else. And we can support the setting up of the tribunal to hold Russian Federation accountable for war crimes. And we're also working on the mechanism to compensate all the damage caused by Russia on the territory of our country, to our country and to our people. This is a major effort. We're working on it. The diplomats, Office of the President, Mr. Austin, Mr. Yermak, Prosecutor General, the Office of the Prosecutor General, everybody is working hard every day to make sure it is up and running. This is a very sophisticated mechanism. And actually, I have to say that other countries, they are cautious. They are afraid of setting up tribunals. You might understand why that it is. It's a matter of responsibility. But before you go and establish something in your country, you need political will and unification. And UN has been very useful in that respect, because any government, country or leader can receive support to that process. And we're working on that as well. We are convinced that the resolutions will be supported and voted for. We're working with certain countries that we see as crucial for the matters of tribunal. We see them as leaders. This is actually the Netherlands. We're working with Mark Rutte. We're working with Mr. Rishi Sunak from the UK, with other countries as well. We are thinking about the compensation mechanism. There has already been a few steps already, and our Baltic friends are very helpful. And Baltic Trio and Poland, they have been supportive along the way. They are supporting us with everything we ask for. Why is it so hard? Because, well, to address the first part of your question, these institutions that you referred to were set up a long time ago. They haven't been through this type of immense aggression, and this bureaucratic system does not give a clear answer to the question of when the justice will be served, when fairness will happen. And for those who lost their homes, the economy, everything, they want justice now, and it makes sense that they want justice and fairness. We have specific examples. We were working on the matter of prisoners of war, and Andriy in particular, and other colleagues, they were taking a great care to check the condition of the prisoners of war. As you've heard, there have been tortures, and now the Red Cross, it's an international institution, they didn't manage to the prisoners of war to check their condition. Are they hardworking, insisting? No. We were insisting and working hard. We were doing our best, paying immense effort to get our men and women out. But to this day, we do not have access to the prisoners of war. And this year, the year is a year of the full-scale war. But we have to remember that the war began in 2014. And we know that there are 125 Crimean Tatars that are political prisoners. What is happening to them now? I remember early into my presidential term, we were returning people back to Ukraine, some political prisoners. Everybody thought they were held in Moscow, but that wasn't the case. They were very, very far in the regions. And it was only thanks to Ukrainian, to the ombudsman, etc. And we worked with the OSCE way back when there were attempts at the Normandy format. The OSCE had to verify a lot of matters related to the security issues. It was very, very hard. There was a matter of authority of power. And, you know, I am tired to hear one answer from many institutions. They keep saying, we don't have the authority to do it. So no universal mandate, etc., etc. But nonetheless, the UN, headed by Antonio Guterres, and well, in us, we became more proactive. Guterres came to Ukraine, and we helped organize the corridor to transport grain with help of Turkey. So being persistent and being committed to change institutions is what helps. Actually, this war helps highlight weaknesses in Ukrainian institutions, in the EU, on the continent in general, and international institutions as well. And how do we change them? A different security infrastructure will emerge after the victory in the war. Somebody from Ukrainian media, LBUA. Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. President, you mentioned China and its views not very pro-Ukrainian. China came up with its peace plan this week. However, we're seeing some actions by China, not very pro-Ukrainian, and we also heard some allegations that China might be supporting weapons to Russia. So what do you think about China's position? Well, I don't think that was China's peace plan. It was not a declaration or resolution. I think that China spoke its mind about the matter. And I actually said it once before. China started talking about Ukraine, and I think this is a good thing. But it actually begs a question, what will these words be followed with? Because the steps that are to be taken, this is what's important, and what these steps are going to lead to for us. Because he's talking about us, China is talking about us. Territorial integrity. Well, I think what they are saying looks like respect for territorial integrity, doesn't mention the country, but it's our territorial integrity that has been breached. Nuclear security was mentioned as well. I think this is in line with the interests, global interests, and Ukrainian interests. There are some things that may sense to me. There are things that I disagree with, the entire world I think disagrees with, but nonetheless, this is at least something. And I think that we would be safe to assume that if there are ideas that are aligned with the idea of respect for international law, territorial integrity, and some security considerations, we need to put that to good use. We need to work on that with China. Why not? Our task is to get everyone together to isolate that somebody. Next question from Azerbaijan. Good evening, dear Mr. President. I'm a journalist from Azerbaijan. What is the support to Ukraine from the post-Soviet countries, from Azerbaijan in particular? What specific steps do you anticipate, and what specific steps are you planning to take in internal and external policy? Mr. President, my son asked to take a selfie with you. Would that be okay? We'll start with what your son has asked, and then we'll discuss the question that you posed. Dear colleagues, but this is a bad example. Please, please don't be doing that. So your question was about my assessment of Azerbaijan's support. Well, actually, the answer is in the question. If an Azerbaijani journalist is asking a question in Ukrainian, that means he has made a choice between Russia and Ukraine. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Regarding President Aliyev, we are in touch with him. We communicate with him. We are grateful for support that he's extended to Ukraine, and he respects our sovereignty. I think that's priority number one. He has respect for the territorial integrity of Ukraine. He thinks that Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you. Let's talk to this part of the room.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was just a little bit of Zelensky's news conference just moments ago in Ukraine. What we are going to do is take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to the UN Security Council, where we'll hear from Secretary of State Antony Blinken and other key members there of that meeting, right here on Live Now from Fox. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, as we continue bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country, we continue to focus right now on the 1-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine. Tonight, we will have special coverage at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to have more content and analysis there of this 1-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine. Obviously, a big story here today. We are going to go out to the UN Security Council from earlier this morning, where Secretary of State Antony Blinken was one of the headline speakers. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I warned this council that Russia was planning to invade Ukraine. I said that Russia would manufacture a pretext and then use missiles, tanks, soldiers, cyber attacks to strike pre-identified targets, including Kyiv, with the aim of toppling Ukraine's democratically elected government. Russia's representative, the same representative who will speak today, called these, and I quote, groundless accusations. 7 days later, on February 24th, 2022, Russia launched its full-scale invasion. Due to fierce resistance by Ukraine's defenders, President Putin failed in his primary objective to conquer Ukraine, end its existence as an independent country, and absorb it into Russia. Then, he dusted off his Crimea playbook from 2014. He called snap referenda in 4 occupied parts of Ukraine, deported Ukrainians, bussed in Russians, held sham votes at gunpoint, and then manipulated the results to claim near unanimous support for joining the Russian Federation. When President Putin couldn't break the Ukrainian military, he intensified efforts to break Ukrainian spirit. Over the last year, Russia has killed tens of thousands of Ukrainian men, women, and children, uprooted more than 13 million people from their homes, destroyed more than half of the country's energy grid, bombed more than 700 hospitals, 2,600 schools, and abducted at least 6,000 Ukrainian children, some as young as 4 months old, and relocated them to Russia. And yet, the spirit of the Ukrainians remains unbroken. If anything, it's stronger than ever. When Ukraine launched a counteroffensive that retook large swaths of its territory, President Putin conscripted an additional 300,000 men, throwing more and more of Russia's young people into a meat grinder of his own making. And he unleashed the Wagner Group, mercenaries who have committed atrocities from Africa to the Middle East and now in Ukraine. Of course, that's not the whole story of the last year. There's also the story of Ukraine's people. Vastly outnumbered, they have fought bravely to defend their nation, their freedom, the right to determine their own future. And they've demonstrated inspiring unity in helping one another endure Moscow's relentless assault. Teachers and community members give classes in bunkers to children. City workers improvise patches to restore heat and power and water to residents. Neighbors set up soup kitchens to feed the hungry. There's also the story of how the international community has come together. The vast majority of member states have voted multiple times to condemn Russia's violations of the UN Charter and reject its illegal attempt to seize Ukrainian territory. Yesterday, 141 countries voted in the General Assembly for a resolution that reaffirms the core principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, denounces Russia's atrocities, expresses support for a just and comprehensive peace in accordance with the United Nations Charter. When President Putin tried to weaponize hunger, exploiting the worst global food crisis since the creation of the UN, the international community responded swiftly. Since the United States chaired a food security meeting last May, more than 100 countries have signed on to a set of concrete commitments to alleviate hunger. Thanks in large part to the Secretary General, Guterres, and Turkey, the Black Sea Grain Initiative loosened Russia's stranglehold on Ukraine's ports and brought down the cost of grain for the world. Now, as Moscow again tries to throttle its output, we have to ensure that that initiative is extended and expanded. When President Putin tried to weaponize energy, we redirected natural gas supplies from across the world so that countries Russia targeted could keep their people warm in the winter. And Europe took extraordinary steps to end its dependence on Russian energy. No country has endured greater hardship from Russia's war than Ukraine. But almost every country has felt the pain. And yet, nations around the world continue to stand with Ukraine. Because we all recognize that if we abandon Ukraine, we abandon the UN Charter itself and the principles and rules that make all countries safer and more secure. No seizing land by force. No erasing another country's borders. No targeting civilians in war. No wars of aggression. If we do not defend these basic principles, we invite a world in which might makes right, the strong dominate the weak. That's the world this body was created to end. And members of this council have a unique responsibility to make sure that we do not return to it. We can do that in 3 ways. First, we must push for a just and durable peace. Now, I expect that many countries will call for peace today. No one wants peace more than the Ukrainian people. And the United States has long made clear, even before this war, that we're prepared to engage in any meaningful diplomatic effort to stop Russia's aggression against Ukraine. But History teaches us that it's the nature of peace that matters. For peace to be just, it must uphold the principles at the heart of the UN Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence. For peace to be durable, it must ensure that Russia can't simply rest, rearm, and relaunch the war in a few months or a few years. Any peace that legitimizes Russia's seizure of land by force will weaken the Charter and send a message to would-be aggressors everywhere that they can invade countries and get away with it. President Zelensky has put forward a 10-point plan for a just and durable peace. President Putin, by contrast, has made clear that there's nothing to talk about until Ukraine accepts, and I quote, the new territorial realities, while doubling down on his brutal tactics. Members of this Council have a fundamental responsibility to ensure that any peace is just and durable. Council members should not be fooled by calls for a temporary or unconditional ceasefire. Russia will use any pause in fighting to consolidate control over the territory it's illegally seized and replenish its forces for further attacks. That's what happened when Russia's first assault on Ukraine froze in 2015. Look at what followed. And members of this Council should not fall into the false equivalency of calling on both sides to stop fighting or calling on other nations to stop supporting Ukraine in the name of peace. No member of this Council should call for peace while supporting Russia's war on Ukraine and on the UN Charter. In this war, there is an aggressor and there is a victim. Russia fights for conquest. Ukraine fights for its freedom. If Russia stops fighting and leaves Ukraine, the war ends. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends. The fact remains, one man, Vladimir Putin, started this war. One man can end it. Second, even as we work to end Russia's war against Ukraine, members of this Council must continue to address other challenges to international peace and security. We hear the concerns of countries who worry that standing with Ukraine and holding Russia accountable is diverting focus and resources from others in need. To those countries, I would say simply, look at our actions. And when you hear Russia and its defenders accuse the countries who support Ukraine of ignoring the rest of the world, I say, look at Moscow's actions. Compare the numbers. In addition to the $13.5 billion in food aid that the United States contributed to fight hunger over the last year, we also fund more than 40% of the World Food Programme's budget. Russia contributes less than 1% of that budget. That's not an outlier. Based on the latest UN figures, the United States donates over 9 times as much as Russia to UN peacekeeping. We donate 390 times as much as Russia to UNICEF. We give nearly 1,000 times as much as Russia to the UN Refugee Agency. Third, we must reaffirm our commitment to upholding what the UN Charter calls, and I quote, the dignity and worth of the human person. We must continue to compile evidence of Russia's ongoing and widespread atrocities, including executions, torture, rape and sexual violence, the deportation of thousands of Ukrainian civilians to Russia. We must continue to document Russia's war crimes and crimes against humanity and share this evidence with investigators and prosecutors so that one day the perpetrators can be held accountable. Day after day of Russia's atrocities, it's easy to become numb to the horror, to lose our ability to feel shock and outrage. But we can never let the crimes Russia's committing become our new normal. Bucha is not normal. Mariupol is not normal. Irpin is not normal. Bombing schools and hospitals and apartment buildings to rubble is not normal. Stealing Ukrainian children from their families and giving them to people in Russia is not normal. We must not let President Putin's callous indifference to human life become our own. We must force ourselves to remember that behind every atrocity in this wretched war, in conflicts around the world, is a human being. I recently visited an exhibit of artwork made by Ukrainian children affected by the war. One painting I saw was made by a 10-year-old girl named Veronica. Last April, Russian forces shelled her home in Murdaugh, killing her whole family. When first responders dug her from the rubble, a piece of shrapnel was lodged in her skull. Her left thumb had been ripped off. Doctors saved her life, but the attack left her right hand mostly paralyzed, and she can't see out of her left eye. In her painting, Veronica drew herself in a bright pink and orange dress, holding a bouquet of flowers. A building stands next to her. When asked who lived there, she said it was a place where all the people she knew who had been killed in the war could be safe. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. That's how the UN Charter begins. Fellow members of this council, now is the time to meet that promise. There are so many people in Ukraine who want the same thing as that little girl Veronica, a world where they can live in peace in their own country and keep the people they love safe. We have the power. We have the responsibility to create that world today and for generations to come. We cannot, we will not let one country destroy it. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue our coverage here. 1 year anniversary, the war in Ukraine. It will be happening tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. We will have full coverage for you on that. But as we continue to showcase some of the events that have happened already this morning, we take you back out to the UN Security Council. Now, the Russian Federation speaking on the war and offering their own spin on why they invaded Ukraine. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Это было бы правильным потому, что под любыми выражениями со словом «мир», которые лукаво употребляли, в том числе и сегодня,
including today by high representatives of Ukraine and Western countries, what is meant is actually something completely different. What is meant is a capitulation of Russia and inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia, ideally followed by the disintegration of the country and redrawing the territories it includes. These true goals of Western interference in Ukrainian affairs were clearly displayed, by the way, almost exactly 9 years ago on the day of the Maidan anti-constitutional coup on the 21st of February 2014. And people didn't hide them from the very beginning. And these are exactly the goals which resulted in the fact that on our borders we have a hostile, nationalistic, Russophobic regime which decided that they would resolve the Ukrainian issue with zeal. Our British colleague yesterday, when she spoke in the General Assembly and she criticized the Belarus submitted amendments to the draft resolution, she stated then that the amendments equate the aggressor and the victim. Are you not at all concerned by the fact that your victim is up to its elbows in blood and Nazi tattoos, and the 9-year-old period of elimination of Russian-speaking citizens in Donbass? Do you think it's normal? Why do you think it's normal for Ukraine to send guns and tanks against unarmed civilians in the east and bomb them? Only because those people do not want to give up on their own identity. Because that is exactly what the Kiev regime did in the summer of 2014. And it was then that the internal Ukrainian armed conflict erupted. Do you think that we were supposed to resign ourselves to this situation? Please allow me to remind you that its aggression against Yugoslavia was justified by NATO by the campaign of terror and the need for the Kosovars to live in security and enjoy universal human rights and freedoms on an equal basis. This is a quote from a statement made by NATO on the 23rd of April, 1999. So then you and your other colleagues then deny the Russian-speaking Ukrainians of the universal rights and freedoms if you present the Kiev authorities who attack them as a victim. You also are silent about the campaign of terror unleashed against them. For us, it is obvious that Ukraine is not a victim. Because if Ukraine did not wage war against the people in Donetsk and Lugansk, as you condoned it, but rather heeded their aspirations, then there would have been no need for our special military operation. And the Crimea probably would have remained within Ukraine, because the people of the Crimea only decided to choose reunification with Russia only after there were direct threats from the Kiev authorities. I would like to take opportunity of the fact that we have Ms. Colonna and Ms. Baerbock here at the meeting. And I would like to raise yet one more very inconvenient for our Western colleagues topic, namely the Minsk agreements. We have all heard recently the confessions made by François Hollande, by Angela Merkel, and by Boris Johnson. They said that neither France nor Germany nor the United Kingdom ever viewed the agreements seriously, had no intention to urge the Ukrainian authorities to implement them, and only used the agreement so to bide the time and give Kiev time to prepare for a war with Russia. Now, even if you disregard the dimension side of the issue, and we have no illusion about the moral qualities of our Western colleagues by now, what we have here is that the leaders of these states openly basically stated that they knowingly violated Security Council Resolution 2202, which enshrined the Minsk agreements. But this does not stop the ministers of foreign affairs of these very states from lecturing other member states here in the Council today. Furthermore, a trite cliche we heard during this week, and it appeared a lot earlier, it consists of the fact that if Russia is to end the war will end, and if the Ukraine will stop fighting, there will be no Ukraine. It sounds pretty, but it's absolutely false. Where, when, and from whom did you hear that the goal of our military operation is to destroy Ukraine, to de-Ukrainize Ukraine? We have never stated such a goal. We have always wanted to have right next to us, as was the case before, to have a friendly neighbor who doesn't threaten us, does not discriminate against anyone, and is not trying to resurrect Nazism. Therefore, this slogan of yours, in actual fact, should be as follows. If Russia stops hostilities, the Ukraine will continue discrimination against the Russian-speaking people, those who do not want to live with violence. Its rights and freedom will continue to be violated, and the glorification of Nazi criminals will continue. If Ukraine ends hostilities, it will get the chance to be reborn as a normal, peace-loving state and will save many thousands of lives. And that is why we have stated on many an occasion that we are ready to negotiate about how the goals of our special military operation could be implemented using peaceful means. But of course, any mechanism which are underpinned by other kind of scenarios, we are not prepared to consider. Colleagues, we have stated many times this week that ending hostilities in Ukraine is not something that the collective West is interested in, and only collective West alone. They, as we know for a fact, prevented the Kiev regime from making peace in April last year, and our Western colleagues currently are happy with everything. The Russians and Ukrainians are killing each other, the Western defense companies are getting fabulous profits, and they have a platform for testing new weaponry, and NATO is getting rid of its old weapons and is rearming. But Washington is also weakening its European competitors, who are displaying heretofore unseen servility and impotence. And this is something that we talked about at length in this chamber yesterday. And most importantly, the West is rubbing its hands and hoping that it will weaken Russia, will threaten China, and will keep its monopoly position in the world, remain the only so-called blossoming garden, as was stated by Mr. Borrell, on this jungle planet. Then the top golden billion will continue enriching itself at the expense. Nor Germany nor the United Kingdom ever viewed the agreement seriously, had no intention to urge the Ukrainian authorities to implement them, and only used the agreement so to bide the time and give Kiev time to prepare for a war with Russia. Now, even if you disregard the dimension side of the issue, and we have no illusion about the moral qualities of our Western colleagues by now, what we have here is that the leaders of these states openly basically stated that they knowingly violated Security Council Resolution 2202, which enshrined the Minsk agreements. But this does not stop the ministers of foreign affairs of these very states from lecturing other member states here in the Council today. Furthermore, a trite cliche we heard during this week, and it appeared a lot earlier. It consists of the fact that if Russia is to end the war will end, and if the Ukraine will stop fighting, there will be no Ukraine. It sounds pretty, but it's absolutely false. Where, when, and from whom did you hear that the goal of our military operation is to destroy Ukraine, to de-Ukrainize Ukraine? We have never stated such a goal. We have always wanted to have right next to us, as was the case before, to have a friendly neighbor who doesn't threaten us, does not discriminate against anyone, and is not trying to resurrect Nazism. Therefore, this slogan of yours, in actual fact, should be as follows. If Russia stops hostilities, the Ukraine will continue discrimination against the Russian-speaking people, those who do not want to live with violence. Its rights and freedom will continue to be violated, and the glorification of Nazi criminals will continue. If Ukraine ends hostilities, it will get the chance to be reborn as a normal, peace-loving state and will save many thousands of lives. And that is why we have stated on many an occasion that we are ready to negotiate about how the goals of our special military operation could be implemented using peaceful means. But of course, any mechanism which are underpinned by other kind of scenarios, we are not prepared to consider. Colleagues, we have stated many times this week that ending hostilities in Ukraine is not something that the collective West is interested in, and only collective West alone. They, as we know for a fact, prevented the Kiev regime from making peace in April last year, and our Western colleagues currently are happy with everything. The Russians and Ukrainians are killing each other, the Western defense companies are getting fabulous profits, and they have a platform for testing new weaponry, and NATO is getting rid of its old weapons and is rearming. But Washington is also weakening its European competitors, who are displaying heretofore unseen servility and impotence. And this is something that we talked about at length in this chamber yesterday. And most importantly, the West is rubbing its hands and hoping that it will weaken Russia, will threaten China, and will keep its monopoly position in the world, remain the only so-called blossoming garden, as was stated by Mr. Borrell, on this jungle planet. Then the top golden billion will continue enriching itself at the expense of others, pitting countries against each other, using their natural resources and exploiting its people. And that is what is meant by the rules-based order, which Russia dared infringed upon because we don't want to accept a Russophobic wasp's nest at our borders. We want to make sure that the developing countries have no illusions about what this conflict is really about. And of course, resolving this conflict is inseparable from the issues having to do with just and indivisible system of European and Atlantic security. Currently, it only works for the United States and its NATO allies. They arrogated to themselves the right to interfere in any international issues and internal affairs of other countries. Ukraine is a very good example. Their bases are deployed on our borders in violation of key understandings ending the period of Cold War. Western leaders lied to us then and want to continue deceiving us now. For them, the right of NATO to expand uncontrollably is absolute, and they keep telling us tall tales about how much money they spend for development purposes, as was just done by State Secretary Blinken. Let me just recall here that after the Cold War alone, the United States conducted 251 military operations abroad and inflicting untold damage on those countries. Even if you pay 100 times more than you do now, you will not be able to make up for that damage. The collective West need to understand and accept the fact that there are other players on the planet with their own interests, and you have to coexist with them, or you can even cooperate them in mutual interests. But this has to be done on an equal and respectful basis. A unipolar world is in the past, and it's our mutual interest to make sure that we transition to a multipolar world with as few upheavals as possible. And we would like to hope that the Ukrainian crisis will be the last hot phase of such a transition. This is how a genuine discussion of peace should look like, possibly within the UN. And the sooner we start talking about it like this, the better. We tried to start such a dialogue before the special military operation at the end of 2021, but all our proposals to have such a dialogue was spurned by the West. The price was paid by the Ukrainian people. The Kiev regime sacrificed the Ukrainian people for the purposes of Western geopolitical interests. We welcome genuine efforts to have peace, such as, for example, the Chinese proposal. Though the choices here is up to our former Western partners, first and foremost Washington. Obviously, after everything we've discovered about you this year, after limitless and disgusting Russophobia and the attempts to cancel Russia, after supplying the Zelensky regime with weapons which were used to kill women, children, and the elderly in Donbass, after your Ukrainian venture and trying to create difficulties for us on our borders, our relations will never be the same. We do not believe you, and restoring our trust will be very difficult, if at all possible, because what's important here are deeds, not words. But attempting to do this, it's in your interest. At this point, you're just worsening the situation by continuing to pump the Kiev regime with weapons and helping them in the battlefield. And you leave us with no option other than to eliminate threats to Russia from the territory of Ukraine militarily. Please bear this in mind when you start making up new anti-Russian initiatives at the UN and pass them off as evidence of support for Ukraine in the world. I thank you.
All right, remarks there from Russian officials at the UN Security Council meeting at this one-year mark since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Well, we want to go ahead and bring you more on this from Fox News as the U.S. has announced a new round of sanctions on Russia. Here's the latest, again, from Fox News.
President Biden meeting virtually with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky 1 year after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began. In Ukraine, it is a day of commemorations and remembrance of the tens of thousands who died and continue to die as fighting rages on. In a taped address, President Zelensky pushing for victory in 2023, later honoring soldiers and citizens in Sofia Square.
I want to say to all of you who fight for Ukraine and who live in Ukraine, I am proud of you. We are all proud of you.
Ukraine is readying another military push. Poland's prime minister visited a Kyiv hospital Friday. Warsaw announcing it has delivered promised Leopard tanks to the war-torn nation, the first of dozens that Western countries have pledged. Residents still on edge.
I have been feeling very anxious this morning. I still hope for the best. I'm crying a little.
Leaders around the world making statements of support to Ukraine. The NATO Secretary General criticizing Moscow's efforts.
1 year ago, President Putin launched his full-fledged invasion of Ukraine. President Putin failed. Ukraine stands.
Now China is proposing a peace plan that would remove all financial sanctions from Russia. In Kyiv, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Steve, thank you so much. Meantime, many people are looking back on the 1 year since the war began. LiveNOW's Zach Horner spoke with a professor about this. Here's that conversation.
We are at the 1 year point from the start of the war in Ukraine when Russia went into the Ukraine. A year ago, we were thinking that maybe it was just another buildup, and now we know that it's far from that, and we are still in that conflict. And today, we are joined by an expert on this topic. Could you go ahead and introduce yourself for us and tell us a little bit about what you do and what your expertise is on this topic?
My name is Professor Milada Vahudova. I'm a professor in the political science department at UNC Chapel Hill, and my expertise is on political change in post-communist Europe and how the international institutions of Europe have transformed since the end of the Cold War.
Perfect, and the right person to talk to on this particular topic. So let's just dive into it. We are at that 1 year point, and again, like I mentioned, we were looking at just a buildup of troops by the Russians along that Ukrainian and Russian border there, and now we're in a full-on conflict. What goes through your mind when you look back a year ago to today? What do you think about? What strikes you the most?
I think a year ago, there were many voices in the US and elsewhere who were thinking about Putin as a rational actor, some kind of a master strategist who was somehow sort of getting leverage against the West by amassing these troops on Ukraine's border, and that he would, whatever would follow would be a small invasion of eastern Ukraine, a kind of tactical maneuvering that would help him in his kind of discussions with the West, his negotiations. What Putin actually wanted to do, and still wants to do, is to remove Ukraine from the map, to control that territory, and to remove Ukrainian identity. He actually believes that the Ukrainian nation doesn't exist, and that Ukrainians should either realize they're Russians or die. He has literally said this. So I think that it was hard for some of us. I saw this invasion coming. I'm sure many people are saying that today. But as someone who has studied how Russia has behaved in the neighborhood and the kinds of things that Putin has been saying for years, on top of what we were seeing on the ground, which was a buildup that was far beyond something that you would do just to get a bit more leverage or maneuvering.
And I want your opinion kind of on where things go from here, because now there's new discussion whether, is China going to pop into play here and actually supply Russia with weapons? Where do you see things progressing? Do you see peace at some point, or do you see this getting worse? What do you think about?
Zach, that's a great question. I think right now we see the West more unified than I've seen it since the end of the Cold War. NATO and our European allies are providing Ukraine with a lot of military and financial support. The United States is leading this effort. The US, in terms of its leadership of the free world, we have kind of returned to the center of that. And so the resolve is pretty strong, I think, on our side. I believe this war will go on for some time because the Ukrainians, there's no negotiation that can end the war right now. First of all, Putin can't be trusted. So even if there were negotiations, there's no way that he would be trustworthy. Don't forget that a year ago, plus minus a couple of days, all of the Russian foreign minister, Putin and others were claiming that Russia would never invade Ukraine, right? There's this long-standing territorial project to reconstitute the Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire. And so that means that we need to get to the point where it's domestically more costly for Putin to continue to prosecute this war than to stop it somehow. And unfortunately, that likely means really massive continuing battles and the attrition of the Russian military.
I want to talk a little bit too about just the Ukrainian people and civil society there. How are people in Ukraine holding up after a year of war? How has it changed their society? But I guess, what's it like on the day-to-day for folks there, do you think?
And there is an immense sense of national pride and national unity around what Ukraine has managed to do. I mean, Ukraine has been introduced into the living rooms of Americans, but also people around the world. We've seen the Ukrainian people represented often by President Zelensky, their president, being celebrated and supported around the world. And today we see that outpouring of support again on this somber anniversary. So there is that immense pride, but there's also just incredible heartache and destruction. We see those pictures, right, of cities that are in ruins. There are many cities and villages in ruins, infrastructure destroyed, schools, hospitals, and also cultural heritage, museums, galleries, and the environment. There's been a huge toll to the environment. Imagine if we had occupying armies right now in our national and state parks, destroying Yellowstone, bombing the Grand Canyon. So there is going to be all of that rebuilding. But what I'm most concerned, right, about is when the war is over. I think that's emotionally when the toll of this will really hit hard on Ukrainian families. It's going to be a long road, and it's going to take generations for Ukrainians to really recover.
And you know, it's just really strange to call it an anniversary. That sort of conjures up an idea or feeling of like celebration, although this is something far from being celebrated. It is a war, an ongoing conflict, thousands, who knows how many lives have been lost in this. You know, how has this war impacted politics in Europe and the U.S. role as the leader of the NATO alliance? What do you make of that?
Yeah, no, it's interesting, Zach. I've thought about this question of anniversary, but it is an anniversary of that moment where the Ukrainians stood up and fought. And don't forget that a year ago, there were many Beltway pundits and others who were predicting that Ukraine would fall in 3 days. So we can see it as an anniversary of Ukraine uniting and fighting against a much larger, David and Goliath, as President Zelensky said. As you mentioned, around 100,000 Ukrainian soldiers may be dead. The Russian number may be twice as much. Ukrainian civilians, we don't know. Tens of thousands of civilians are dead in places like Mariupol and where Russia has occupied. We just don't have good numbers. But from all of this, there are some positive medium and long-term consequences. For NATO, as I mentioned, more united than ever, more clear about its purpose. The U.S. leadership respected across the world. Our allies, I think, more united behind American leadership than they have been since the end of the Cold War. And then inside Europe, we see a kind of more realistic assessment of security. Europeans have always been slow to pay for defense. And I think it's very positive that now we're seeing these serious commitments on the part of our European allies, Germany and others, to pay more money to build up their military and to take more part in their defense. It's important because for the US, we are going to be pivoting towards dealing with the Chinese. We are already doing that. We need our European allies to take more responsibility for European security.
And you touched on China there. I kind of wanted to ask you about that. Well, from a broader perspective, I suppose, what are the next big obstacles for the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian people as this conflict goes on? Is it kind of sitting back and saying like, okay, what's China going to do? How do we react to that? How does the West react to that? What are those next big obstacles, do you think?
I think it's very important that the sanction regime is deepened. You know, we have imposed impressive sanctions, and so have the Europeans, but not always the same sanctions, right? And we need to work harder to have tougher sanctions and to have those sanctions be coordinated with our allies. We also need to get the message out that we will impose secondary sanctions, and this would be a blow, you know, to us. China is we're very interdependent with China, but if China starts to directly supply arms to Russia, then it should be the object of secondary sanctions. And I am concerned about China. I'm concerned about the implications of, you know, China kind of studying this situation and considering some kind of military aggression against Taiwan. Things could happen fast in world politics, but for the moment, right now, I think China is cautious. China's still recovering from the COVID pandemic. The economy is struggling. This is not the moment for China to pick a fight, even an economic fight with the US of that scale. So I'm hoping that we stand strong and make sure China gets that message, because, you know, right now, Russia is scrambling to get the ammunition, the parts, the hardware to continue prosecuting this war. So at this moment, we have an advantage. If we could have just delivered some of the things we're delivering today to Ukraine, like the Leopard tanks 6 months ago, it would have been better. But I do think right now, we're finally getting the military equipment that Ukraine needs, and we have that leverage over China.
Well, I want to ask you about that too. Those Leopard tanks that are coming in, and also the United States just committed more money towards supporting Ukraine very recently. Do you feel like the more, I guess, material that they get, you know, those military devices and whatnot, do you fear that at some point that's going to push Russia to have a stronger response? Just what do you make of that?
You know, it's a good question. What else can Russia do? I mean, we are seeing Russia's strongest response. Putin, at the 1 year mark, is facing humiliation. You know, he was supposed to be in control of Ukraine at this point. He's lost about half of the territory that he did manage to occupy in the early weeks and months of the war. Right now, around Bakhmut and Volhodar, where the biggest battles are raging, progress is in centimeters at the cost of hundreds of lives, you know, up to 1,000 or more Russian soldiers allegedly killed in a day. And some of those numbers don't seem impossible, as horrifying as they are. And so, you know, what can he do to push back? To use a tactical nuclear weapon, which is always at the back of everyone's mind, would be folly for him in the battlefield. He would not gain from that. He would lose. And so I think, you know, we really right now need to keep doing what we're doing and do more of it, so that he is forced to back down. You know, you never know what a madman in a bunker is going to do, but I feel like when the whole threat of nuclear war entered the conversation a few months ago, that was Kremlin propaganda. That was Kremlin pushing this out because they were able to leverage that with world public opinion. They were doing it intentionally. But I think it was nothing. It doesn't seem at all like something that we should be worried about in the short term.
It'll be very interesting to see where things go from here, as many around the world, I'm sure, pray for peace and hope for a peaceful ending to it all. But we'll, of course, stay on top of it and get, you know, unique perspectives like from yourself today. We always appreciate that, just to be able to learn more about what's going on over there. And that's kind of all the questions I had, though. I wanted to turn it over to you one last time, though, and ask you if there's anything I missed or anything you want to add before we disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, many people have questions on this somber anniversary about how this will end. And one of the things that we haven't talked about is inside the Kremlin. We would have expected, given the disastrous situation on the battlefield for Russia, the incredible high numbers of casualties, and the drain on the economy, of course, we would have, I think, expected to see more cracks in in the regime, and we haven't really seen them. A testament to Putin's, very centralized, strong-arm authoritarian regime. But I'll be looking over the next weeks and months to see if those cracks in the regime start opening up, because just today, looking across Russian media, there aren't protests, but there is more and more information about the slaughter of Russian men on the battlefield, boys and men. And I think eventually we will start seeing more reaction to that. It's such a senseless slaughter. Ukrainians know what they're fighting for. They're fighting for freedom, for democracy, and for the very existence of their country. What are these Russian boys and men fighting for? It's really a tragedy.
Certainly a lot of loss of life, a really tragic situation there. Well, Professor, we appreciate your time today, your insight and your expertise on this topic. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, and a number of world leaders expressing their solidarity with Ukraine. Here's a look at some tweets coming in from around the world, including from former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Majority Leader, Congressman Mitch McConnell, also President Biden, and Boris Johnson out of the UK. We will continue to bring you the latest regarding the one-year anniversary since the invasion of Ukraine. We will be bringing you a 2-hour special tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern. It will be hosted by LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft. Well, we will bring you so many more top stories in just 2 minutes. Stay tuned. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shirley Discorbath. Well, we continue to follow the latest regarding the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. He is on the witness stand and is being asked questions by the prosecution, and he continues to testify. We want to take you back to that South Carolina courtroom here on Live Now from Fox.
To voluntarily give a misstatement, as has been acknowledged here. I do not find any Doyle violation, and the record is protected. I certainly understand the defense raising any and all possible issues, and they can be raised, and you've done it here. The record is protected, but all motions are denied. Let's bring the jury.
jury is present, sir.
Very good. You may proceed.
May it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murdaugh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Give that mic up a little bit, please.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
There we go.
When we left off, we were talking about at what point during that interview in the car with Dave Owen that you decided to start lying about the murders of your wife and son. I'm going to pick up this video real quick. Not going to play the whole thing, but I'm going to start from 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Just start it out, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and, you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not good. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's the dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
Just to be clear, you say you hadn't made the conscious decision to start lying about your wife and son's murder right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, let's continue on.
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you exactly when that decision occurred.
Okay. You can't describe to the jury the moment you decided to lie about your wife and son's murder.
I can't tell you exactly when that moment occurred.
I left the house and went.
But you did say earlier that when David Owen asked you about your relationships, that was a trigger point, correct?
Well, that was certainly one of the things that contributed or made me paranoid.
Okay.
Now, you know, there were already things that had gone on that occurred, as I said, that put me in that mindset.
Yeah.
But exactly when I decided to lie about that, I can't tell you.
So the things again you talked about, your dope paranoia, the fact they'd taken GSR, and you talked about the advice of your law partners and Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander, and then you talked about your distrust of SLED somehow from the circumstances and demeanor of this interview right here, correct?
No, my distrust from SLED didn't arise from this interview. My distrust for SLED arose from a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way they had been involved in, SLED had been involved in the investigation into Paul's criminal charges, and they had been involved in, there was an issue that had gone on with some rumors about Buster and Paul. They had been involved in that, where, you know, Buster nor Paul had anything to do with what I'm talking about, and SLED never said that, even though they told their lawyer that. They never say that. And there had been another incident where SLED had charged Greg Alexander, my friend in this case. They charged him, and in fact, I thought the agent that was involved in that was David Owen, but the charges against Greg Alexander were so, they were so wrong that my dad and I made a conscious decision, even though he was a career prosecutor, made a decision to go to the courthouse and sit with Greg Alexander while his trial went on, because
This was like 10 years ago, right?
it was a while back,
Yeah.
you know. But
You don't know if Dave Owen was at SLED 10 years ago.
no, I checked on that, because that night the officer who was involved in that case in bringing clearly manufactured charges against Greg Alexander.
So you're saying the night before you sat down for this interview, you were asking somebody about whether or not something about Greg Alexander 10 years ago in the wake of what had occurred?
Oh, no, I didn't ask anybody.
Okay, so that wasn't what you were discussing when you were sitting in this car.
No, I wasn't discussing that. I'm just telling you that I thought David Owen was the same agent that was involved in that case. Now, I learned later, because I checked on it, I learned later that it was a different David, SLED agent, first name David with a different last name. I learned that later. I'm just saying that was all part of that process going on in my mind.
So you're saying that you're sitting here right now thinking that this Dave Owen and this circumstances and demeanor of this interview, you're thinking that guy had been involved in the prosecution or investigation of your friend 10 years ago?
I did.
Okay, so here's a new one you just mentioned to us, correct?
No, that's not a new one.
Okay.
That's part of.
I mean, the circumstances are new. I mean,
No,
that's fairly
no.
specific, don't you think?
Well, no, sir.
I mean, the story keeps evolving. Keep going.
No, you asked me about this, Mr. Owen. What I said is part of this whole, I mean, Mr. Waters, part of this whole process involved my distrust for SLED. That was a big part of my distrust for SLED.
Yeah, we can all see it on your face in this interview, can't we?
I don't know.
But you said what you just said a little bit ago, that wasn't the lie, that wasn't the conscious decision yet, so let's keep going.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't believe that it was. I don't
Okay.
know exactly when I made the decision to lie about that.
All right.
All right?
Well, if you see it, let me know, okay? I want to go forward.
To my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay.
So that was the moment, right there, that line of questioning, just asking some very general questions about your relationship. You mentioned that before, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh? Is that the moment right there? Is that the look on your face when you decide to lie about an important fact in your wife and son's murder?
I don't know, as I said, Mr. Waters, I don't know the exact point that I made that decision.
You specifically earlier mentioned that very exchange as somehow triggering you to lie about the last time you saw them alive.
No, I'm not saying that that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
Okay.
That normally, Mr. Waters, I could take a deep breath and make go away in a second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds at the most. And on this night, I wasn't able to do that. But all of those things that I mentioned, I believe contributed to that.
Okay. Any more you want to add now, since you keep adding them?
I'd be glad to answer any question you have.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. I mean, the factors have gone from yesterday to today, and now even after lunch we got some new ones. So anything else you want to add right now as to factors?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe that I've added any new factors. I believe that's what I said yesterday.
All right.
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions, but I don't believe I've added any factors.
Okay. All right, let me move this forward just a little bit.
Okay, so most of this was stuff from a couple of them, but not.
Yesterday in great detail about the boat case, which you brought up on the 911 call and to Daniel Green, and then of course in this first interview, correct?
I did mention the boat wreck.
All right, and you described that. Do you remember what you said in this interview about the boat wreck?
Not specifically.
About specifically the other people involved in the boat wreck? You don't remember specifically? Do you remember specifically? I guess you said no.
I remember talking about the boat wreck, and I know that I talked about the boat wreck.
All right. Well, I'm going to play now from 1714.
Any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
What was the term you used for that? A small amount of yip-yap?
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Waters, there was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck did this to Paul and Maggie. Okay. I've never thought that.
All right. I never thought that, but it's literally one of the first things that you said out of the 911 call.
Nah, that's not what I said. I never, ever, ever under any point in time believed that those kids that were riding in that boat or their parents or their families, I didn't believe that any of the families, the people that were involved in the boat wreck had anything to do with hurting Maggie and Paul. Okay. But I can tell you that at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck is the reason why Paw and Maggie were killed.
Okay.
And I'm certain.
So
I believe that.
It was random vigilantes, the 5-2 vigilantes. Huh?
Now, what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that when Paul was charged criminally, there were so many leaks, half-truths, half-reports, half-statements, partial information, misrepresentations of Paul that ended up in the media all the time. And when I tell you the social media response that came from that was vile, the things that were said about what they would do to Paul, they were so over the top that nobody would believe anybody would get on social media and do that. But I believe then and I believe today that the wrong person saw and read that.
Okay.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdaugh and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
But that's why I did then believe it was the boat wreck, and I believe now that the boat wreck had something to do with it.
All right, so we've got random vigilantes because of the boat wreck.
Now, I don't know that they're random vigilantes.
Well, you just said it wasn't the family or the kid, or the kids or the family of the other kids in the boat, right? So you're saying it's somebody off of social media, and you don't have any evidence of that, do you? You just believe that. You're just telling that jury that as you try to explain the lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
No, sir, that's not right.
It's not right. All right. Well, let me ask you a question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante.
That's your
the 12-year-old 5-2 people that just happened to know that Paul and Maggie were both at Moselle on June 7th, that knew that they would be at the kennels alone on June the 7th, that knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02, that they show up without a weapon, assuming that they're going to find weapons and ammunition there, that they commit this crime during that short time window, and then they travel the same exact route that you do around the same time to Almeda. That's what you're trying to tell this jury?
You got a lot of factors in there, Mr. Waters, all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do.
All right. You testified earlier that after this happened, well, let me back up just real quick. When you were driving to and from Almeda, why were you in such a hurry? Why are you rolling 70, 80 miles an hour down that dark, beat-up road?
I wasn't in such a hurry.
You weren't?
No, sir.
All right. Show you what's been marked as States 573. See if you recognize this.
I do.
And tell the jury what that is.
It's Mag's car.
Right. And what's it in front of?
The house at Moselle.
And what's between the house and the Mercedes?
The golf cart.
Is that where it was on June the 8th, to your recollection?
No, sir.
Where was it left?
I mean, it was near there, but that's not exactly where it was. No, sir.
Okay, where was it?
Where we would normally park it would be a little bit closer to the sheds. I mean, a little bit closer to the house, to the bushes.
Okay. Your Honor, this.
When was that photograph taken?
Well, do you recognize when it was taken?
No, I don't recognize. No,
You
sir.
wouldn't dispute that it was around the time in the aftermath of the murders, would you?
Aftermath being when?
I'm asking you.
A day, a week, an hour?
I wasn't there, Mr. Murdaugh. Do you recognize those?
I recognize the car, I recognize the house, and I recognize the golf cart. But that is not, that's not exactly how it would have been that night.
Can you describe to me then where it would be different?
Well, it would be more in line with, first things first is when we drove the golf cart, or when I drove it for sure, and I believe when the others drove it, you would come in and you would go across the little brick walkway that's in front of this. So if I would have come in and gone this way, or I would have come in and gone this way. This is not a place that any of my family would have normally parked it. And so what I'm assuming is this obviously is taken at daytime. And what I'm assuming is it was taken when sled came to the earliest it was taken was when sled came to the house the next day, which I believe the testimony is in the afternoon. And at this point in time, that golf cart, I would assume, would have been moved several times, but that's not how it was.
Well, where did you leave the golf cart when you got out of it around 8:49?
In the manner in which I just talked about.
Okay. Well, help me out again so I understand. You would have come around this way or that way, but where was it? Where would it end up?
It would have been in this picture. It's facing to the right.
Oh, I got you.
The night that I drove it, I believe I parked it facing to the left.
I understand.
Would be customarily how I did it, and I believe I did it that way that night.
Okay. Well, all right.
And that is how I would have gotten into it.
All right. That's a very specific memory. Thank you. All right. At this
Well,
time,
that's
the
just how it
state would
normally
offer
is.
States 573 and evidence.
No objection. Admit it without objection.
Could I have the Almeda very briefly?
And see, Mr. Waters, you can see in the picture now that you bring this up on the screen, if you look to the right, you can see the actual steps. And just to the left of that would be where the little brick patio starts. So where I would normally park it, you would roll across those bricks and the end of the golf cart would be just past those. And we all normally parked it that way because the way you charge this golf cart is if you see that back seat that's sitting, you can see the edge. This is a 3-seat golf cart, and you can see the back seat. And a lot of golf carts have the charger that sits on the floor or something. This golf cart has a charger that's plugged in and a part of the golf cart. So you flip that seat up, and it plugs in. And the outlets are right up there by the door.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about that?
I'm going to answer any questions you have, Mr. Waters.
Well, I appreciate all that information in great detail.
Sustained.
All right.
It's just never parked that way by the family.
Now the computer back, please. What's up? Mr. Murdaugh, I'm going to put up the second interview This would have been June the 10th. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do want to go through a couple of things with you, okay?
Anything you want to go through, Mr. Waters?
I apologize, got ahead of myself. I want to do one last thing on the first one. For the record, I'm going to start
I forget the guy's name.
I'm going to start it at 23:55. This is the first interview.
Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her.
There, when you repeated the lie that you decided?
Was that the moment that I
Was that the
decided
moment you decided to lie to mean old Dave Owen?
I don't know, as I told you, Mr. Waters, the exact moment that I decided to lie, but at that point in time.
But you did lie there, correct?
I did.
And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. Mm-hmm. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
All right, I'm going to go to the second interview. It's been previously admitted. Let me ask you this before we start. You stated earlier during your direct testimony that after these crimes happened, you were around family, family was around you, your law partners were around you pretty much every minute after that, correct? Every waking minute. Didn't you say that yesterday?
Yes, they were for a long time.
All right. And this second interview was 3 days later, is that right?
That's correct.
And in no time with any of your close friends and law partners and family do you confess the truth, do you?
No, I did not.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up. What should I do about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lie? Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
All right.
Hang up.
So is that. And
all right, I'm going to move this to approximately 24:56.
went to go to the red thing, getting
Correction, I'm at 12:28.
him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, you know, that was, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly. But on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be anyway, okay. You know? I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, you know, Paul left because of, you know, what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay. And
I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
You know, I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, you know, I texted her, so I called her just before that. And, I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
Pretty much all of that was lies, wasn't it?
The part about me not being at the kennel was a lie.
Well, also not knowing that Paul went down there, not being sure, that was a lie too, wasn't it? I mean, you're putting some detail on this thing, aren't you?
Not knowing when Paul left. Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
I mean, that's not for me to judge.
That's true.
It's an odd story.
Well, get to where I'm going.
Feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, the DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
There's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, he was like a little detective. And
He was like a little detective, is that what you said?
That's what I said. And he was very intuitive, like I said.
And that was what Marion described as Maggie's term for how he was and keeping tabs on your pill usage. Wasn't that correct?
That was what Maggie said about him.
For some reason, you decided to bring that up in this interview, didn't you?
That was a trait of Paul's personality. I think anybody who knew him would tell you how intuitive he was.
Got it.
Going through hours of videos that we.
All right. For the record, I'm at 4630.
Going uncollected.
well, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So.
Mr. Allen.
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back in the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that. I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you were going to eat.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So, and just trying to narrow down, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Nothing.
Your answer was yes, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct.
about to go to the August 2021 interview, but between that June 10th interview and the August interview, you were not working very much. Is that correct? If at all?
No, I definitely wasn't working very much. I think I was working a little bit, but no, not very much at all.
Did you go to Johnny Parker to borrow $250,000 in order to cover the Ferris fees?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Did you tell him what that was for?
No, I did not tell him what that was for.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken to send to Chris Wilson?
I did.
And did you get those fees before you signed any paperwork or documentation?
I've heard testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
Okay. You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign any paperwork?
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Call your phone being in the console, but
I'm not disputing that, but I don't recall it.
All right. Did you go to your best friend Chris Wilson and convince him to cover $192,000, the remaining $190,000, in order for him to send that email to your law firm as if those fees had been there all along?
I spoke to Chris Wilson and did not have the full amount of the fees, and I got Chris Wilson to put the remaining fees in his trust account.
And when you did that, you didn't tell him the truth about your life. You just asked him to cover you, correct?
No, I did not tell him.
And he agreed to do that because of his belief of who you really were, or who he thought you were.
He agreed to do that for whatever reasons. I assume that was a big part of it.
And once that $600,000 was transferred, Chris Wilson sent an email to you saying those fees had been there, were in his trust account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you forwarded that email to Lee Cope and Jeannie Seconder, correct?
I know I forwarded it to Jeannie, and I've heard that testimony about forwarding it to Lee Cope, so I believe that's correct.
Okay. Why'd you not get it all from PSD?
Because at that time, there were limitations on how much I could borrow because Mags was passed. And so I was limited.
Okay.
I couldn't get a loan against Moselle and had to get a loan against Palmetto State. I mean against Edisto.
Going to the third interview. All right, I'm going to go to 1745. Apparently having some technical difficulties. jury's seen this, so, I mean, again, you repeated the same lies over and over again,
I did.
effortlessly and convincingly.
I don't know about that.
Well, they can see it there.
Agree with that.
Nobody yelled at you.
Nobody yelled at me. Nobody, none of these guys were ever discourteous to me. Like,
Nobody what?
I said, none of those guys were ever discourteous to me. You made a comment earlier that David Owens was mean or something about being mean, and he was never mean to me.
All right. But you decided to lie in part because you distrusted David Owen.
I distrusted SLED in general, and I particularly distrusted who I thought was David Owen at the time,
Okay.
who turned out not to be David Owen.
So, wait a minute. I want to be clear. You're saying now you thought that this was some David Owen that had something to do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
No, sir. And I'm not saying that now. I've said that all along. The person that I saw and watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just, it was terrible what they did to Greg Alexander. And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David. All right, and I'm not even getting into his last name. I thought that David Owens that night was that guy. Later, down the road, and it was a while, I checked into that and I found out that I was mistaken, that it was not David Owen.
So when we went back and we spent a lot of time going through that first statement, you're telling me now that you were sitting there thinking that this was a completely different guy the whole time, and that was on your mind during that entire interview.
Yes, at the time, I thought that David Owen, no, I didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that David Owens was the person that my dad and I had watched. Just, I mean, my dad and I truly thought evidence was manufactured, and I thought it was David Owen, and I was wrong about that. But that's what I thought that night.
Any other factors or details you want to add about your decision?
I want to answer any question you have, Mr. Waters.
I mean, any more?
Do you have any more questions, sir?
No, I mean any more about your decision to lie. I mean, I just want to, let's get it all out now. Okay.
If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, sir.
All right, well, I do. Tell me about the replacement blackout. You initially told law enforcement that you weren't sure whether or not there was one, correct?
Oh, no, sir, you're absolutely wrong about that.
What did you say then?
Shortly after this, it became being told that Paul's gun had been stolen. And the one you heard talk about being stolen from the thing. And I'm not sure how I learned this, but I learned that somebody, I believe SLED had gone to John Bedingfield, who made those guns, and could only find paperwork for 2 blackouts, one of which they were saying was stolen in 17. And that's what they were telling me. And I was certain and told them that I was certain that there was a 3rd one.
But initially, in June 8th and June 10th, or June 10th, you were saying that you thought that y'all had replaced it, and then you kind of wavered and then eventually said you did replace it, correct?
I don't believe that's correct. No, sir.
You don't believe that's correct?
No, I don't believe that's correct.
Did you say to law enforcement that you thought that the 3rd gun, the replacement blackout, had gone missing in Christmas of 2020?
It did go missing in Christmas of 2020.
So you're telling them that one also had been missing 6 months prior, correct? Answer my question first, and then you can explain. Did you all tell law enforcement that that gun had been missing since Christmas time?
I told law enforcement that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we could not find it.
Okay.
And that was accurate. We looked for it when we were trying to shoot hogs, when we had a group of people out there, and we could not find it.
Okay. But you now know that it was there as late as turkey season.
No, sir. I know that Will Lovin and Paw Paw had it right before turkey season, like Will Lovin testified to.
So it was around, actually.
It was around there at some point in time there, yes, sir.
So you're saying it got stolen a second time, or you just don't know?
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12-year-old stole any gun, Mr.
Sorry, the
Waters.
5'2" people stole it a second time?
I don't know that it was stolen. I just know that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we couldn't find it. And I know this, I know that I hadn't seen that gun in a long time. I've heard the testimony that people who were at my house using guns and hunting with us all the time, Rogan, Buster, they didn't, I can't remember about Buster, but there were several people who didn't even know that gun had been replaced. So that tells me that that gun did not stay where our regular guns were. And I know that I didn't see it there, and that tells me that they didn't see it there.
Of course you didn't see it there, because it's got to be missing, right, Mr. Murdaugh?
Ask that
You got
question
one more
again.
circumstance for your latest story to work is that it's got to be missing as well. It was when you told law enforcement it was missing at Christmas time. Now we've had testimony at this trial, and now you're still claiming that you never saw it. It must have been kept somewhere else. Where else would it have been kept?
It could have been kept anywhere, Mr. Waters, the way Paul did guns, the way guns were handled around there. I was terrible about that.
You're terrible about that.
I should have been stricter.
But you know that that third gun was fired right outside the gunroom door in turkey season of 2021, correct?
I know that now, based on what Will Lovin said.
And you know it was also fired across the street at y'all's shooting house around that same time, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that, but I know that I would assume that it was fired at the shooting range, but I don't have any reason to believe it was done in close proximity to that time.
A few months go by, a couple months go by, and you get confronted about your thefts from the law firm, correct?
September of 21.
And unlike June the 7th, when Jeannie confronted you, this time they had unassailable evidence, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they had...
No wiggling out of this one, correct?
I didn't try to wiggle out of this one.
Well, you've been wiggling before, though, right? You wiggled when you stole your brother's money twice, correct?
Well, I admit almost all of these things, Mr. Waters, but that's one of the things that I take dispute with.
Which one?
That I stole that money that you're referring to.
You're going to dispute that? Let's hear about that then. Tell me why you dispute cashing that check twice.
I don't dispute cashing that check twice.
But you're going to tell this jury that you accidentally didn't realize that you were supposed to be receiving some $125,000 check, or $120 however $1,000 check, 2 times. How many $120,000 checks do you receive?
I got that check, and this is several months after. I mean, you can look at my finances, and you can see how I was doing. I didn't balance a checkbook, but the fact of the matter is, when I got that check, I asked about it, and I was told mistakenly that it was for me, that I had done. Participated in that year-end thing, which I did sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Apparently, a new check got cashed. I cashed that check. Then a year later,
Yeah, where did you keep that one for you?
I don't know where it was. It was obviously in my desk. But, Mr. Waters.
So you found it in your desk?
No, I didn't find it.
Well, you said it was obviously in your desk. So you remember that? You remember finding it in your desk?
No, I remember when we...
Did you go to finance and say, I just found this year-old check? Is this right?
No.
No, you took it to the bank, didn't you?
No, sir. I didn't.
Not allowing Mr. Murdaugh to answer the question.
So when this came up, when this came up, that check got cashed. There's no way that I can have a check in our law firm with the way accounting is, and that I can cash a check twice and think that that's impossible. So to cash a check that's already been checked, it's going to throw. There's no question it's going to throw that off. What happened is we used to get a rent check. We get little checks. I'd have checks, and they pile up. The small checks. That check got mixed in, and it got sent to the bank, and it got deposited.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Okay.
But I do dispute that I stole that money. That money.
All right. Well, I mean, you brought it up. So any of the other money you dispute stealing?
No, sir, you brought it up. I was just telling you that was the one I disputed.
Okay. All right. And you heard Ronnie Crosby and Mark Ball testify about that, correct?
I heard Ronnie and Mark testify about what they thought about it. Yes, sir.
All right. You testified yesterday about the side of the road?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And then you heard the testimony during the state's direct case about what you said on the 911 call? You heard that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
You heard the 911 call where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you saw the video from the ambulance where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you heard the testimony from Ryan Kelly where you, again, went into detail and described this attack from an unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony about your interview on September 6th with law enforcement, in which you went into great detail and again described this unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony, and in fact the image was put in about how you sat down with a sled sketch artist and spent a period of time with her going forward and creating an image of the supposed assailant.
I did sit down with it. I was in the hospital, and they came in, sat down with me, asked me a bunch of questions. I answered their questions, and
yes, you did. You sat there.
It came up with a composite. Yes, sir.
Sat there and answered their questions just as effortlessly and convincingly as you've been trying to do for the past 2 days. Isn't that correct?
No, sir. That's not true. In that hospital, I mean, I couldn't sit still. I was standing up. I was walking around. I was using the bathroom with the lady sitting right there. I was 2 days into not taking, 3 days into not taking pills like I had been. So, no, it wasn't effortlessly. But, I mean, I told him what I told him. I don't dispute that I lied.
It was all lies, though, is the point, correct?
It was.
I mean, you're saying withdrawals, but you still were able to pull off lies in great detail. Correct?
I lied to them.
And the lie that you told of an unknown assailant was to try to make people think that the, quote, real bad guys were back again to finish the job. Isn't that true?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's not the effect that you intended that story to have? Did it have that effect on people that you knew? Isn't that the exact effect that it had?
I don't think there's many people that believe that. No, sir. I know the people that were, I mean, the people that were closest to me didn't believe that. So, no,
When
sir.
accountability is at your door, Mr. Murdaugh, bad things happen. Isn't that true?
When accountability is
After
at my
your life-
doorstep,
Go ahead.
bad things happen. What do you mean by bad things?
June 7th happened. September 4th happened.
I don't believe that June the 7th happened because accountability issues were at my doorstep. Now, I do believe in September that I tried to get a man to help me kill myself because issues were at my doorstep.
Every time, or I'm sorry, for the first time in your life of privilege and prominence and wealth, when you were facing accountability, each time suddenly you became a victim and everyone ran to your aid. Isn't that true?
I disagree with that, but I mean, what you're
shame for you is an extraordinary provocation. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
Hang on, let me just finish this. You seem to be implying two dates, June the 7th and September, and talking about accountability issues. And I mean, those to me, those two things are totally different. There were no accountability issues on my doorstep on June the 7th.
That's what you say.
And in September,
not what other people say.
I was trying to, well, no, I mean, there have been a lot of people, well, in September, that wasn't designed to gain me sympathy. That was designed for me not to be here because I didn't want my son to have to deal with the wake of the things that I had done.
But that's not the story you told. The story that came out of your mouth right away was the story of you getting attacked by some unknown assailant while you were trying to change a tire in run flats. Well, that's the story that you told.
That is the story I told, but that's because the man who shot me did not shoot me that day as I intended. And I had to have a story as to how I got shot, so I lied.
So you lied. And you're saying that people in your family and your friends didn't instantly believe that whoever these 12-year-old marauders were back to finish the job.
You keep using
and
the
it
term
happened just
12-year-old
2 hours
marauders.
after you had been confronted by Chris Wilson.
I think probably some people may have thought that when it first happened, but I think like Randy, Ronnie, Mark, those guys, I think they knew very quickly that this was not, I think they knew this was something that I'd done.
Shame for you, I asked this before, but shame for you is an extraordinary provocation, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Shame for me is an extraordinary provocation. I don't like to be shamed.
The prospect of humiliating the legacy is an extraordinary provocation to you, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
What do you mean by an extraordinary provocation?
It affects you deeply. It's your biggest concern, is it not?
No, that's not my biggest concern.
You're a middle-aged man like me?
I'm 54 years old. I'm not sure. You look like you're in better shape than me, so I don't know.
I was actually a couple of years behind you in law school, but we never knew each other, did we?
I never knew you, no, sir.
Had a very successful career up until this point.
You know,
simple question.
And the answer to that is no, Mr. Waters. I was an addict for more than 20 years.
All right, so making millions of dollars over a decade is not having a successful career? Is that what you're going to tell the jury?
No, that's not a successful career. When you
Okay, well, let me put it like this.
Hang on. Let me just.
All right, go ahead.
You know, it may have been what you perceive as a successful career, but, you know, I was the one who was fighting that. You don't have a very high self-esteem when you're an addict. So I don't deem myself a success.
Would you agree that at least outwardly you were perceived as successful?
I made a bunch of money, if that's what you're wanting to get at.
No, I'm actually asking about the perception. You were perceived as a prominent,
I tried
powerful
to be.
lawyer.
How I was perceived,
You were president of the trial lawyers.
I sure tried to be.
You lived a life of possessing authority.
Possessing authority?
Yeah, we saw the badges. You just admitted of your prominence in the legal community.
I don't think that I lived a life of possessing authority. I never saw myself as that way.
You don't think you lived a life of privilege?
I think I was very privileged.
And as we move to June of 2021, you were suffering from a drug addiction.
Absolutely.
Your father was terminally ill.
When?
As we move to June of 2021.
No, sir.
He was very ill.
He was very ill.
And you were coming to a point of financial crisis.
I was having financial issues like I'd had many times in the past.
Mr. Murdaugh, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator? You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
No. I would never hurt Maggie Murdaugh. I would never hurt Paul Murdaugh under any circumstances.
Say that.
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
I did lie to Maggie.
You lied to Paul?
Sometimes.
You lied to your father?
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things?
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend, Chris Wilson?
Probably.
Did you lie to your other friend, Barrett Bulware, when you took his money?
No, sir.
No.
I didn't lie like I told you. I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about. I mean, he I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to them about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't think Johnny asked me. I don't think I had to lie to Johnny about that, so I don't know.
Did you lie? Well, you certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that $250,000, did you?
I did not tell him what I was going to use it for.
I mean, didn't we say before that not telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Sure it is.
You don't think that's a lie, though?
I'm just saying, Mr. Waters, I'm not taking issue with that, but I don't even know that Johnny and I mean, Johnny had loaned me money numerous times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion where Johnny wanted to know exactly what I was doing with it. That conversation would have been, I needed it. Johnny was always willing to help me, and that would have been the conversation. So on that specific event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a lot of money.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
I don't know. I don't know if Lee Cope was around when I said that or not.
Did you lie to Danny Henderson?
I did lie to Danny.
Did you lie to Jeannie Seconder?
About finances, yes, I did.
You didn't ever talk to her about the kennels?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Did you lie to Annette Griswold?
I did.
Did you lie to Christy Gerald, your other secretary or paralegal?
I don't believe she and I discussed. I would have at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to Michael Gunn?
I'm sure I did at some point, but I mean, Michael wasn't involved in any of this, so I don't know that any of this ever came up with Michael.
Did you lie to your clients? Did you lie to Pamela Pinckney?
I did.
Natasha Thomas?
I don't know that I dealt with Natasha, but I certainly lied about that.
Hakeem Pinckney?
Again, I don't know that I talked to Hakeem, but I certainly lied about that.
Arthur Badger?
I did.
The Plyler girls?
I'm not sure that I talked specifically to them, but I lied about that.
Dion Martin?
I lied to Dion.
Johnny Bush?
Yes.
Manuel Cristiani?
I didn't have any conversations with him, but I certainly lied about it.
Jamie and Risher?
Yes.
Randy Drawdy?
Yes.
Jordan Jinks?
Yes.
Mary Duncan?
Yes.
Adriana Hay?
Yes.
Angel Gary?
Yes.
Christopher Anderson?
Yes.
Elise Mallory?
Yes.
Thomas Moore?
No.
You never lied to him? You just took his money. You never had to actually lie to his face, is what you're saying?
He and I never had a conversation, but I did take that. I did take that money.
Did you lie to Tony Satterfield just a couple of months before June 7th? We saw the text. You want me to get it out?
Just remind me. There's been a lot. Just remind me what it was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 463.
And I don't remember the exact date. So
that was in April of 2021. Is that right? Or you text him and tell him how hard you're working on the case when in fact you had stolen millions of dollars from him? Tony Satterfield, who got up on this stand and told the jury about that?
I texted him on April 12th, so 5 weeks before June 7th.
Told him everything was okay. You're working hard, right? It's a complex case.
Yeah, I told him I was working on the case.
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria.
I'm sorry?
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria, who had served your family for many years.
That's correct.
And you stole millions from those boys.
I stole those funds.
And he and his family had started asking questions as we moved to June 7th. Didn't that happen?
No, I mean, there wasn't any rise in them asking questions. No, sir. I mean, he periodically checked in and asked me questions, but, you know, it had come out long before this, I believe, in the island packet, that there had been a settlement of $500,000. But, I mean, that had been months and months, if I'm not mistaken. And so I didn't notice any uptick in Tony asking questions, and I don't believe that there was any uptick in Tony asking questions before June the 7th.
So you just gratuitously out of the blue decided to lie to him and send that text? Or were there things going on externally that caused you to need to head him off at the pass before further questions started to be asked about money you couldn't pay back at that point in time?
Nah, I don't think there was anything. I mean, on April 21st, I don't know what external factors you're talking about.
Do you want to explain that one anymore?
Explain what?
Whatever you want.
I just want to answer your questions, Mr. Waters.
Lied to everyone about the side of the road, the people that came to stop to help, and the ambulance folks, and the 911, and Ryan Kelly, and the composite sketch artist, and all of them, correct?
I lied to a lot of people about that.
You know why people lie, Mr. Murdaugh? Because they know they've done something wrong.
For the most time, I do.
And you've been able to lie quickly and easily and convincingly if you think it'll save your skin for well over a decade. Isn't that true?
I have lied well over a decade.
And you want this jury to believe a story manufactured to fit the evidence that you brought forth just yesterday after hearing this trial's worth of testimony.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Mr. Murdaugh, we went through this for a while, but you remember at the beginning of your testimony, I asked you whether or not you agreed that trying to explain your presence on the kennel video was the most important part of your testimony before this jury. You remember that? And you said, oh, not the most important. I said, was it at least important? You recall that from yesterday?
Yeah, I recall you asking those questions, yes, sir.
And you agree it's important, don't you?
I agree that is an important component. But I think there's a lot of important components.
And you? Testified yesterday and during cross yesterday and cross today. It's kind of evolved on the fact of the factors that led you to decide to lie at some point during that interview with David Owen, correct?
I disagree with that. I don't think those factors have evolved. I mean, you've asked some more specific questions, but those factors are still the same factors. You may have asked questions and gained a little more detail, but those factors haven't changed.
But it was the dope paranoia. It was the fact that the deputy took your GSR. It was the fact that your law partners and Greg Alexander and the sheriff were telling you needed to have a lawyer before you talked to police. It was the factor that you got in the car with Dave Owen and thought he was somebody else from some case 10 years ago, correct?
That believing David Owens was the person involved in the case that I talked about was one of the factors that caused me to distrust SLED.
All right. And then also you said that they started asking you about, in that first interview, about your relationship with Maggie and Paula. And that's one thing you mentioned as well, correct?
And that was certainly something that contributed to me having paranoid thinking.
Good. For the record, I'm playing the Daniel Green body cam video, 2026.
They are dead, aren't they?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them? Or talked to them or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah, that was Sergeant Green.
And at that point in time, SLED was not there. No one had gotten GSR from you. Your law partners or Sheriff Hill were not there.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships. David Owen was not there.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
I disagree with that.
Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case. You may step down. Please do not discuss the case. We'll take 15 minutes.
All rise.
All right, as you heard there, Alex Murdaugh trial continues, but they are taking a short 15-minute break. Well, we are going to take a break as well. We'll be back with more top stories in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It has been 1 year since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Earlier today, officials at the Pentagon making remarks on this. Here's that.
1 year anniversary of Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine. And to quote Secretary Austin's statement issued earlier today, quote, "This solemn anniversary is an opportunity for all who believe in freedom, rules, and sovereignty to recommit ourselves to supporting Ukraine's brave defenders for the long haul, and recall that the stakes of Russia's war stretch far beyond Ukraine. Alongside our international allies and partners, we remain committed to supporting the Ukrainian people with the security assistance they need to defend their nation and take back their sovereign territory, and we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes." And another demonstration of our enduring commitment, earlier today, the Department of Defense announced $2 billion in additional security assistance for Ukraine under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. The security assistance package reaffirms the steadfast support of the United States for Ukraine by committing additional unmanned aerial systems and counter-UAS and electronic warfare detection equipment, as well as critical ammunition stocks for artillery and precision fires capabilities that will bolster Ukraine's ability to repel Russian aggression. And for additional details, I'd refer you to our press release located on defense.gov. Also today, the Secretary spoke by phone with Ukraine's Minister of Defense, Oleksiy Reznikov. Secretary Austin praised Ukraine's courage and sacrifice that has inspired and rallied the international community to support its efforts to push back against Russian aggression. And he also provided an update on U.S. security assistance efforts. And a readout of that call is available on the DoD website. In addition, Secretary Austin also spoke today by phone with Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant to discuss topics of mutual interest, and we will have a readout of that call posted later today on defense.gov as well. Finally, today the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Committee released their independent report findings and recommendations today. The Department of Defense efforts to implement a comprehensive and integrated approach to suicide prevention actions will be informed by the work of the committee, which will amplify DoD's current approach in 3 key priority areas: These include fostering quality of life and building healthy climates and cultures, addressing stigma as a barrier to help seeking, and promoting a culture of lethal means safety. And while we recognize that suicide has no single cause, even one suicide, and that there's no single preventative action, treatment, or cure, even one suicide is too many, and we will exhaust every effort to promote the wellness, health, and morale of our total force. As Secretary Austin has said previously, the department's most precious resource is our people, so we must spare no effort in working to prevent suicide within our ranks. We must all, in every corner of the department, redouble our commitment to connect with those who may be hurting and save lives. And with that, we'll go to your questions. We'll start with Associated Press, Lita.
Thank you. Two things. Number one, the U.S. has talked quite a bit about warning China against providing any lethal aid to Russia. Given that, has the department seen any indication so far of any type of aid, particularly lethal aid, going from China to Russia, or any indications that such is actually happening? And then secondly, on the suicide report that you just mentioned, the report recommended a number of gun safety changes, including waiting periods and raising the age for purchasing a weapon. Has the department considered any of those before? How difficult will it be to put any of those into effect, considering some of the stronger gun safety thoughts, particularly among Congress?
Sure. Thanks, Lita. So on your first question in regards to China and the potential for providing lethal aid to Ukraine, we haven't seen them provide lethal aid to Ukraine, or to Russia yet. But we also have noticed that they haven't taken it off the table. And so you've heard Secretary Austin, Secretary Blinken, and others warn China about the implications of providing lethal assistance to Russia, to include needlessly extending this conflict and the suffering of the Ukrainian people. I would say, ironically, China's recent peace plan proposal includes respecting the sovereignty of all countries. So one would hope that they mean it and respect Ukraine's right to exist versus potentially providing lethal aid intended to kill innocent Ukrainians and erase their country. So we'll continue to monitor that closely. In regards to the committee's recommendations, we will review those closely. I don't have anything to announce today in terms of what steps we may take. But again, this is a very important topic to the Secretary and to the entire Department of Defense. And so we'll certainly be sure to keep you updated on that front.
Well, have any of those particular gun safety recommendations ever been considered in the past that you're aware of?
I'll have to take that question and go back and look for you. Laura?
Thank you. Just to follow up on Lita's question, you said you haven't seen them provide. Oh, I'm sorry. Used to the other room? Sorry.
Sorry. So you still in the other room. Just to follow up on Lita's question, you said that you haven't seen China provide lethal aid to Russia yet, but have you seen any chatter, any China having any conversations with Russia about potentially providing lethal aid? And then I wanted to ask a second question about Syria. There were 4 U.S. troops wounded in Syria the other day. Can you say anything more about this mission? Was it a U.S. soft mission? Was it a partnered raid? And how frequently are U.S. troops involved in combat missions like these?
Yeah. So on your first question, I don't have any specific intelligence to share. I know, for example, that Secretary Blinken and the NSC Strategic Communication Director have talked to this and indicated that there is indications that China is considering to the possibility of providing lethal aid, but again, to this point, we have not seen them do that. In regards to Syria, I'd refer you to Central Command for the specifics on that particular operation. As you are aware, they issued a press release on that. The Defeat ISIS mission continues in Syria and Iraq, and so certainly we have forces that are committed to that operation, but I'd refer you to them for the specific details.
Can you say whether it's typical of U.S. forces to go on these partnered missions, though, or was this something that was out of the ordinary?
Not out of the ordinary. The U.S. Military has been conducting partnered operations with the SDF for quite a few years now. So thank you. Go over here. And I appreciate your patience on the microphone. We'll go to Dan, and then we'll come back to Joe.
Thanks for your time. I wanted to drill down a bit, if we can, into the USAI package announced today, particularly the counter UAS in it. Looks like we're going to see the Switchblade 600, which, at least to my knowledge, and if you can clarify, that'd be helpful, had not been a part of the package previously. How quickly do you think that might find its way to a battlefield? And is the time it's taken to get it there a function of it simply not being available more quickly, or something else?
Sure. So for, as you highlight, given that these are USAI, these are all capabilities that we will go to industry to help produce. I don't have a timeline in terms of the delivery time, other than, as has been the case, we'll continue to work very closely with industry to try to get them there as quickly as we can. In terms of, yeah, and I'll just leave it at that.
More loosely, is the anticipation that it would be there in time for the offensive this spring?
I don't think that would be the case. Again, we're already providing them with a significant amount of capabilities coming from PDA along with the international community to get them the capabilities they need for the springtime. But again, this is a fight that will continue to be tough. And so we want to ensure not only are we meeting their immediate needs, but we're also meeting their medium and long-term needs. And so, again, we're going to rush to get these capabilities there as quickly as we can. Thanks. Go to Joe.
Thanks, Pat. Just staying on Ukraine aid, there are a number of categories of aid where we didn't get the specificity. It talked about HIMARS ammunition, but HIMARS can take GIMLers or ATACMs, and I just wanted to see if you could be specific about what kind of HIMARS ammunition was part of the package, what kind of laser-guided rockets, and any specificity you can give around the counter-UAS systems that were included.
Yeah, so on the specific counter-UAS systems, I'm not going to get more specifics just for operation security reasons. In the package, as you highlight, the laser-guided rocket systems, those are advanced precision kill weapon systems. So essentially, the ability to convert unguided rockets into precision-guided munitions, which can be operated from various launchers that we're providing to the Ukrainians. So that's about as specific as I'm going to be able to get.
And then on the HIMARS ammunition, is that just GIMLers or is that something else?
Well, I'll have to go back and take a look. I'm going to presuppose that if we're not including it in there, it's probably for operation security reasons. That said, I'll take your question back and we'll see what we can provide.
And just in terms of the time, is there because there were a number of drone systems, is there a reason why? Is there something happening on the battlefield now that's requiring that as part of the USAI package?
I think it's important to step back and look at the security assistance that we're providing holistically, right? So it's not episodic, one individual battle or one individual situation at a time. It's essentially meshing together a variety of capabilities to give the Ukrainians a variety of things that they need to be successful, to include air defense, ground-based air defense, to include armor capability, to include artillery, the ammunition that they need, the communication, command and control capability that they need. So as the Department of Defense approaches meeting Ukraine's security assistance needs, it's part of a broader framework of working with them in terms of meeting those requirements as quickly as we can through the means that we have available to us. And it's not just the U.S. again, and I know you know that. It's part of an international tapestry, so to speak, to provide those capabilities. So each of these is going to meet a capability that the Ukrainians have asked for. But again, the key word being capability. The platform is going to help meet a capability need. The other aspect of that is the training piece, which we've talked about before. So the equipment plus the training, which includes operations, maintenance, and sustainment, gives the Ukrainians the capabilities they need not only to defend, but also to go on the offensive on their timeline in order to change the equation on the battlefield. Thanks. All right, go here, and then we'll go back to Qasim.
Thank you, Pat. Following up on Dan and Joe's questions about the package, the announcement had quite a bit and a variety of different drone UAS systems, but no quantities. So can we get any specifics on how many of each drone or the overarching amount that was sent?
No. Because I'm sure that's information that the adversary would absolutely love to have, and we're just not going to talk about it. So.
And then more broadly, following on Joe's question, thinking about the state of the fight, why are UAS being prioritized in this way? What does that really say about the capability needed and what Ukraine is asking you for?
Well, again, I think I would approach that from two different levels. So it's important not to look at this individually, this package individually, as a standalone thing. It's part of a broader array of capabilities that we're providing, which includes UAS and counter-UAS capabilities, which, oh, by the way, again, we've been doing for the duration of this conflict. But then I think it's become apparent to everyone in the last 5 to 7 years, especially as we saw groups like ISIS starting to use drones, and now especially in this conflict, the significant impact that drones have. And so countering those capabilities, for example, the Iranian drones, I think is critical, but then also giving the Ukrainians the capability both from a strike standpoint, but then also from a intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance standpoint. And so that is part of the modern way of warfare. And so it's a capability that they will be able to employ and have been employing to great effect. We'll continue to support them in that regard. Let me go to Qasim, and then we'll come back over here.
General, thanks. So with respect to China, you said you haven't seen Chinese providing any lethal aid, but it's not off the table. It seems that the United States is alarmed pretty earlier with respect to China. What is the main concern with respect to China's lethal support? How do you think it will affect the battlefield, the condition on the battlefield?
Yeah, well, without getting into hypotheticals, I mean, broadly speaking, what you would be seeing is a country like China, which...
You may bring the jury.
And essentially say, we want to be in the camp that's looking to extinguish Ukraine.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. As you can see, the judge there in the Murdaugh trial telling the jury to come back in. They took about a 15-minute break, and Alex Murdaugh will be back on the stand in just moments. And what a day it has been there, as this is the second day back on the stand. It started with Alex Murdaugh and the prosecution talking about the financial crimes committed there and confessed by Alex Murdaugh when he was an attorney there, stealing from his clients, and then then the prosecution made their way from lying and fraud to the night of the murder of his wife and son there, and then detailing the movements there of Murdaugh. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in here as it's about to start up again.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murdaugh, we spent a long time yesterday and a fair amount of time today talking about financial misdeeds.
Yes, sir.
Have you been criminally charged for those financial crimes?
I have been.
And you have pending charges against
I do.
You were asked specifically about $792,000 in Ferris fees that you diverted from the law firm. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asked about an accounting or where that money went, and it went out pretty quickly, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And you recall testimony that over $500,000 went to Curtis Eddie Smith?
I do.
And what would that have been for?
That would have all been for pills?
For opioids?
Yes, sir. Specifically, all I was taking at that time was oxycodone and OxyContin.
And you were an addict, were you not?
I am an addict.
You are an addict. And did you repeatedly lie to those you love to cover up your addiction?
I did.
And were you concerned that you would be exposed if you didn't continue to lie about your conduct?
I did.
There's some specific things you were asked about, which I'd like to go over. One thing you had referred to a text message that you'd seen later on between Maggie and Blanca. Do you recall that?
I did.
And it's in the evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 54. And Doug, if you could pull that up, please, sir. And if you could highlight the Blanca text. Is this the text message you're referring to?
It is.
And I'll just read it. It says, T.Y., that's thank you. It says, T.Y., I'm waiting at Dr. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut a lot for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it pneumonia. And then she has some faces. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And did Blanca share this message with you after Maggie was murdered?
Blanca ultimately she shared that with me. She first told me that, Maggie was worried about me, how much she loved me, and that she was worried about me, and had texted her.
Okay. Now, you were asked, you can take it down, Doug. You were asked questions about conversations around the dinner table on the 7th about, well, didn't eat at the table, but around while you were eating dinner about Paul's health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Alec, I'm going to show you two exhibits, Defendants 179 and 180, and ask if you can identify these two.
I can.
And what are they?
It's text from let's see, it's a text from Paw to me on May the 30th.
And then and what's 180? Exhibit 180 behind it.
That's a picture of Pawpaw's feet.
Your Honor, we'd move Defendants Exhibits 179, 180 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Pull up. Do you have 179? Or we've got to put it. Let me put it on the Elmo. Alec, do these this text message refer to Paul's feet swelling?
They do.
So if you'll do, you can pull it up. All right, go up a little more so we can read it. And it says, from Paul, and that phone number, is that your phone number?
That is, it's my phone number, 1227. My feet swole up. It has something to do with my blood pressure. Get me an appointment as soon as it's convenient.
And what's the date of this?
May the 30th.
2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And Doug, if you'll show the picture, I believe this is a blow up of the picture that's in this Exhibit 180. Can you pull out? Is that a picture of that Paul had sent you of his feet swelling up?
It is.
Is this what y'all discussed, you know, when you're eating dinner?
Yes.
Okay.
Along with many other times.
You'd also, you were asked questions about your dad's condition and whether he was terminal or not. Do you remember that?
I do remember questions about him.
Okay, and gosh, Doug, I think it's the extended timeline. Is it states 5:30? Is that the right number?
States 5:20.
States 5:20. If you'll pull it up, please. It's already in the evidence. And if you'll go to page 14. And if you'll blow up the entry at 142.54 at the bottom of the page. Alex, is this a text that you and will, do you recall this is the text that you and other family members received about your father's condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it says, Daddy was just seen by the pulmonologist in Savannah. His opinion is dramatically different from the other doctors. He thinks Daddy has pneumonia and needs to be hospitalized to be treated for pneumonia. He thinks there could be an obstruction, but is more confident that it is all or mostly pneumonia. Daddy is being admitted to Candler St. Joseph Hospital now. He will have a study done to see whether or not there is an obstruction, and his treatment will be tailored accordingly. Right now, his pulmonologist does not. Go to the next page. Does not believe that he'll be getting radiation treatment, and in fact, the pulmonologist says that the palliative radiation treatment to try to open the airway is a Hail Mary. In his opinion, would most likely not work. Then it goes on to say, if he is right, and this is pneumonia, is much more treatable and can certainly give the immunotherapy a chance to work. Is that what you're referring to?
That's the text I was talking about that came when talking to Jeannie Seckinger.
Okay. And and this wasn't a terminal diagnosis on the 7th, was it?
Not on the 7th. That was actually a little bit of positive news.
Okay.
That was short-lived, but it was positive at the time.
You can take that down for now, Doug. But stay on that exhibit. Alec, you were asking, if you'll go to page 46, please, the same exhibit, 520. Page 46. And if you'll highlight and blow out the 90218, Alec Murdaugh's iPhone shows. Now, Alec, do you remember being asked about these steps, 283 steps traveled during this period of time?
I do.
And I think you testified your belief was you're just getting ready to leave to go to your mom's house. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, that would have been the time I was right before I left to go there.
And you were, looks like you had made some phone calls during this period of time, correct?
Yes, the record show.
Alec, did you have Maggie's phone with you at any time between 9:02 and 9:06?
I didn't have Maggie's phone with me anytime that night.
And Doug, if you'll go to page 45, please. If you go to the entry at 8:53:15 to 8:55:32. What am I missing? Can you go? You're missing it. Go up one more entry, please. The one that records steps, please. And then take it all the way to the bottom, Doug. Thank you. This is in evidence. And this is Agent Rudowski's timeline, and it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone, iPhone shows 59 steps traveled between 8:53:15 and 8:55:32. Were you walking with Maggie Murdaugh's phone during that period of time?
I wasn't walking with Maggie's phone anytime that night.
And if you'll look at Agent Rudowski's entries, is there entry of her phone showing steps during any time between 9:02 and 9:06? Do you see any on this page from 8:53 to 8:55?
No, sir.
If you'll turn to the next page, page 46. Going down to your steps, is there any recording of phone steps, phone recording steps, according to the data we now have for Maggie's phone at any point in time up to 9:02?
No, sir.
And had you repeatedly asked SLED to get the data from the OnStar, from the cell phones, to evaluate whether your phone and Maggie's phone were ever moving at the same time? You made that multiple requests.
I repeatedly asked David Owens about that information.
And when you asked that question, were you aware that Maggie's phone had been located, down the road, half a mile or more? Is that right?
Yeah, I knew where her phone had been located.
And why was it important to you to get that information?
Because I knew that whoever had done this to them had Maggie's phone. And I knew that my phone and Maggie's phone and my car were never together. At any point in time.
Sure. Now, you have given inaccurate times in many statements to law enforcement in this case, have you not?
I did.
And we reviewed some of those in your direct examination. One was Paul getting to Moselle around 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you lying to Agent Owens or anybody when you said Paul got there at 5 p.m.?
No, I wasn't lying to him. I thought that at the time.
And when you...
most of the times or a lot of the times when I gave times, I qualified them and say, but, you can look at this. I pointed them to my office, to the call log, to the key card like we talked about, or my phone, or my OnStar.
And when you told the agents that you thought you got to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock on that morning of June 7th, well, you were wrong, right?
I was wrong.
Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying.
And when Deputy Green drove up and you had your first encounter with him, I believe you told him that you had been gone to your mom's house for an hour and a half. Is that right? We just heard it.
The last one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hour and a half. I think that is what I told him.
Hour and a half. And that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was 45 minutes before that.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And when you spoke to Agent Green, Deputy Green, it was about, I think the records show they didn't arrive on the scene until 10:22 or something like that. Is that right?
That sounds right. I think that's what the records show. That sounds right.
And that were you lying to Deputy Green when you told him what time, how long you thought you'd been at your mother's and the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
No, sir. I wasn't lying to him.
Were you trying to mislead him in any way?
No, sir. Not when Mr. Green got there.
Now, you've admitted in the first few questions that I asked you yesterday and multiple times today that you lied to Agent Owen and Deputy Rutland and Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and on a couple occasions about your whereabouts following dinner, correct?
I did lie to them, as we discussed repeatedly.
And you've explained that it was this addiction, opioid-induced paranoia you just couldn't shake. Is that right?
That's right. Like I said, there's certain things, anything, that make you paranoid, but I could get over it really quickly. But that night, I didn't.
And you had a bag of pills in your pocket, did you not?
I did.
And when you got down to the kennels, we're not going to repeat all that, but did you ever see anybody down there, anybody else?
No, there was nobody. There wasn't anybody down there when I was there.
And did you believe that the information, whether you were there or not there, would advance their investigation in any way?
No, I didn't. I didn't think that.
And why didn't you think that?
Because they were fine and doing good when I left there.
Did on the 911 call, do you remember that the call first went to Hampton?
I don't remember that, but I know that now.
And what we played here in the court in your testimony was the Colleton County handoff. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay.
I think at some point the part in Hampton might have gotten played too, didn't it? But I know the main part was the Colleton part. But it was like a minute into the call.
But initially it went to Hampton, then subsequently it was transferred to Colleton.
That's right.
And then a minute or so into the Colleton call, you said, "I've been up to it now." Do you remember that?
I do remember saying that. I remember hearing it. I don't remember saying that, but I remember hearing it.
Okay.
And that is accurate. And by up to it, at that point, I had gone all the way up to them at that point. When I first got out, I was close, but I wasn't right at them, I don't think.
Right. You were asked about the roadside shooting, and your intent was to end your life that day, was it not?
It was, no question.
And you were shot but not killed. and then you made up a lie to law enforcement about what happened, right?
That's correct.
Were you trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith by doing that?
Was I trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know exactly. It all had to come together so quick. I don't know that I was trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith.
Okay.
I may have been, but it was just, you know, I wasn't supposed to be there. And then I was.
When you say I wasn't supposed to be there, what do you mean by that?
I intended for him to, I intended to be gone. I intended for him to shoot me, and I intended to be gone. And the one thing, my main concern at that point was that I did not want Buster knowing that I had tried to do that.
Okay.
That was my motivation in telling that story.
I see. Did you eventually voluntarily convey to Agent Kelly and others that was a fabrication?
I did. After, I don't know, a few days in detox, when I finally got over those initial, just where I could function, I think I told you first, then I think I told Buster, then I think I told Randy and John, and y'all arranged either the next day or 2 days later to come, and we called Ryan Kelly.
Well, you've lied to your family over many years, have you not?
I lied to my family about my addiction.
And you hid from them you were stealing client money, did you not?
Oh, I never. They didn't know anything about that.
And you've lied to your law partners about financial dealings and perhaps your addiction?
Yes.
And you've lied to law enforcement about not going down to the kennels after dinner, but eating dinner and taking a nap. Did you not?
I did.
Alec, did you murder Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie.
Did you murder Paul?
I would never hurt Paul. If I was under the pressure that they're talking about here, I can promise you I would hurt myself before I would hurt one of them. Without a doubt.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Waters.
Please, court. You said that you were concerned when you talked to David Owen about the bag of pills in your pocket, correct?
I mean, no, sir, I'm not saying that I was concerned about that. I don't think I told you I was concerned about that. I'm just telling you that was a fact. I had a bag of pills in my pocket, and that was one of the things, that was one of the many things that came together that night.
And you're trying to tell this jury that as a reasonable husband and father in this situation, concern about a bag of pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and narrowing the time when you last saw your wife and son alive. That's what you want to convince this jury of?
No, sir, because, I mean, the bag of pills in my pocket was not what I was concerned about sitting in there. It was, as I said, it was one of the many things that was going on. But I wasn't sitting there worried about those pills in my pocket.
You were asked about requesting the phone and automobile data. And that was because, as a prosecutor and a lawyer, you had been manufacturing an alibi to cover your tracks.
No, sir, that's absolutely wrong.
You admit you were wrong about a lot of things in what you told law enforcement about June 7th, correct?
I was wrong about things. Some things.
You were asked whether or not you voluntarily confessed to Agent Kelly, but you only did so after being confronted with undeniable information, correct?
No, sir, that's not correct at all. What I was told is that, and I believe this came from Randy, what I was told is that SLED had come up with some information that seemed like it was consistent with my story, and they needed me to verify some things, is what they told me. And, you know, I knew that resources had already been wasted. I didn't want them wasting any more resources, and I told them the truth, but there wasn't any, nobody had presented me with any evidence.
And you just testified that you told Jim Griffin first, correct?
I believe that I told Jim Griffin first.
But at that time, you didn't say anything about those kennels, did you?
To Jim Griffin at that
Correct.
time? No, sir, I didn't.
When you testified on direct yesterday, and you were asked about leaving the kennels with your new story, in light of the evidence that's been presented in this trial, your words were, "I got out of there," correct?
I believe that's what I said, yes, sir.
And you also said during your testimony on cross-examination that you hurt the ones you love the most, didn't you?
I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer. I mean, he just asked me a question about what I said, and then I was going to explain why I said it.
All right.
As I told you earlier, you're implying to this jury and to me that was me talking about hurting Maggie and Paul. And that's not what that was. What that was is me saying, I know I hurt my brother, my partners, my clients, many of whom I told you I loved, all of whom I cared for. And that's what that was when I'm talking about how my misdeeds, how I hurt the people worst were the ones I loved the most.
I just asked you what you said, correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You did ask me what I said, but in asking me that, you're putting an implication on there that I am explaining.
I just asked you what you said.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
You step down. I'll stand for a moment while counsel approach.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as Alex Murdaugh there steps away on the stand. It goes back to be with his lawyers, and now the counsel is having a brief discussion. And, of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. They are talking to the judge right now, and it was expected that at some time today the defense would rest. We'll wait and see on the final issue right here that is coming up with the judge, but that was expected to happen today, where the defense would rest there. And we have been covering this for you extensively, where yesterday Alex Murdaugh entered and sat on the stand there and continued his testimony today, speaking to both the state and, of course, his defense there. We saw at the end there talking to him and asking him point blank, did you ever want to kill your wife and your son? And he said no, he would never hurt them, that if he wanted to hurt anyone, it would be himself first there. And we heard a little bit more about the addiction issues of Alex Murdaugh, the finances of Alex Murdaugh, and the fraud of Alex Murdaugh.
Well, we've come to the end of this week, and we will adjourn now and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Do not discuss the case or allow yourself to be exposed to any information concerning the case. And we'll see you Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Jury's excused.
All right, so the session wraps up there for today and for the week there. We just heard from the judge that they will be coming back there on Monday at the regular time of 9:30 Eastern. Coming up in just moments, we are going to hear from a reporter from the Post and Courier in South Carolina who has been following this case very, very closely, and will be offering some insights on some of the key takeaways that he saw as Alex Murdaugh was on the stand today and yesterday. What we'll do, everyone, is take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll have some other top stories as well, and we will also await that insight from the reporter in just moments.
No. Early afternoon. Early afternoon, I'm told by Mr. Griffin, resting our case. And of course, Mr. Waters indicated he'll have 1 or 2 reply witnesses.
A couple right now, Your Honor. Obviously, we need to assess that when they complete their case, but it would not be lengthy.
So that begs the question, what day next week do we do argument and charge?
Well, it's all unpredictable. As we can see from today, it's pretty unpredictable.
I'm guessing. I'd hope Tuesday. I don't think that's going to be, if they have any reply witnesses. Wednesday would be more of a target. I'm just saying a target date that we can begin thinking about in terms of argument and charge. To that end, are you going to set a time limit on arguments, or are you going to just let us do whatever we want?
I do not set time limits on argument.
With that in mind, Mr. Griffin and I mean, they get 2 arguments. We perhaps would like to split our final argument, which would, we think, with 4 weeks of testimony in there, it's going to be difficult for one person to digest all of that. There's no problem with that, is there?
Your Honor, I would object to that. I think Your Honor's rules and general practices consistent with one counsel handling argument.
Your Honor, I've seen it done both ways, and with 4 weeks of testimony, I think it's very difficult for one person, and we only get 1 argument.
I've never done it, and I'm not inclined to do it. I'll look it over and consider it, but I'm not inclined to allow the defense to split closing arguments.
We would agree to a 2-hour limit. Does that maybe incentivize to look at this?
We'll look at it. I'm not inclined to do it. It's unprecedented, as far as I know, in the state of South. Someone to the contrary.
I've actually objected to it when I was on his side of the courtroom.
Well, we have some days to think about that.
Yes.
Regarding closing arguments, I think we've emailed you all a few days ago concerning any requested charge or charges that you might have.
Yes, sir. We'll get those to you this weekend, if that's acceptable.
We'll try to do that, Your Honor, but we're preparing witnesses. How about Monday night?
That's fine.
Okay.
Anything else before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, 4:49. We are adjourning.
All right, so the state and defense there talking about closing arguments slated for next week, and there just the timing of all that. But Murdaugh testimony ending after 2 days on the stand there, and now speaking with his own attorneys right there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here, as always, bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. And we just saw Alex Murdaugh step away there from the stand. He is done there testifying in his own defense after 2 days on the stand there. And we've been featuring it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do with these top stories. No sound bites here. Just try to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That's exactly what we do, and help give us some better analysis of everything that has happened with Alex Murdaugh the last 2 days. We go on the phone right now to reporter from the Post and Courier, Avery Wilkes. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And first, I just have to ask you, what are some of your key takeaways that you saw with Murdaugh on the stand?
This was a really riveting, 2 days of testimony. We weren't ever sure we would hear from Alex Murdaugh, and in fact, his defense attorneys obviously advised him not to testify, and he chose to do so against their wishes. But we heard a lot over the last couple of days. For one, we heard Alex Murdaugh's, his narrative of the events of June 7th, 2021. And a story we'd never heard before, because obviously his original alibi was shattered by the state's investigation. And so we heard him talk about how he, essentially left the scene of the crime and left the 2 victims behind just minutes before they were shot to death. We also heard, and we got a lot of humanizing details that we'd never heard before about Maggie and Paul and their relationship with Alex. But then we also heard a really devastating cross-examination that lasted the better part of 2 days by State Prosecutor Creighton Waters, in which he eviscerated what little remains of Alec Murdaugh's credibility. He ran through basically all of Murdaugh's alleged financial crimes and all of his victims, and reminded the jury time and time again, this is not someone you can believe. These are crocodile tears you're seeing. This is a master manipulator and con man who would tell you anything he needed to tell you in order to get what he wants, which in this case is an acquittal.
Yeah, absolutely. And Avery, also, maybe if you can explain to our viewers here just the type of town that Murdaugh is from and where he spent many of his years in a professional setting, and just how this name of Alex Murdaugh means to the community and just how high profile it is.
Yeah, we are in rural South Carolina. This is the lowest of the low country. He is from a town called Hampton, the very small population, a kind of place that isn't really on the way to anywhere, where everybody knows each other, where there's a very limited supply of different last names. And his family was synonymous with power and money and prestige and law enforcement in this neck of the woods in South Carolina for basically more than a century. Since 1910, the Murdaughs ran a very high-powered law firm in town that won millions of dollars for their clients on behalf of ensuing major corporations, and they were known to be very good with juries in this area, to the extent that a lot of huge corporations would not come here because they did not want to be sued by the Murdaugh firm. They knew they would have to pay out a whole bunch of money. On the other side of the justice system, the Murdaughs for 86 straight years served as the elected solicitor, and that was Alec Murdaugh's great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father. That is like an elected district attorney here in South Carolina, and the family held that one position for such a long time. So they really controlled, the scales of justice in this part of South Carolina. And it was sort of known that if you ever needed charges to go away, or if you needed a lawsuit, or if you needed to, sue someone, the Murdaughs were who you went to. And so, obviously, when they started to become the focus of criminal investigations themselves a few years ago, there were major questions about, is justice actually going to be administered, or will the authorities turn a blind eye because all of the ties and all of the close connections here.
And Avery, I know that you're under a tight deadline. I just have one more question for you. We saw Alex at times be very emotional as he was answering questions these last 2 days. And we also heard a theory on who he thinks may have done this to him, that the defense was trying to really zero in on who could have done this horrible crime to his wife and son there. And what were your takeaways on those theories that he put out there about vigilantes?
That's right. Murdaugh said today that he still believes that Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were killed by people who were angry at the family over a 2019 boat crash that Paul Murdaugh had been involved in that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. That was a very high-profile incident. Paul Murdaugh had been sued civilly as well as criminally charged with drunkenly driving that boat. And Murdaugh, almost immediately after the slayings of Maggie and Paul, was telling investigators and the 911 dispatcher and anyone who would listen that this was about the boat case, that Paul had been receiving threats, and, that people had assaulted Paul when he went out, out on the town and things like that. So it was interesting to hear today that after all this time, 20 months since the slayings, he still believes that that's what it was. Not to say that any of the boat crash survivors or their parents or their families had anything to do with it, but saying that there are still people out there who were angry about this and that those were, one of those people was responsible. Someone was saying, sorry about the silence.
Yeah, absolutely there, Avery. Thank you so much for your time right here on Live Now from Fox. I know you're very busy here getting the next story out there, and this is a fascinating real trial that is taking place all in real time right here, and that's why there's so many documentaries on it. But Avery Wilkes with the Post and Courier, we really appreciate your time this afternoon right here on Live Now.
Thank you guys for having me.
No problem. And of course, we always have everyone covered right here on Live Now from Fox. As if you're just joining us here, the Murdaugh testimony has ended after 2 days on the stand, and the trial will resume on Monday at 9:30 Eastern there. We are going to show some other top stories that we are following here, starting with this live breaking event that we are monitoring out of New Jersey. A very sad update here of Sky Fox visuals of a balcony collapse. We're learning that one person has died in Sea Isle City, New Jersey. Investigation is ongoing right now, but we just wanted to bring you this live visual right here on Live Now from Fox. And when we get more updates, we'll bring it to you, of course, right here as always, live, raw, and always unfiltered here. And today is also the 1-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine. Coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll have special coverage and really in-depth analysis of the 1 year of the brutal assault of Russia going into Ukraine there, and the thousands and thousands of lives lost on both fronts there. So we'll bring that to you at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to continue our coverage, though, and show you former Vice President Mike Pence speaking in Austin, Texas about the war in Ukraine. Let's listen to that right here on Live Now.
And the courageous example of your family and your people. Hearing your resolve and your determination today on this dark anniversary, I am more convinced than ever that the day will come when peace is restored to a free and independent Ukraine. God bless you. And I thank you all for being here. I thank the hospitality of the Clements Center for National Security here at the University of Texas. It's good to be with you all. The Clements Center is one of America's premier institutions, raising up the next generation of our national security leaders. And we're grateful for your leadership. To Dean and the whole team that are here, I especially want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Paul Edgar for his hospitality, and Dr. William Inbud, who is in Washington, D.C. today, celebrating the anniversary of an extraordinary American accomplishment with former President George W. Bush in PEPFAR. But we thank him for his hospitality as well. We are here today to mark the 1-year anniversary of Russia's unprovoked and unconscionable invasion of Ukraine. 1 year ago today, Russian forces launched an unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. And over the past year, the world has witnessed a tragedy of enormous proportions unfolding in real time. Over the past 365 days, more than 300,000 have been killed or wounded in this conflict. Millions more have fled their homes and their country. And as my wife and I witnessed firsthand, tens of thousands of women and children of every age surged across the border with all that they could carry of their worldly possessions to escape the ravages of war. It's human suffering on a scale not seen in Europe since World War II. In the face of Russian aggression, the world has witnessed the incredible strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people. A noble people with their own language, customs, history, and borders. A people who are fighting courageously their backs against the wall, unwavering in their struggle for freedom. The people of Ukraine have inspired the free world. As Misha told us, Ukraine has persevered through this unprecedented and unprovoked invasion and liberated over 60% of the territory that Russia invaded since February 24th of last year. It's been extraordinary. Beyond the courage of the Ukrainian people, we've also seen free nations of the world unite to stand with the Ukrainian people and stand up to Russian aggression. With the leadership of the United States of America, as the leader of the free world, more than 50 countries, from the Indo-Pacific to Europe to North America, are now providing vital military aid to support Ukraine, and we will not stop providing it until victory is achieved. There's one person to blame for the unfolding tragedy of Russian aggression in Ukraine, and that's Vladimir Putin. While some in my party have taken a somewhat different view, let me be clear. There can be no room in the leadership of the Republican Party for apologists for Putin. There can only be room for champions of freedom. During the 2016 campaign, I called Vladimir Putin the small and bullying leader of Russia. And over the past year, the world has seen Putin reveal his true nature. A dictator, consumed by a lust for conquest, willing to sacrifice untold blood and treasure to further his delusions of reestablishing some greater Russian empire. So the world has been inspired by the Ukrainian people. The free world's been inspired to stand by them. And the world now better understands the truth of Putin and his ambitions. But also over the past 365 days, we've been reminded that elections have consequences, not just here at home, but around the world. While Putin alone is to blame for the unprovoked war against the Ukrainian people, I think it's important to remember that during the Trump-Pence administration, Vladimir Putin never attempted to redraw international lines by force. In fact, ours is the only administration in the 21st century where Russia did not redraw international lines by force. It happened under the Bush administration in Georgia, where Russian tanks still exist. It happened in Crimea under the Obama administration. And today we see the carnage and the brutality taking place in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I believe that history teaches that weakness arouses evil. And let me say to my fellow Americans present that after this administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the capitulation on Nord Stream 2, America's standing on the world stage was diminished. Our enemies have been emboldened, and they are testing us, from Eastern Europe to the Asia Pacific. So on this dark anniversary, I think it's important for us to learn the lessons of history and be certain in our time that we will put them into practice. Our 40th president, Ronald Reagan, in 1985, articulated what came to be known as the Reagan Doctrine. It was a policy that would not only see to the security of the United States, but it set into motion forces that would see the collapse of the Soviet Union itself. It was true then. It changed the course of history. It's equally true today. Today, our highest goal for Ukraine must be the restoration of peace as quickly as possible. And I submit to you, the fastest path to peace is to help Ukraine win the war. Because peace comes through strength. We cannot surrender to Russian aggression in the vain hope that peace will follow. We must provide Ukraine with the strength needed to win the peace for their people. Sadly, for much of the past year, unlike our administration that provided Javelin anti-tank missiles and other arms to Ukraine, this administration has been hesitant in leadership. Even after the initiation of hostilities, the Biden administration was repeatedly slow in providing Ukraine critical weapon systems like missiles and tanks, only later to relent under public pressure. History teaches that he who hesitates is lost. And the truth is, every time this administration has hesitated, Russia has seized the opportunity to regroup, to dig in deeper, ensuring that the war will be longer, costlier, and deadlier than it has to be. Make no mistake, this is not America's war. But if we falter in our commitment to providing the support to the people of Ukraine to defend their freedom, our sons and daughters may soon be called upon to defend ours. If we surrender to the siren song of those in this country who argue that America has no interest in freedom's cause, history teaches we may soon send our own into harm's way to defend our freedom and the freedom of nations in our alliance. It would be foolish to think that Putin's tanks will stop at Ukraine's western border. I believe if Russia is not stopped in Ukraine, the day will come when NATO allies are directly threatened. And in that moment, America will have no choice but to send our own. In times of great peril, the free nations of the world have always been motivated to take action, and so we have in this moment. But so we must continue. First, America and our allies must continue with increased speed to impose sanctions and inflict maximum financial pain on Putin, his oligarchs, his government officials, and his economy until he relents and withdraws from Ukraine. Secondly, the free world must continue with increased urgency to provide military equipment to the courageous soldiers in Ukraine, fighting at this very hour to defend their sovereignty and their freedom. This week, President Biden said in Poland that, quote, Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. But to ensure this, we must accelerate the pace of military provisions to Ukraine. It was in January of this year that the Biden administration announced that 31 Abrams tanks would be provided to the Ukrainian military. But this week, the Secretary of the Army said that it could take up to 1.5 years until those tanks were delivered. That's not good enough. Time is of the essence. We need to provide tanks and resources in months, not years, to the people of Ukraine so they can defend their country. And finally, we cannot overlook the critical importance of continuing to provide humanitarian aid to people that are suffering in Ukraine. Nearly 40 million civilians remain in Ukraine. And as Putin continues his brutal effort to deprive the civilian population of basic subsistence, of electricity, we need to ensure that the people of Ukraine have the ability to survive. If he cuts off supply lines with his mendacious violence, as I said many months ago, the United States and the free world should be prepared to combat Putin's efforts to isolate the civilian population in Ukraine with a 21st century Berlin airlift. We must ensure that the people of Ukraine have access to food and water and medicine to survive and fight to the end. As I mentioned moments ago, last year, a few short weeks after the initiation of hostilities by the Russian military into Ukraine, my wife and I had the opportunity to travel into Ukraine. We had landed in Poland along the border, expecting simply to encourage some Christian relief workers that were assisting refugees. And then we were told that we'd been cleared to go in, and our small convoy made its way across the border, traveling a few short miles to a refugee center there. It was there, as I said, that we witnessed the heartbreaking sight of women and children fleeing their homeland to escape the brutality of the Russian invasion. We traveled to Krakovets, Ukraine, just inside the border. Seeing the desperation on the faces of those families will never leave me. We stood in the cold as people were making their way to the refugee building. We spoke to them. We heard their fear. We heard their anger. We tried to speak gently to the children, to encourage them that they were not alone. I remember looking in the face of a little girl, clinging to a smudged and tattered toy that she carried all the long journey from home. She was scared, confused, visibly traumatized. It was a small glimpse of the violence being perpetrated against the people of Ukraine. But it's one we should never forget. I know these are challenging times in our country. Inflation at a record high, the worst border crisis in American history, gasoline prices through the roof, crime plaguing many of our major cities. But we cannot allow failures at home to undermine our will to be the leader of the free world. America cannot shrink from the fight for freedom. The American people are reclaiming our security and prosperity here at home. With the advent of a new Republican majority in Congress, and soon and very soon, I believe the American people will rally behind renewed leadership at the highest level. But in this moment, we need to stand together as Americans and understand what we owe history. So to my fellow Americans, to our Ukrainian friends who are here, let us not grow weary in well-doing, knowing full well, as the Bible tells us, that we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. We must continue to stand with the people of Ukraine against the violence and aggression of the Russian military. We must continue to stand together and win a victory for freedom, for ourselves and our posterity. And I would admonish each one of you to do one more thing, if you're of a mind. And that is to pray for Ukraine. Pray for all the brave fighters in this country. Pray for the vulnerable families, as Misha told us, who are still locked in a place where there is no safe place. Pray for all of those in surrounding countries that are caring for families that have fled. And pray for peace in Ukraine, in our own nation, and in the world. And to Misha and the Ukrainian students here, and to my fellow Americans, never forget. The light does shine in the darkness, and the darkness cannot overcome it. We will not forget your struggle for freedom. And I believe the American people will stand with you until the light dawns on a victory for freedom in Ukraine and in Europe and for all the world. So help us God. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Former Vice President Mike Pence there making those remarks in Austin, Texas today. And, of course, we will have full coverage for you on this. War in Ukraine hitting the one-year anniversary. Special coverage starts tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. We'd love to have you as we will look into the year that was, as well as look forward to what could come of the second year in Ukraine. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We will take a quick 2-minute break. Watching live now from Fox. We are back here for you, taking a look here in New Jersey of a horrible accident that happened where a patio collapsed there and balcony. And what we are seeing right now is the aftermath right now. And unfortunately, one person has died, and you're taking a look here at the building. And earlier, we were able to have some Sky Fox visuals as well. Let's show that to you. Right here, of course, on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, an investigation will be going on here. This all happening in Sea Isle as that balcony collapsed at this building right here of this high-rise building. And unfortunately, one person died. We don't know how many others were injured there, but of course, we got you always covered right here on Live Now from Fox. And as we continue with other top stories here of the day, let's go out to the UN Security Council talking about the one-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine.
Law. Instead, it has chosen to behave like a rogue state, going against the law, against the rules, against the world. The truth is that despite everything, Ukraine is still here. Its people are suffering but fighting, resisting bravely in defending their land, their freedom, their future. And they are not alone. Their fight is also the fight of everyone who aspires for peace. And I have to echo, and I strongly agree with Minister Kuleba, that peace means justice. Mr. President, Russian leaders like to talk about history and their country's role in it. And Russia, of course, has much to be proud of during its history. But countries and their leaders are judged above all by their ability to learn from the past and their actions in the present. And at the present, Russia has nothing to be proud of. With its wrong actions, with its disastrous policy and its criminal war, Russia has isolated itself, and it has only itself to blame for it. The sooner ordinary Russians will understand this, the sooner this madness will stop. Colleagues, this war must end, and it will end. But the end we envisage is the end of aggression, not the end of the rules-based world order. It is the end of the presence of Russian troops in Ukraine, not the end of life there. It is the end of unnecessary suffering, not the end of hope. There must be and will be a future with a just and stable peace, with a free and secure Ukraine, sovereign and with its territorial integrity restored, and we look forward to the day, and I hope soon, of the start of a process of healing and reconstruction. But until that day comes, Ukraine and its people deserve all of our political, economic, and military support, all our continued solidarity in their heroic resistance to defend themselves, to defend the right and the just. Slava Ukraini. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Chachka, for her statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Juan Carlos Jorgoin, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this debate as we mark 1 year since the beginning of the military aggression against Ukraine. The first bombs, which began to fall while this council was meeting in this very same chamber, annihilated diplomatic efforts on the part of the international community and the fervent appeal of the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who was asking the Russian Federation to give peace a chance. Today, I will focus on 3 key points. First of all, the grave humanitarian and global consequences of this war. Second, what this Council and the United Nations have been able to do. And third, what is now necessary for the restoration of peace and security. Mr. President, the consequences of this grave military aggression were disastrous from the very first day. Indeed, 72 hours later, the USG informed this organ about the horrific humanitarian situation on the ground. Among the hundreds of thousands of people who fled from this absurd Russian aggression were around 1,000 Ecuadorian people. Many of those had to be evacuated by us as part of emergency operations in a coordinated fashion alongside other countries in South America such as Colombia, Peru and Mexico. Many of these Ecuadorian people were, for us, living testimony of the grave humanitarian consequences of the invasion, consequences which continue to worsen day by day and minute after minute, even as we hold this debate. This is not a conflict which is focused on Ukraine. It was an attack on the world. It is an aggression on Latin America too. With 14 million people forced to leave their homes, 8 million living as refugees in Europe, and almost 6 million internally displaced persons, the most gravely affected are women, girls and boys. The war now has around 18 million people living in need of protection and assistance. The destruction of jobs and the economic devastation wrought are worsening this forced tragedy and are placing existing mechanisms for the protection of human rights under stress. Summary executions, sexual and gender-based violence, torture and other inhumane and degrading treatments are among the ingredients used for cruelty in this war. 1 year ago, the Council was warned of just how brutal and protracted the urban war could be. This warning was not sufficient to halt the use of explosives in populated areas or the attacks targeting critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure, residential infrastructure, health, educational and productive infrastructure, or attacks against the cultural heritage and identity of Ukraine, including museums and religious sites. This Council is inflicting pain and destruction on the people of Ukraine. It additionally heightened the nuclear threat. It worsened food insecurity at a global level and affected all economies, in particular those of developing nations. Moreover, it affected the working dynamics of this Council and undermined confidence in the United Nations system. This brings me to my second point. Over these last 12 months, the United Nations system has mobilized. The Security Council has met for at least 50 times to consider the situation in Ukraine. Ukraine's president was even able to participate remotely. This council, thanks to the Uniting for Peace mechanism, with its resolution 2623, convened the 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly. That session adopted 6 resolutions focused inter alia on territorial integrity, the humanitarian question, accountability, and the resolution which we had just adopted yesterday with an overwhelming majority on the principles of the United Nations Charter underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. For its part, on the 16th of March 2022, the International Court of Justice ordered the Russian Federation to immediately suspend its military operations. And the Secretary-General has played a crucial role in the evacuation of civilians, the release of prisoners, and on other humanitarian issues, including on the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The International Atomic Energy Agency is also deployed in nuclear power plants in Ukraine to reduce existing risks. Mr. President, as has been outlined, the United Nations is mobilized, but no effort will suffice to ease the pain of thousands of fathers or mothers that continue to bury their children, or the tragedy of those thousands of girls and boys that are now orphans. How do we justify to this generation of Ukraine's people that one day they woke up with bombs, missiles and gunpowder raining down, to never again see their loved ones because some died and others fled? How many more horrors must prevail for this absurd war to end? How many more meetings of this Security Council do we need to halt the military aggression against Ukraine? This brings me to my third and final point on what we still can and must do. First of all, the Council must unequivocally reject attempts to annex territories by force and must reject violence as a tool of domination between states. This is not a vision of the West, as we hear time and time again. It is a sacred principle for developing countries whose only weapon is international law and whose only ammunition is the provisions of the Charter. Secondly, we must see the immediate cessation of the abuse of and biased implementation of Article 27.3 of the Charter, according to which the party to a dispute must refrain from voting. Thirdly, the members of this Council must either collectively or individually redouble our support for the efforts and good offices of the Secretary-General, as well as for the interagency work underway. Fourth, what better way to honour the lives of the victims of this Council than by guaranteeing that there are independent investigation mechanisms and accountability and reparation as tools for redress, but also as deterrents? And finally, and most importantly, the Russian Federation must put an immediate end to the unprovoked and unjustifiable war, withdrawing its occupying troops to allow a realistic ceasefire aimed at restoring peace and security in Ukraine, peace and security grounded in the respect for their sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. Today, for all of the children that have died, and for the injured, and for those that continue to live beneath the spectre of the bombs, we appeal for this war to last not one day longer. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Huguin, for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ignacio Cassis, Federal Councillor and Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Council, distinguished member states, invited guests, I thank Secretary-General Antonio Guterres for his commitment to peace. I would like to assure you of Switzerland's support for the Council's action. During my first visit to Ukraine in October 2021, I discussed reforms and construction projects with the political authorities. We were talking about a stable and prosperous future for Ukraine. And the contrast with my second visit last fall to Kiev under the bombs is chilling and distressing. The Russian aggression against Ukraine is an enormous shock for Switzerland as a depository and party to the Geneva Conventions. My country is committed to the principles of peace and sovereignty as enshrined in the United Nations Charter. For 12 months, this charter is being violated, and the Geneva Conventions, which sets limits to the barbarity of war, have been flouted. But Switzerland believes in the power of law. I therefore call for full respect of the essential rules of international humanitarian law. The civilian population, the wounded, prisoners, and vital infrastructure must be protected by all parties to the conflict and by all combatants. It is more than necessary to recall these commitments to which all of us here have subscribed. We must do everything to ensure that they are respected on the territory of Ukraine, where war is raging. So what can we do specifically and concretely? We could, for example, meet in the spirit of the Geneva Conventions, meet to discuss together the means necessary to ensure that in the midst of this heartbreaking conflict, we do not forget what defines us as human beings, namely the principle of humanity. Switzerland is ready at any time to bring everyone around the table in order to work for a better respect of international humanitarian law and ultimately for peace. Next year, we will commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions. Let us not wait a year. We must act now. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, after a year of war, we must gather our strengths, our ideas and resources to restore security in Europe and ensure the return to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Switzerland, therefore, welcomes the resolution adopted yesterday by the General Assembly. It is a clear signal from the vast majority of member states in favor of solidarity, dialogue, and peace. In order to make peace in Ukraine possible, I reiterate today our appeal to Russia. We urge them to cease all hostilities and withdraw all of its troops from Ukrainian territory without delay. Aggression, threats, and disinformation are damaging to the foundation of the international order. To prevent this, we need strong and effective multilateralism. We need to restore our mutual trust and to ensure that justice is done so that peace can be built on solid foundations. As a permanent neutral state, Switzerland fully respects its obligations under the law of neutrality. It doesn't favor any of the belligerents in military terms. But neutrality does not mean indifference. We cannot be indifferent to violations of fundamental rights. Along with 40 other states, Switzerland has referred the situation in Ukraine to the International Criminal Court. And I now call on all states to cooperate with the court. Faced with reports of war crimes, sexual violence, and other serious violations of international humanitarian law and human rights, we cannot stand idly by. Mr. President, Switzerland continues to support Ukraine. At the same time, Switzerland does not forget the victims of all other conflicts in the world. The United Nations Charter must serve as a compass beyond borders and convictions. Switzerland is on the side of international law. This is an essential condition for lasting peace, the goal to which we have committed ourselves as members of the Security Council. Thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Cassis, for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Yoshimasa Hayashi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you for organizing this important meeting. My appreciation also goes to the Secretary General. 1 year ago today, right here in this very chamber, right in the middle of the discussion on how to prevent aggression against Ukraine, a permanent member of the Security Council launched an aggression against Ukraine in front of the wide open eyes of the Council members. It was an insult to the Security Council and to the entire United Nations. It demonstrated how little Russia cares about the UN. At that very moment, I remember vividly, Secretary General Guterres called on the Russian leader, I quote, "President Putin, stop the military operation, bring the troops back to Russia," unquote. His call still echoes in my ears. The call of the Secretary General represents the collective will of the member states, maybe except for a few, and it is reflected in the resolution of the General Assembly, including the one adopted just yesterday, and in the ICJ order on provisional measures. It is unfortunate that 1 year later, we still have to repeat the same call. Mr. President, Japan condemns Russia's aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. It is a clear violation of international law, including the UN Charter, by a permanent member of the Security Council which is supposed to bear the heaviest responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Russia must immediately stop its war of aggression, withdraw all of its troops and military equipment from Ukraine, and respect Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. No country is allowed to relight borders by force or coercion. Japan also condemns Russia's attacks against critical infrastructure. Indiscriminate attacks on innocent civilians are a violation of international humanitarian law and constitute a war crime. Russia's irresponsible nuclear rhetoric and its seizure and militarization of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant must be denounced as well. We commend and fully support the work of the IAEA to ensure nuclear safety and security at the plant. We must hold Russia accountable in accordance with international.
All right, a number of world leaders making remarks at the United Nations Security Council meeting earlier today, again, marking 1 year since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We'll have more on that in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shirley Discorbeth. And it is 1 year since the war in Ukraine. Of course, Russia invaded Ukraine 1 year ago, and cities across the country are supporting its refugees, including Chicago's Ukrainian Village. Here's more from Fox 32 Chicago.
St. Nicholas Cathedral School has been a welcoming center for refugee families from Ukraine. After a year of war, the students will be reminded they have Chicago's loyal support. School students begin their day at the cathedral praying for peace in Ukraine. St. Nicholas has welcomed nearly 100 Ukrainian students, 75 remain. Some have graduated, some returned to Eastern Europe. The community has endured an anxious year dealing with the trauma of resettling. The school connected families with housing, provisions, and a caring community.
But it is an honor. It is sort of our humanitarian duty to do that, to support people, to be empathetic, and to see what you can do to help, in this time of tragedy.
School in Chicago is their day-to-day routine now. The principal says the hard part is not knowing the future of their Ukrainian homeland. In Ukrainian Village, Joni Lum, Fox 32 Chicago.
Joni, thank you so much. Meantime, we also heard remarks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He says he'd want China to be part of any peacemaking process. Here are some of his remarks.
The more countries will engage, the more support we will have, and we have developed the peace formula in a way which is very democratic. So it's a very clear step. So in order to reduce the risks among the countries supporting us, I mean, any country can support like a single point of this peace formula. They could support a nuclear safety, the environmental safety, and you know how many mines are there around the territory of Ukraine. That's why there is a lot of steps that we've offered. And there is also kind of a step that means the bringing of peace, because we need the security guarantees. And this is something we need, like a security package for Ukraine, for Ukrainians. And already we can see that this is the war that has a very significant impact. So security guarantees for the whole Europe. So when there is this fulfillment, and then there is this respect to the international law and to the ordinary people, and to the people of Ukraine. So if that would be fulfilled, then we'll get a diplomatic kind of a end of this war, but until that moment we need to fulfill all these points of respect. Thank you. Now, the Mexican TV first row, please.
Wait for your mic, please. Wait for your mic. Sorry, Mr. President, you were mentioning the resolution in the United Nations, the more than 140 countries that voted, demanding that Russia forces leave Ukraine immediately and without conditions. What do you say to the countries, the minority, that didn't support that resolution, that voted with Russia against it, or that decided to ignore it?
Ви знаєте, напевно, щоб now, in order to understand the war, the consequences and the losses as the result of the war, because you're not only losing the territory, but you're losing people, leaving people. And if you're not at war, if you haven't ever lost anyone, then it's hard for you to understand what's happening. What sort of pain is that for everyone around you? And it's hard to spread this information. And this is why we are working every day in order anyone to understand the consequences of the war, not through having this war, because it's painful, it's a weak position, because you're somewhere there. You're saying that we're not sure that in this way, but in what way? Should you definitely have a war with torturing, with rapes? Should you need to have it in every house of the war so that the people would finally understand the consequences of this bloody war? And then this big sick leadership of this Russian Federation, then there is this journalism to have this information being spread. It's hard to get this information to those countries that are voting against it. But still, we are working. There's 141 countries who voted in favor of that. There's this support to territorial integrity and sovereignty. So there's the answer. How these countries are, what sort of attitude do they having? So there's an answer in this support. Yes, they have to withdraw from your sovereign territory. Now, how do we work with the other countries? We do work. And I believe that Ukraine really needs to make steps forward, like towards the African countries. I think we worked not at a sufficient level. We didn't pay sufficient attention to the African countries. That is why we have a special program initiated by Ukraine. We are increasing the number of embassies in the region, and then look at the Grain from Ukraine initiative and other initiatives on food security. So this is what you need to do. A daily investments in peace. I think we wasted that time for many years since the beginning of our independence, and that is why currently we are fighting for our independence. And that's not a coincidence. We didn't have a strong fist of partners before the war, and that's right. But now we have it. But we're still lacking a number of individuals at this fist of common support. So, and I'm talking about the African continent, the Latin America. It's also very important, and I would really like to have a conference and a meeting, or rather a summit, with the Latin American countries and Ukraine. And it's very difficult for me to leave outside of Ukraine, but I would go to this meeting to tell their media, to tell their society, like, I'm ready to step forward. Our diplomats are making this step forward. We're ready to work round the clock. If we'll get more hours in the daytime, we will do that. So this is how you would need to work 30 years. Unfortunately, it was the war that made us work so effectively, but nobody would have expected something like that out of neighboring country of Russia, that you would have something like that from Russia. There's this just willingness to destroy us completely, utterly. And that's why it's not a correction of mistakes. I'd like to say that I don't have any questions to anyone. I don't want to deal with that part of the past. I'm looking at the future. We need the total support of the war, and we will be victorious. We're working on that. And that dialogue is absolutely fair. This is a dialogue with many countries. We've worked on the unification of the European countries, and there's not only the EU member nations, but other countries, countries with different status, with neutral status, and we've worked in order to change this neutrality into the non-neutral status to war. This is also very important. We worked on this every day, a lot. You have worked on that, and the armed forces have worked on that, because the victories on the battlefield, they gives confidence. Nobody likes losers, however hard it might sound, but that's the truth. Everyone wants to be victorious, and everyone has to work, like inside the country and outside the country. That's the only way to victory. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, Yalta European Strategy, Sir Jeffrey Nice, do you have a question, maybe? First row.
Do I need a microphone?
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, those fighting for your country, led by you and you, have put you on moral peaks, not just high ground, from which you can make requests or demands of the Western world, whose methods of accountability for war crimes are unsatisfactory, incomplete, and very, very slow. Will you, for yourselves, and also for us, push for reform of those systems or additions to them that will ensure there can be, because this is in your country's interest, the earliest possible and conclusive determination of where moral right in this war is and where moral wrong is? And supplementary to that, Mr. President, will you consider, to the extent possible, ensuring that accountability mechanisms for war crimes are dealt with by Ukrainians in Ukraine and in the Ukrainian language, remembering that the countries supporting you, if they found themselves in your terrible and unhappy situation, would demand nothing less for themselves? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's a quite complicated one, but actually it had all the answers in it. It is very profound. And I know there are a lot of risks as far as the peace formula is concerned. Regarding the institutions, first let me speak about the tribunal. Everything starts with political unity. The United Nations platform might not necessarily be the universal one, but there's nothing else that would have more countries that could be politically united. As of now, unfortunately, I don't think there's anything else. And we can support the setting up of the tribunal to hold Russian Federation accountable for war crimes. And we're also working on the mechanism to compensate all the damage caused by Russia on the territory of our country, to our country and to our people. This is a major effort. We're working on it. The diplomats, Office of the President, Mr. Austin, Mr. Yermak, Prosecutor General, the Office of the Prosecutor General, everybody is working hard every day to make sure it is up and running. This is a very sophisticated mechanism. And actually, I have to say that other countries, they are cautious, they are afraid of setting up tribunals. You might understand why that it is. It's a matter of responsibility. But before you go and establish something in your country, you need political will and unification. And UN has been very useful in that respect, because any government, country or leader can receive support to that process, and we're working on that as well. We are convinced that the resolutions will be supported and voted for. We're working with certain countries that we see as crucial for the matters of tribunal. We see them as leaders. This is actually the Netherlands. We're working with Mark Rutte. We're working with Mr. Rishi Sunak from the UK, with other countries as well. We are thinking about the compensation mechanism. There has already been a few steps already, and our Baltic friends are very helpful, and Baltic Trio and Poland, they have been supportive along the way. They are supporting us with everything we ask for. Why is it so hard? Because, well, to address the first part of your question, these institutions that you referred to were set up a long time ago. They haven't been through this type of immense aggression, and this bureaucratic system does not give a clear answer to the question of when the justice will be served, when fairness will happen. And for those who lost their homes, the economy, everything, they want justice now, and it makes sense that they want justice and fairness. We have specific examples. We were working on the matter of prisoners of war, and Andrei in particular, and other colleagues, they were taking a great care to check the condition of the prisoners of war. As you've heard, there have been tortures, and now the Red Cross, it's an international institution, they didn't manage to the prisoners of war to check their condition. Are they hardworking, insisting? No. We were insisting and working hard. We were doing our best, paying immense effort to get our men and women out. But to this day, we do not have access to the prisoners of war.
And this year, the year is a year of the full-scale war. But we have to remember that the war began in 2014. And we know that there are 125 Crimean Tatars that are political prisoners. What is happening to them now? I remember early into my presidential term, we were returning people back to Ukraine, some political prisoners. Everybody thought they were held in Moscow, but that wasn't the case. They were very, very far in the regions. And it was only thanks to Ukrainian, to the ombudsman, etc. And we worked with the OSCE way back when there were attempts at the Normandy format. The OSCE had to verify a lot of matters related to the security issues. It was very, very hard. There was a matter of authority of power. And you know, I am tired to hear one answer from many institutions. They keep saying, we don't have the authority to do it. So no universal mandate, etc., etc. But nonetheless, the UN, headed by Antonio Guterres, well, in us, we became more proactive. Guterres came to Ukraine, and we helped organize the corridor to transport grain with help of Turkey. So being persistent and being committed to change institutions is what helps. Actually, this war helps highlight weaknesses in Ukrainian institutions, in the EU, on the continent in general, and international institutions as well. And how do we change them? A different security infrastructure will emerge after the victory in the war. Somebody from Ukrainian media, LBUA. Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. President, you mentioned China and its views not very pro-Ukrainian. China came up with its peace plan this week. However, we're seeing some actions by China, not very pro-Ukrainian, and we also heard some allegations that China might be supporting weapons to Russia. So what do you think about China's position? Well, I don't think that was China's peace plan. It was not a declaration or resolution. I think that China spoke its mind about the matter. And I actually said it once before. China started talking about Ukraine, and I think this is a good thing. But it actually begs a question. What will these words be followed with? Because the steps that are to be taken, this is what's important, and what these steps are going to lead to for us. Because he's talking about us. China is talking about us. Territorial integrity. Well, I think what they are saying looks like respect for territorial integrity, doesn't mention the country, but it's our territorial integrity that has been breached. Nuclear security was mentioned as well. I think this is in line with...
All right, remarks there from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He was answering questions from a number of reporters from across the world. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have more top stories after this short break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are following breaking news out of Sea Isle City, New Jersey. According to officials there, one person has been killed and 2 others are injured when an upper floor balcony collapsed onto the one below it. And this happened at an apartment building, again in Sea Isle City, New Jersey. We heard from authorities moments ago who responded at the scene there. Here are their remarks and what they had to say about this particular incident.
For those you don't know, I'm Jim McClellan with the Seattle City Police Department. I'm a lieutenant in charge of the patrol division. It's Matt Johnson with the Wildwood Fire Department. He's with the
county coordinator for the county USAR team, urban search and rescue, the rescue operations.
Okay, so just talk us through,
We received a call at 2:20 p.m. for possible balcony collapse. Units responded right away between police, fire, and EMS. They located the balcony behind us, collapsed from the 8th floor down to the 7th floor. There were 3 workers on scene at the time. 2 of them were on the 8th floor. They sustained minor injuries. There's a 3rd worker. We're still in a recovery effort on the 3rd worker. We don't have any update on that as far as right now.
The 3rd worker was on which floor?
He was on the 7th floor.
So he was crushed?
He was entrapped underneath. We're still in a recovery effort to locate him.
So 2 workers were on the balcony on the 8th, 1 worker was on the balcony on the 7th?
Yes.
Captain, how exactly are you talked earlier about making sure everything is stable before this, goes forward. How will you do that recovery effort? Will it be from within the building, from outside the building? How's it going to happen?
So it's a combination effort, and currently at this time there is multiple crews inside working at this point. We bring in engineers from multiple levels, state and local, to check the building, make sure it's safe to operate in. We'll take a lot of measures to protect the first responder safety as well to do this operation. But they are currently working inside the building right now. They will breach a hole in the wall, stabilize the concrete that is trapping this victim, and then we'll safely remove him.
Has the building been evacuated?
The entire building has been evacuated.
And how many units there are?
I believe we had 5 occupied this time of year.
As of right now, we had 5 units that were being lived in currently.
This is a 9-story building, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So you're going to drill a hole in the wall on the 7th floor in that condo unit.
Yes.
To stabilize. What will you be stabilizing?
So stabilizing starts with the balcony below it. To get the victim out, they will breach the wall and pull him through the wall. It's the safest option at this point. We can't put our responders out onto those balconies. We're figuring the balconies weigh between 11 and 15,000 pounds a piece. So it's a lot of material. So we want to do this as a safe method.
Is it possible that the 7th floor balcony can collapse?
It does show some signs of stress. That's why we bring our engineers in. We take a lot of precautions to ensure that that doesn't happen.
So they're going to do it from within because you're not going to step on the balcony.
No, they'll do everything from internally.
Where exactly is the trapped worker?
On the 7th floor balcony.
How long is this all going to take?
Something like this, our crews have been working for about an hour now. Something like this could take several hours to complete safely.
Can you tell us what they were doing before this all happened?
That at this point we do not know.
They were working in the building of some sort?
They were construction workers working on the building. To what level, we don't know.
I believe it's painting and prep work that they were doing for painting. I believe that's...
When you say recovery, are you able to confirm if they're okay, or are they trapped, or do you know if they've been deceased?
We can't confirm that at this point until we get closer access.
Now, it's just all you guys know is that one person is a piece of trash.
Yes.
Okay. Are you presuming them to be dead?
At this point, we can't presume anything until we get them out.
Have you been hearing from this trapped man at all throughout the hours?
Not at this point.
Were you before?
That I do not know. By the time we got
any idea, Lieutenant, where this person is from?
We don't know right now.
Okay. Have there been any incidents or any poor inspection grades for this building at all, by any chance? Does anybody know of?
I'm not aware of any of that.
Nothing has been presented to us at this point.
Okay. You know the company they were working for?
We don't have that information yet.
What kind of work are they doing exactly?
I believe it was prep work and paint work that they were doing.
Prepping the balcony to be repainted.
I know they were doing some work on there last week. It looked like it was prep work. Exactly what they were doing today, I'm not 100% if it was that same prep work.
Were they employed by the city or with the building, or were they like a contract?
I believe they're private contractors.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, an update there from crews on the scene. Here's another LiveNOW look again at that building in Sea Isles, New Jersey. That building is on the boardwalk, and as you heard there, one person has been killed and 2 others were hurt after an upper balcony collapsed onto the one below it. And it sounds like another individual is still trapped inside. Now, according to the police department, they said 2 construction workers were on the 8th floor when that balcony collapsed onto a worker on the 7th floor. And crews continue to try to get that individual out of that building. And they have evacuated the rest of that condo building there on the boardwalk in Sea Isle City. Of course, we'll continue to stay on top of this situation as it continues to develop. All right, we want to continue to bring you more news here. Here's some economic news for you. All the major stocks ended in the red today, including the NASDAQ, the Dow, and the S&P 500, all slumped and closed in the red. And this is after the latest inflation report that shows prices continue to rise. In the meantime, people are also keeping a close eye on the housing market. Here's the latest from Fox News.
The housing market continues to slide as high rates and high prices constrain buyers. Plus, uncertainty fueled by layoffs are also putting the brakes on potential demand.
The market is on a standstill because nobody knows what to do. People are not listing their places, and the sales volume is down 51% just in New York City, 51%. But their prices have not come down.
As a result, mortgage applications have plummeted. The latest Mortgage Bankers Index showing applications were down 18% from the prior week. That's the biggest drop in 18 years. This week, we learned that new home sales beat Wall Street expectations, rising more than 7% in January. But the strength is concentrated in a single region, the South, where sales rose 17%, while the rest of the country saw a drop. In the Northeast, it was a sharp drop, down 19.4%. Now, sales of existing homes also languishing as the total value of homes plummeted $2.3 trillion to $47.7 trillion in the second half of 2022. That's down 4.9%. And that's the largest drop since 2008, when home values fell 5.8%. But as the pros say, all real estate is local. And while values are falling in places like San Francisco and New York, areas like Miami and Knoxville, Tennessee have gained 20%. Experts say large cities will have to do more to attract buyers.
Law and order in most of this, in any city, I mean, particularly the urban cities where you're going to have tourists and corporations, they need to feel safe. And I don't think that people will invest in any market if they don't feel safe.
Smaller towns are getting more attention from buyers. Bankrate says the top 5 metros for first-time home buyers include Kansas City and Raleigh, North Carolina. Bottom line, experts say the U.S. housing market is taking some hits, but talks of a collapse are way overblown. In New York, Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
Jerry, thank you so much. Meantime, former President Jimmy Carter remains in hospice care at his Plains, Georgia home. And for decades, the 98-year-old has had a profound impact on people across the world and here in the States. Here's more from Fox's Madeline Rivera.
For decades, former President Jimmy Carter's work has impacted people from around the world. But supporters say some of his efforts may have been overlooked.
If the goal is worthy, move ahead even if there's a risk of failure.
Those close to former President Jimmy Carter say he's used to tackling big problems. As a little-known Georgia governor, he announced his run for presidency, later taking his family and friends to campaign in Iowa and New Hampshire. He finished second at the Iowa caucuses, but used that as a stepping stone to gaining national recognition. The outcome helped put the Iowa caucuses on the map.
If you notice,
all candidates go to Iowa now. It's the launching place of every presidential campaign. And that is something that Jimmy Carter started.
After leaving the White House, Carter made it his mission to fight neglected tropical diseases. Through his nonprofit, the Carter Center, his efforts provided treatments and nearly eradicated the parasitic illness guinea worm. Carter's friends credit his perseverance and commitment to helping others to his upbringing in Plains, Georgia. That's where he and his wife Rosalind's work will live on, through places like the Boys and Girls Club. It serves more than a dozen children in the area and is located just down the street from the Carter's home.
He is a great man whose legend will live forever, way beyond what he did or accomplished in the White House.
The Carters also helped to raise funds for the Boys and Girls Club to ensure its long-term success. In Plains, Georgia, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have more top stories in 2 minutes. All right, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Alex Murdaugh takes the stand another day, and it was another day of emotional testimony as the state accuses the former attorney of coming up with a new alibi mid-trial. Murdaugh, who is charged with the murder of his wife and son, is now taking questions from prosecutors. We want to bring you the latest from Fox's Caroline Elliott, who joins us live in South Carolina with more on what happened inside that courtroom today. Hey, Caroline, tell us more.
Well, Shirley, we were expecting the defense to wrap today, but after Alec Murdaugh's surprise testimony yesterday, prosecutors certainly had a lot more questions. The state is now trying to convince this jury that Alec Murdaugh changed his entire story to better fit the evidence in this case.
No one's ever heard that before. Is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
A key part of evidence in this trial is a video recorded by the dog kennels at the family's property. Many friends and family have identified Alex, Maggie's, and Paul's voice in this video during the trial. The video was recorded shortly before Maggie and Paul were murdered in the same area, which prosecutors claim puts Alec at the crime scene. Alec initially told investigators that he wasn't by the dog kennels right before their murders, but he revealed yesterday on the stand that was a lie and said he's been lying to investigators this entire time because he struggled with paranoid thoughts during his drug addiction.
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Waters, as we've established, I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that. What are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out.
Alec Murdaugh wrapped up his testimony this afternoon, and we're expecting closing arguments to begin next week. Back to you.
All right, Caroline, thanks so much for the update. We appreciate it. And as you heard the defense will continue next week. And we want to go ahead and bring you more on that from Fox News. Here's another report on the trial.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family.
I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form.
Disbarred South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh facing off with prosecutors at his double murder trial on Friday. The state challenged Murdaugh on why he lied to investigators about not being at the family kennels the night his wife Maggie and son Paul were killed.
You, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
On Thursday, Murdaugh admitted that he was not taking a nap while his family was at the kennels as he originally claimed. He testified to briefly stopping by before returning home and then going on to visit his mother. Prosecutor Creighton Waters walked the court through a timeline of that night, often referring to Murdaugh's testimony as his new story. He pressed the former attorney on why he could not always remember specifics from that night.
Are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Murdaugh also faced questions about his opioid addiction. He told the court he sometimes took more than 60 oxycodone pills a day in the months leading up to the murders.
As I took more and more, and over the years, it just, you build up a tolerance to pain pills.
Murdaugh's defense team is expected to wrap up their case next week in Atlanta. John Seri, Fox News.
All right, live now. Look here in East Palestine, Ohio, happening there right now. A town hall meeting being hosted by environmental activist Aaron Brockovich. We'll take you there live in 2 minutes after this short break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, the town of East Palestine has had many visitors this week, including former President Donald Trump, also U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and today, right now, environmental activist Aaron Brockovich is there hosting a town hall. It's being attended by many residents in the town that have concerns over their health after this toxic chemical spill caused by that train derailment. Now, moments ago, President Biden was asked if he will visit East Palestine, and he said he has no plans to visit in the near future. Now, we want to go ahead and bring you remarks being made at that town hall right now, live here on Live Now from Fox. Here's that.
And in the dark, we will continue to talk. By the light. Woo! By the light. So, but it is because of you and a terrible tragedy that you reached out to me. And we are here to share information that we know. We have no problem telling you we don't know. But I'm also here to tell you something that I think you're figuring out. And that truly is Superman's not coming. No one is coming to change what's happened to you, magically fix what's happened to you, or give you all of the answers. And that becomes, oh my gosh. I'm telling you, one more mic, one more lights out is going to be a big old F-bomb, and you're supposed to watch my language. So please. Are we good? I'm here tonight for you, and a message that maybe you don't want to hear, but you already know it. In the absence of information, and sometimes we get comfortable, we get complacent, and I can say that because I know I have too. But we believed in something, or someone, or an agency, that if there's an issue, will in fact do the right thing by us. But in a moment like this, you will become the strongest advocate you have. And I have found that communities already know this. I'm not coming here tonight to tell you something you already don't know. You have an amazing set of instincts. You have a good set of common sense. And communities need that. Oh my gosh, come on. I've been watching what tests do come out, don't come out. I've been reading the reports. You have 44,000 fish that have been killed. The numbers are right. Your health. Water sampling out here. You evacuate people because there's toxic chemicals in the air. Then everybody comes home and they're told it's all safe. But then you tell them don't drink the water. Then you tell them to drink the water. It creates a lot of confusion. But you own this narrative. Not an agency that wasn't here, and certainly not Norfolk that wasn't here. It happened to you. And I've learned these communities, they start to own what happened to them. You know how you feel. You know your children better than anyone. You know if you're sick. You know if you smell something. You know if the water's a funny color. You have the ability to become, and you will become, your own critical thinker. You will vet information. You will ask questions. You will demand answers. You will listen to that gut and that instinct that will keep you connected as a community. Don't let what has happened here divide you. I've done this enough times. This is not my first rodeo. And I will tell you, you have to band together. Don't expect somebody to give you the answers. Unfortunately, this is not a quick fix. This is going to be a long game. I want to share with you how many people are in support of you and introduced to you. And there is a whole lot of women in this room, and they're really good with their instincts. They're really good with their children. They know what's going on. And when these moms get together, and these moms in these communities join with each other, and you start getting 50 and 100,000 pissed off moms together, I'm telling you right now, things change. Things start to happen. And I want to share with you tonight that the moms of Flint, Michigan, who went through so much, came all the way here tonight to help the moms of East Palestine organize. And so Melissa Mays, will you all stand up? Are here tonight from Flint in support of you. There you go. So they wanted to be here and meet all of you. And Melissa, we definitely want you to, that was my bad. I do, Jessica Conrad. Did you all see your community mom on CNN and Jay Tapper talking to the CEO? Well, she's going to be working with Melissa to help all of you. This is going to be about organization. Children in the room. I also want you to know that you have a great neighbor here that is in total support of this community. You're all going to know him. He's with the Cleveland Browns, Bernie Kosar. He came here. Here he is, way back. In support of this community, I want you to know that there's a lot of Norfolk employees that are coming forward with information that is extremely invaluable. And the Railroad Workers United wants to say they condemn what's happened, and they are coming out in support of you about what they know and who should be accountable for this incident and how it happened. So my biggest message, and I would stay here all night and talk with you, but I'm afraid a mic is going to go off again, or the lights are going to go off again. And there are some people here tonight, and we came together to give you information. Information of what we've learned about the water. Information to share with you to understand the water. Look, I've seen the videos where they drank the water, the city water, and everything was safe. It's hard for you all to believe that when the day before it wasn't, the next day it is. But please understand, in that moment, it might have been safe. But tomorrow, that might not be the circumstance. And this is what we've learned over and over again. These chemicals take time to move in the water. You're going to need medical water monitoring, groundwater monitoring. People on well water, you really need to be on alert. They're going to need to implement soil vapor intrusion modeling. Believe us, it's coming. You have a high water table, you've got volatile organics on the top. As it moves underneath homes, it can vaporize. You need to be vigilant, you need to journal, you need to document information. So I won't be talking all night because we want you to get information that you can take home so you're better informed, so you have a better understanding. We're not going to have all the answers for you, but we're going to provide information about what your legal rights are or aren't, what you need to do, information. Water, these types of environmental contaminations aren't just a soundbite for a news story. It's an actual story. Oh my God! Okay, keep talking and I'll ignore that. Okay, we're all good? Sabotage. Could be. Okay, but I'm going to keep talking. No, I'm not going to pay attention to the lights. So, I'm going to be introducing somebody here, and look, this is not the last time I'm going to be here. And I'm so sorry for what has happened and all the confusion. But I do want to give you assurance that there is forward movement. But until you know all the information, all the facts, and some of the things you might hear tonight are going to scare you. But I have learned, and communities know, give me that worst case scenario. Because if I don't know what that is, I can't make plans, and I can't be prepared, and I can't protect myself in the absence of an agency or a company doing the right thing by you and your family. So with that, something very simple that I have heard from you, I have been emailed by you, and that is, you are now the eyes and the ears. This is what's happened to you. It will be your narrative. And don't let anyone knock you off that game of what in fact has happened to you. I'll never forget when I started in Hinckley, and it actually happened to me here. Actually, it happens to me all the time. Hey, why are you here? You're not a doctor, you're not a lawyer, you're not a scientist, so wait, what would you know? Go away. I'll tell you, that happened to me 31 years old in Hinckley, California, and I was stunned. And I said, let me tell you something right now. I don't have to be any of that. To be a human and to tell you those three-headed frogs and that green water is messed up, and I'm saying something. And every one of you in this room knows what happens, knows what you experienced, knows what you've gone through. You understand the fear. And don't let anyone else tell you what happened to you or how you feel, in fact, didn't happen. And that's concerning me here. All of a sudden, it's all safe. We're all done with this, and everyone moves on. And then the community becomes forgotten. In Hinckley, California, and I started that case in 1991, that contaminant hit their aquifer in 1958. It is still contaminated today. PG&E has had to buy up everybody off of their land, and they are still under another 50-year cleanup. In Flint, Michigan, was that 5 years ago, Melissa? 6? 9. Almost. Still today. They are still fighting for information. They're still fighting to get service lines in, and people are still drinking water contaminated with lead. We still see ongoing effects from the BP oil spill. In Leroy, New York, where they had a train derailment decades ago, we were up there about 8 years ago. A group of the girls are getting sick. And we find out, still, the groundwater and the well water is contaminated today. There's a moment here for this community and for all of us, and it's a teaching moment. We cannot afford, agency or company, to continue to kick the can down the line and ignore a deeper issue that's going on. We've got failing infrastructure. Companies with poor corporate models that cut maintenance, that put all of us at risk, and continue to just think once we poison a community, it's just going to magically go away. We often find out 5 and 10 years down the road after you were told it was safe. Oh, oops, Houston, we have a problem. There is actually a moment here with this community rising up, and you have been, that we can take a different turn, a different track, if you will, a better message, and start dealing with our environmental issues, start dealing with our failing infrastructure, start giving information to people so we can better protect our health. Oh, look, I was born and raised in Lawrence, Kansas. I feel like I am at home, and I mean that. And what I was brought up to believe, and what I know, and that I know you know, the greatest gifts we have, and we can have all the political argument you want, but for every one of us, it is our water, it is our land to grow our food, it is our health, and it is us and we, the people. Please be vigilant, hold your ground. We're going to give you as much information as we can. And like I said, some of it you might not want to hear, it might surprise you, it could scare you. But now you can know more, so you're prepared better, so you can plan better as we move forward. Because nobody, even us, is not going to have every answer for you today. Know that you are in a long game. There's not going to be a short fix or a sweet answer. But the hope will be this community, like I've seen others across this country over and over again, are going to stick together, you're going to band together, you're going to protect each other, you'll be the citizen science, nobody knows you better than you, you're going to hold to those instincts, you know what's happened, and you will continue to speak up and rise up. That's how things will change. So with that, I will be quiet for now, and I'm going to have Michael Watts come out. And Michael Watts I've known for quite a few years. We've worked on the fires. He's somebody that cares. He's awfully smart, but has about, did you say, 160 slides of information that he'd like to share with you tonight. So thank you for your time. I am sorry about the lights, sorry about the mic drops, but here we are, and everybody please, this is Michael Watts.
All right, remarks there from Erin Brockovich. Again, she is hosting a town hall in East Palestine, and we are also expected to hear from residents there in East Palestine. Again, this is concerning that toxic chemical spill that occurred after that train derailment. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll bring you more of that in 2 minutes.
should be higher. Now, you're seeing a lot of things that's in other countries. I mean, over in Ethiopia, how do they know how to build a train track? Well, they build them just like we do. And unfortunately, we maintain ours a lot like they do. 425 deaths in 1985. Recently in Russia in 1989, 575 deaths. It's a hazard that has been known consistently for more than a century. But I didn't show you any examples in the United States. Maybe that's just a problem that other people have. We don't have that here in the United States until 2023, right? No. The train derailment hazard is a hazard that is well known here in the United States. Let me just give you 5 examples in the last 30-something years. And I started in 1991 because that's when Aaron started picking on PG&E in Hinckley, California. 19,000 gallons of herbicide dumped into the river in Dunsmuir, California. In 1992, up in Superior, Wisconsin, 15,000 gallons of benzene, which we're going to talk about in a bit, right? This happened 31 years ago. In North Dakota, 146,700 gallons of ammonia. In Paulsboro, New Jersey, 23,000 gallons of something that you are now familiar with, vinyl chloride. We're going to talk again about this one because the railroad that operated the train that that jumped the tracks was the same railroad that was operating the train that derailed in your town. In the law, this is what we call notice, and we'll talk about this in a little more detail. More recently, in 2015, it says deaths, and it should say gallons, I apologize, but acrylamide, all sorts of hazardous chemicals. We live in a society, for better or worse, that chooses to ship the most deadly, the most toxic, the most dangerous chemicals ever made by man in rail cars right through populated cities. Now, whether that's a good choice or not is not for me to say, but if you are going to ship these kinds of chemicals through populated areas or small towns like this, you damn sure have an obligation to make sure that you don't jump the tracks. Prior Norfolk Southern train derailments, is this their first rodeo, to quote Ms. Brockovich? No. Let me just talk to you about 4 or 5. In 2002, in Tennessee, 10,600 gallons of sulfuric acid were released after this company derailed a train there. In 2012, in Paulsboro, New Jersey, 23,000 gallons of vinyl chloride were released after a derailment on a bridge in New Jersey. 2018, in Pennsylvania, 46 double-stack cars, 23 well cars jumped the tracks. Fortunately, in that one, they were carrying Listerine and Pampers. And, of course, what just happened to you? 1.1 million pounds of vinyl chloride had to be released within days of this to keep your town from exploding. What happened to you is not new. What happened to you is a hazard that has been known by this company for a long time. And what happened to you is a course of conduct that is repetitive, entirely preventable, but not prevented. I asked the question to my staff in preparing for this, has anyone ever died from a train derailment in Norfolk Southern's prior train derailments? And one of my law geeks went on something called Westlaw. It's like Google for lawyers. And we looked up all the cases involving Norfolk Southern that were reported, a bunch of cases in all jurisdictions, 623 derailments, made it to the appellate courts. And then of all those 623, we were looking for experts, so we looked at all that. But one thing that we did find in looking and reading all these cases, and I've read every one of them, is this. There was a history of reported cases, and we came across this one from a decade ago in Paulsboro, New Jersey. And the reason this is important to me is when you dig up the case, you'll find a case called Scott versus a whole bunch of companies, but Norfolk Southern's in there. And what happened in that case? The claims arise from exposure to the chemical vinyl chloride following a train derailment on the East Jefferson Street Bridge over the Mantua Creek in Paulsboro, New Jersey on November the 30th of 2012. Plaintiff Michael Hardy and decedent Wessie Hardy were residents of New Jersey at the time of the incident. The decedent was working in her yard at the time of the incident. She was admitted to the hospital due to difficulty breathing, chest pains, burning, and irritation of the eyes. Familiar to anyone? And she passed away 4 days later. This is, in the practice of law, what we call notice. You killed somebody a decade ago because your choices allowed one of your trains that you were responsible for to jump the tracks while you were carrying one of the worst chemicals ever invented by mankind. So what did you do about it to prevent it from happening again? Well, they got sued. They've got insurance. They settled the case. Insurance pays for it. What did they do? I don't know whether they sent flowers to Miss Hardy's funeral, but there she is. Her death was unnecessary, and what happened to your town was unnecessary as well. They had a decade to prevent it from happening again. Then I asked the question, well, do we have any statistics as to how often this happens to Norfolk Southern? And it turns out that the Transportation Administration, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and you saw its administrator here yesterday, has a rail equipment accident incident database. And you can go in and you can type Norfolk Southern, as my law lawyer and my partner Jay Henderson, who's here. And one of these things, you just look for 20 years, from 2003 to 2022, and it says that Norfolk Southern reported 3,397 events that were classified as a derailment. Start doing the math, folks. 3,397 events classified as a derailment over 20 years. This is happening about every 3 days. It's not always catastrophic, but the data does not lie. So what did Norfolk Southern do to prevent derailments before this one? Well, we know that last year in 2022, they had 770 cars carrying hazardous materials that were involved in accidents, up from just 79 cars in 2012. How is that possible? An almost tenfold increase. It says the year before it should be from 2012, but the bottom line is, in the last decade, since poor Ms. Hardy was killed by exposure to vinyl chloride, their accident rate has gone up almost tenfold. Why? Well, we know they've got plenty of money because they're spending $10 billion buying back their own stock, which is what companies do when they're too flush with cash and they want to raise the stock price. They just buy it back. There's been a lot of articles about the relationship between Norfolk Southern's profit motives and more accidents. And the bottom line is, when you look at the data, safety experts are saying this focus on financial returns may be partly to blame for the derailments and accidents like the one in Ohio. And we've got data with respect to hazmat cars, which are in green. We've got releases, and you can see it's persistent. It's not frequent, but it's persistent. And then the profits and the corporate bonuses keep getting paid as the maintenance budgets are trimmed. They have to file, because they're a publicly traded corporation, something known as a report on 10K. It's the annual report to the shareholders. And in effect, we can see what their net income is in 2022, 21, 20, and just in the 2 years since 2020, their income has gone up by 62%. That does not happen by accident. That is a function of corporate planning at the highest levels of the company. how much they're going to spend on maintenance, how much they're going to spend on inspections, how much they're going to spend on technology, or not. They saved enough money to buy back $10 billion of their own stock recently. So what happened on February the 3rd of 2023? You know, I drove to Canton to meet with some lawyers on this earlier today, and we came through the town of Salem, Ohio. And you know where it is. It's not far from where this derailment was, but it's plenty up the track. And this company, Butech Bliss, had a surveillance video that a lot of you all have seen. And I'm not playing the videos because they tend to eat it up, but you can see flames as this car number 23 is going by. And so the bottom line is that we start to see those flames well before this ever comes into your town. And you might have the question, what the hell is a train doing on fire? Fires on trains happen. It was the result of a hot axle and plastic pellets in the rail car, says Ms. Henley, who is the chair of the NTSB, who in my view is to be congratulated for getting a preliminary report out within 3 weeks so we know what the heck was going on. So you have the fire. There it is. Make it a little bigger and fuzzier. There it is. Miles up the track. Now, I know every little boy wanted to be a train conductor, but as an old man, I am confused how it is in 2023 technology that the crew could go mile after mile after mile without knowing that one of its cars is on fire. And we'll have to talk about that. But as we look at what happened, the NTSB report that came out yesterday, if you've read it, there are detectors along the track that detect the temperature of these cars to see if anything is elevated. And we can see that at milepost 79.9, the suspect bearing from the 23rd car had a recorded temperature 38 degrees above ambient temperature. And then at 69.01, it was 103 degrees Fahrenheit over ambient temperature. And then finally, 253 degrees before somebody told him with an alarm, it's time to stop the train. Leading to the very obvious question, is that a good thing to be 103 degrees above ambient temperature without an alarm? But they set the alarm at 117, so the crew never got a warning until the third heat indicator had it at 253. So the wayside defect detector, or the hot bearing detector, transmitted a critical audible alarm message instructing the crew to slow down and to stop the train to inspect the hot axle. So we still have time to prevent what's happened to you. But now we got another problem on the way to the play, another maintenance issue. When they apply the brakes, there's a little problem. The train comes to a stop after the acceleration from the automatic emergency brake application. Then the crew gets out and they notice that there's smoke and notify the Cleveland East dispatcher of a possible derailment. Now, Mama didn't raise the smartest kid, but my common sense says, how does a crew not know that they derailed? 5 derailed DOT 105 specification tank cars, 28 through 31 and 55, carrying 115,580 gallons of vinyl chloride, continued to concern authorities because of the temperature inside one tank car was still rising. Thus, you had the automatic or the intentional release of all this stuff. The initial fire was the result of the hot axle and the plastic pellets in the rail car. And so here we are. Eventually, it's 253 degrees Fahrenheit above the ambient temperature. Now, I've learned from coming from the south, it gets cold here. But even if it was 40 degrees, we're boiling water temperature above your temperature in terms of what this was. And it was well above critical levels. The chair of the NTSB says had there been a detector earlier, the derailment may not have occurred. Now, crew receives a warning telling them to immediately slow and stop the train to conduct an inspection. During the deceleration, the rail car wheel bearing failed, maintenance problem number 2, causing the derailment. The NTSB's got all this equipment, the wheel set and the bearing. There are various causes of roller bearings to overheat, including fatigue cracking, water damage, and mechanical damage. All things that you see if you have a proper inspection program. All things that you miss if you choose not to pay for inspections and choose to send those dollars up to corporate executives or stock buybacks. You know the result. There were 38 cars derailed and fire damaged, an additional 12 cars, according to the NTSB. And you've seen the pictures. And again, I am so sorry that this happened to you. You must have been scared to death. So then they perform what's called a controlled release. Now, let me just say, you've got some people that have done a really good job. You can tell. Your fire chief informed people, your mayor's done a great job, your senators wrote letters, your governor. Their job is to get you information. But this controlled release is not something that I think that we can necessarily be critical of, because when you go in and you realize how flammable and how combustible vinyl chloride is, they were doing this in an attempt to keep your town from exploding. Okay? It's not very controlled.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft here. You have been watching this town hall in East Palestine, Ohio, put on by the environmental rights advocate, Erin Brockovich. Of course, we all know that name. We spoke to her on Live Now from Fox just yesterday in anticipation of this very town hall with residents who've been impacted by this toxic train derailment. So, and like our colleagues have said, there's been a lot of people down on the ground, high-ranking officials, including former President Trump on Wednesday, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg just yesterday. President Biden asked today on the South Lawn whether or not he will go to East Palestine. He said he does not plan to travel there anytime soon, citing the fact that there have been numerous Biden administration officials there down on the ground, including for several days the EPA administrator, Michael Regan. So we're going to step away from that story. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Friday night. We're going to, like I said, take a quick commercial break. Then when we come back, we'll be talking about the 2024 presidential election. Believe it or not, candidates are already traveling, meeting with voters in the early states. More on that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's get into some more of these other top headlines on this Friday, because we are now a year away from the Iowa Republican caucus, but presidential candidates are already scrambling for support. Fox's Madison Scarpino has more on this from Des Moines, Iowa, of all places. Madison, good to see you. So, some of these candidates who have already announced they're on the ground, some who may be kind of, sussing it out, they're on the ground as well. What do you know?
Hey there, Andrew. That's right. This place certainly is a political hotspot. Iowa is key for candidates and potential candidates to really make an impression before the 2024 election. And for Republicans, Iowa is first in the nation for presidential nominating, a tradition that people here take a lot of pride in.
Hello, Urbandale! I think it's fair to say that a lot of people accidentally fly over Iowa, but very few people unintentionally fly to Iowa. These candidates are coming because in 1 year, Iowa will kick off the Republican nomination for President of the United States.
Since the 70s, Republicans in Iowa have kicked off the process of choosing presidential candidates.
Here in Iowa, pretty much every year is a campaign year. We kind of have a tradition now where candidates come early and often, get to know the people, campaign actively, face-to-face, shaking hands, retail politics.
And hopefuls are hitting the ground running. Former ambassador to the UN under President Trump, Nikki Haley, recently announced her candidacy. Haley made multiple stops in Iowa and even took a jab at her former boss, who is also running for president in 2024.
Because I don't think you have to be 80 years old to be in D.C. I really don't.
Entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy is also entering the 2024 race and spent a day meeting Iowa voters.
And as somebody who has run enterprises before, I will run the federal government the way it needs to be run.
Other unofficial candidates like former VP Mike Pence and Senator Tim Scott have been courting voters there as well.
Hello, Iowa!
According to a recent Quinnipiac poll, Republican voters favor Donald Trump the most, followed by Ron DeSantis and then Nikki Haley. But for now, Iowans are keeping their options open.
There's a lot of people that aren't in yet that might be in, that might sway my opinion one way or another.
This month, the Democratic National Committee officially voted to scrub Iowa from the primary calendar altogether, and political experts tell me that this may cause some Democrats to actually switch parties so that their voices are still heard here, just like they're used to. Andrew?
Yeah, of course, Madison, I have my own experiences there covering the 2020 presidential primary contest. I spent a lot of time in Iowa, and no doubt, like you said, though, some Democrats feel a little peeved that Iowa is not front and center, at least on that side, including New Hampshire as well. They kind of reorganized the whole nominating primary calendar. So we'll see how that matters or factors in. Obviously, we're a long way away. What are you looking out for? Who else are you going to be following in the next couple of days?
So we're still waiting to see, what candidates are going to keep on announcing their run for the 2024 bid. We know that Nikki Haley will be making yet another appearance in Iowa next month. I believe it's March 10th. She's going to be making an appearance with Senator Joni Ernst from, of course, here in Iowa. But like we've been mentioning this whole time, this really is the place to be. If someone's running, they're going to make a stop here. They got to win over these Iowa voters. But, because of the DNC calendar change, like you said, people are a little bit upset here, but there are reports that some Iowa Democrats are still planning on holding some sort of caucus. According to the Iowa Code, there really isn't any consequences that are specified if the state doesn't go first. So we'll see what happens with that. But then again, you hear people say that if Joe Biden does announce that he's going to be running again in 2024, a caucus here might not really matter.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Madison Scarpino there live for us in Des Moines. Madison, have a good weekend. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. You too.
All right. So Madison, in her report, kind of name-checked one of these potential candidates on the GOP side. That, of course, former Vice President Mike Pence. Well, he was speaking out today on the anniversary of the war in Ukraine, the invasion by Russia 1 year ago already, and he took time to make some comments on just that. Let's listen.
A courageous example of your family and your people. Hearing your resolve and your determination today on this dark anniversary, I am more convinced than ever that the day will come when peace is restored to a free and independent Ukraine. God bless you. And I thank you all for being here. I thank the hospitality of the Clements Center for National Security here at the University of Texas. It's good to be with you all. The Clements Center is one of America's premier institutions, raising up the next generation of our national security leaders. And we're grateful for your leadership, to Dean and the whole team that are here. I especially want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Paul Edgar for his hospitality, and Dr. William Inbut, who is in Washington, D.C. today, celebrating the anniversary of an extraordinary American accomplishment with former President George W. Bush in PEPFAR. We thank him for his hospitality as well. We are here today to mark the one-year anniversary of Russia's unprovoked and unconscionable invasion of Ukraine. 1 year ago today, Russian forces launched an unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. And over the past year, the world has witnessed a tragedy of enormous proportions unfolding in real time. Over the past 365 days, more than 300,000 have been killed or wounded in this conflict. Millions more have fled their homes and their country. And as my wife and I witnessed firsthand, tens of thousands of women and children of every age surged across the border with all that they could carry of their worldly possessions to escape the ravages of war. It's human suffering on a scale not seen in Europe since World War II. In the face of Russian aggression, the world has witnessed the incredible strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people. A noble people with their own language, customs, history, and borders. A people who are fighting courageously, with their backs against the wall, unwavering in their struggle for freedom. The people of Ukraine have inspired the free world. As Misha told us, Ukraine has persevered through this unprecedented and unprovoked invasion and liberated over 60% of the territory that Russia invaded since February 24th of last year. It's been extraordinary. Beyond the courage of the Ukrainian people, we've also seen free nations of the world unite to stand with the Ukrainian people and stand up to Russian aggression. With the leadership of the United States of America as the leader of the free world, more than 50 countries from the Indo-Pacific to Europe to North America are now providing vital military aid to support Ukraine, and we will not stop providing it until victory is achieved. There's one person to blame for the unfolding tragedy of Russian aggression in Ukraine, and that's Vladimir Putin. While some in my party have taken a somewhat different view, let me be clear. There can be no room in the leadership of the Republican Party for apologists for Putin. There can only be room for champions of freedom. During the 2016 campaign, I called Vladimir Putin the small and bullying leader of Russia. And over the past year, the world has seen Putin reveal his true nature. A dictator, consumed by a lust for conquest, willing to sacrifice untold blood and treasure to further his delusions of reestablishing some greater Russian empire. So the world has been inspired by the Ukrainian people. The free world's been inspired to stand by them. And the world now better understands the truth of Putin and his ambitions. But also over the past 365 days, we've been reminded that elections have consequences, not just here at home, but around the world. While Putin alone is to blame for the unprovoked war against the Ukrainian people, I think it's important to remember that during the Trump-Pence administration, Vladimir Putin never attempted to redraw international lines by force. In fact, ours is the only administration in the 21st century where Russia did not redraw international lines by force. It happened under the Bush administration in Georgia, where Russian tanks still exist. It happened in Crimea under the Obama administration. And today we see the carnage and the brutality taking place in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I believe that history teaches that weakness arouses evil. And let me say to my fellow Americans present that after this administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the capitulation on Nord Stream 2, America's standing on the world stage was diminished. Our enemies have been emboldened, and they are testing us, from Eastern Europe to the Asia Pacific. So on this dark anniversary, I think it's important for us to learn the lessons of history and be certain in our time that we will put them into practice. Our 40th president, Ronald Reagan, in 1985, articulated what came to be known as the Reagan Doctrine. It was a policy that would not only see to the security of the United States, but it set into motion forces that would see the collapse of the Soviet Union itself. Break faith with those who are risking their lives to defy Soviet-supported aggression. And under that administration and succeeding administrations in both parties, we took the policy that if you were willing to fight America's enemies on your soil, America would provide you with the means to do it, so that we wouldn't have to fight them on ours. It was true then. It changed the course of history. It's equally true today. Today, our highest goal for Ukraine must be the restoration of peace as quickly as possible. And I submit to you, the fastest path to peace is to help Ukraine win the war. Because peace comes through strength. We cannot surrender to Russian aggression in the vain hope that peace will follow. We must provide Ukraine with the strength needed to win the peace for their people. Sadly, for much of the past year, unlike our administration that provided Javelin anti-tank missiles and other arms to Ukraine, this administration has been hesitant in leadership. Even after the initiation of hostilities, the Biden administration was repeatedly slow in providing Ukraine critical weapon systems like missiles and tanks, only later to relent under public pressure. History teaches that he who hesitates is lost. The truth is, every time This administration has hesitated. Russia has seized the opportunity to regroup, to dig in deeper, ensuring that the war will be longer, costlier, and deadlier than it has to be. Make no mistake, this is not America's war. But if we falter in our commitment to providing the support to the people of Ukraine to defend their freedom, our sons and daughters may soon be called upon to defend ours. If we surrender to the siren song of those in this country who argue that America has no interest in freedom's cause, history teaches we may soon send our own into harm's way to defend our freedom and the freedom of nations in our alliance. It would be foolish to think that Putin's tanks will stop at Ukraine's western border. I believe if Russia is not stopped in Ukraine, the day will come when NATO allies are directly threatened. And in that moment, America will have no choice but to send our own. In times of great peril, the free nations of the world have always been motivated to take action, and so we have in this moment. But so we must continue. First, America and our allies must continue with increased speed to impose sanctions and inflict maximum financial pain on Putin, his oligarchs, his government officials, and his economy until he relents and withdraws from Ukraine. Secondly, the free world must continue with increased urgency to provide military equipment to the courageous soldiers in Ukraine, fighting at this very hour to defend their sovereignty and their freedom. This week, President Biden said in Poland that, quote, Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. But to ensure this, we must accelerate the pace of military provisions to Ukraine. It was in January of this year that the Biden administration announced that 31 Abrams tanks would be provided to the Ukrainian military. But this week, the Secretary of the Army said that it could take up to a year and a half until those tanks were delivered. That's not good enough. Time is of the essence. We need to provide tanks and resources in months, not years, to the people of Ukraine so they can defend their country. And finally, we cannot overlook the critical importance of continuing to provide humanitarian aid to people that are suffering in Ukraine. Nearly 40 million civilians remain in Ukraine. And as Putin continues his brutal effort to deprive the civilian population of basic subsistence, of electricity, we need to ensure that the people of Ukraine have the ability to survive. If he cuts off supply lines with his mendacious violence, as I said many months ago, the United States and the free world should be prepared to combat Putin's efforts to isolate the civilian population in Ukraine with a 21st century Berlin airlift. We must ensure that the people of Ukraine have access to food and water and medicine to survive and fight to the end. As I mentioned moments ago, last year, A few short weeks after the initiation of hostilities by the Russian military into Ukraine, my wife and I had the opportunity to travel into Ukraine. We had landed in Poland along the border, expecting simply to encourage some Christian relief workers that were assisting refugees. And then we were told that we'd been cleared to go in, and our small convoy made its way across the border, traveling a few short miles to a refugee center there. It was there, as I said, that we witnessed the heartbreaking sight of women and children fleeing their homeland to escape the brutality of the Russian invasion. We traveled to Krakovets, Ukraine, just inside the border. Seeing the desperation on the faces of those families will never leave me. We stood in the cold as people were making their way to the refugee building. We spoke to them. We heard their fear. We heard their anger. We tried to speak gently to the children, to encourage them that they were not alone. I remember looking in the face of a little girl clinging to a smudged and tattered toy that she carried all the long journey from home. She was scared, confused, visibly traumatized. It was a small glimpse of the violence being perpetrated against the people of Ukraine. But it's one we should never forget. I know these are challenging times in our country. Inflation at a record high, the worst border crisis in American history, gasoline prices through the roof, crime plaguing many of our major cities. But we cannot allow failures at home to undermine our will to be the leader of the free world. America cannot shrink from the fight for freedom. The American people are reclaiming our security and prosperity here at home. With the advent of a new Republican majority in Congress, and soon and very soon, I believe the American people will rally behind renewed leadership at the highest level. But in this moment, we need to stand together as Americans and understand what we owe history. So to my fellow Americans, to our Ukrainian friends who are here, let us not grow weary in well-doing, knowing full well, as the Bible tells us, that we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. We must continue to stand with the people of Ukraine against the violence and aggression of the Russian military. We must continue to stand together and win a victory for freedom, for ourselves and our posterity. And I would admonish each one of you to do one more thing, if you're of a mind. And that is to pray for Ukraine. Pray for all the brave fighters in this country. Pray for the vulnerable families, as Misha told us, who are still locked in a place where there is no safe place. Pray for all of those in surrounding countries that are caring for families that have fled. And pray for peace in Ukraine, in our own nation, and in the world. And to Misha and the Ukrainian students here, and to my fellow Americans, never forget, The light does shine in the darkness, and the darkness cannot overcome it. We will not forget your struggle for freedom. And I believe the American people will stand with you until the light dawns on a victory for freedom in Ukraine and in Europe and for all the world. So help us God. Thank you all very much. God bless you all.
Former Vice President Mike Pence there speaking on this anniversary of the Russian invasion, 1 year since it began, of the need for more U.S. involvement, citing the fact he's been there with the former Second Lady Karen Pence, meeting with officials. So pretty powerful words there from Pence on this occasion. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. In about a half hour time, we're going to get into our special tonight in prime time, talking with so many about the war in Ukraine 1 year on and what is in store for year two. We'll have more on that in just a moment.
As the world marks the anniversary of the war in Ukraine, Russia is gearing up for what could be its final push.
Diplomats on the UN Security Council condemned Russia's invasion, and the U.S. and NATO pledged to stick with Ukraine as long as it takes. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is tracking the developments and the latest assessments on the battlefield. Craig?
And we have several developments, some of them just coming in the past couple of hours. Among other things, Poland just sent its first batch of Leopard battle tanks to Ukraine. Germany announced its first arrival will be in about 2 weeks. The President Biden, meanwhile, reiterated unwavering support from the United States. And in Congress, Republican Senate Leader Mitch McConnell backed that up, stating that's clearly in our core national interest. Meanwhile, in eastern Ukraine, we are seeing some telltale signs of a coming Russian offensive, a major one that may now be imminent. And all across Ukraine, the people of that country are marking now more than a year of war with a mix of pride for sticking together, but also, of course, grief for who they've lost.
A year into the war, the survivors of the carnage in Bucha remember the loved ones the invaders massacred. The men who were bound and shot point blank, either one at a time or in groups, while the Russian invaders repeatedly raped, tortured, and disfigured women and children. The assessments state Putin's 64th Brigade did this, and then retreated to Izium, where they did it again, and were honored by Putin And from there, the assessments note most of those killers were killed themselves 5 months ago in the battles of Donbass.
When Ukraine launched a counteroffensive that retook large swaths of its territory, President Putin conscripted an additional 300,000 men, throwing more and more of Russia's young people into a meat grinder of his own making.
More than a year into this war, the battlefront now stretches 600 miles in eastern Ukraine and still raging. Russia carried out more than 100 ground assaults on Friday along the front and fired another barrage of rockets into northeastern Ukraine. And while Russia's made some slight gains around Bakhmut the past couple of weeks, most of that 600-mile front hasn't budged.
Slava Ukraini!
Ukraine's President Zelensky said they will fully drive out the Russians if they and the free world stay united like a fist. And he ruled out negotiations with Russia as long as Russia keeps striking and killing the people of Ukraine.
I want to say to all of you who fight for Ukraine and who live in Ukraine, I am proud of you. We are all proud of you.
And as we speak, we're getting growing reports coming out of eastern Ukraine that Russia has cut cell phone service in the areas of that country it controls. That's significant because in prior offensives, that was a Russian tactic. Why would they do that? One, to prevent civilians from seeing Russian troop movements when they mount the offensive and then calling them in, reporting them. And two, now to prevent Russian troops, many of them newly enlisted, some of them may lack training, communications awareness, from calling others and saying information and helping Ukraine monitor their communications and locate them as well. So this, again, when we say a telltale sign of much more to come, it seems to be rapidly approaching.
Ukraine is also warning Russia may be planning a false flag attack in Belarus. What do they know, and what exactly could Russia do?
Ukraine says it has spotted convoys of Russian troops in unmarked vehicles approaching Belarus, dressed very much as Ukrainian troops dress in similar camouflage. And so they're concerned this could be a false flag operation to make it look as if these are Russians, but make it look as if they are Ukrainian troops who have then moved into Belarus to justify an invasion from that side of the country and perhaps to draw in Belarus more directly as well.
Oh, escalating for sure. All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there. Right now, let's go out to the Pentagon. A press briefing was held today. Questions about the latest tranche of military aid and humanitarian aid going to Ukraine, $2 billion worth announced today. Let's listen.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. Just a few things, and then we'll get right to your questions. So as you're all aware, today marks the one-year anniversary of Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine. And to quote Secretary Austin's statement issued earlier today, quote, "This solemn anniversary is an opportunity for all who believe in freedom, rules, and sovereignty to recommit ourselves to supporting Ukraine's brave defenders for the long haul, and recall that the stakes of Russia's war stretch far beyond Ukraine. Alongside our international allies and partners, we remain committed to supporting the Ukrainian people with the security assistance they need to defend their nation and take back their sovereign territory. And we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes." And another demonstration of our enduring commitment, earlier today, the Department of Defense announced $2 billion in additional security assistance for Ukraine under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. The security assistance package reaffirms the steadfast support of the United States for Ukraine by committing additional unmanned aerial systems and counter-UAS and electronic warfare detection equipment, as well as critical ammunition stocks for artillery and precision fires capabilities that will bolster Ukraine's ability to repel Russian aggression. And for additional details, I'd refer you to our press release located on defense.gov. Also today, the Secretary spoke by phone with Ukraine's Minister of Defense, Oleksiy Reznikov. Secretary Austin praised Ukraine's courage and sacrifice that has inspired and rallied the international community to support its efforts to push back against Russian aggression. And he also provided an update on U.S. security assistance efforts. And a readout of that call is available on the DoD website. In addition, Secretary Austin also spoke today by phone with Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant to discuss topics of mutual interest, and we will have a readout of that call posted later today on defense.gov as well. Finally, today, the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Committee released their independent report findings and recommendations today. The Department of Defense efforts to implement a comprehensive and integrated approach to suicide prevention actions will be informed by the work of the committee, which will amplify DoD's current approach in 3 key priority areas. These include fostering quality of life and building healthy climates and cultures, addressing stigma as a barrier to help seeking, and promoting a culture of lethal means safety. And while we recognize that suicide has no single cause, even one suicide, and that there's no single preventative action, treatment, or cure, even one suicide is too many, and we will exhaust every effort to promote the wellness, health, and morale of our total force. As Secretary Austin has said previously, the department's most precious resource is our people, so we must spare no effort in working to prevent suicide within our ranks. We must all, in every corner of the department, redouble our commitment to connect with those who may be hurting and save lives. And with that, we'll go to your questions. We'll start with Associated Press, Lita.
Thank you. 2 things. Number one, the U.S. has talked quite a bit about warning China against providing any lethal aid to Russia. Given that, has the department seen any indication so far of any type of aid, particularly lethal aid, going from China to Russia, or any indications that such is actually happening? And then secondly, on the suicide report that you just mentioned, the report recommended a number of gun safety changes, including waiting periods and raising the age for purchasing a weapon. Has the department considered any of those before? How difficult will it be to put any of those into effect, considering some of the stronger gun safety thoughts, particularly among Congress?
Sure. Thanks, Lita. So on your first question in regards to China and the potential for providing lethal aid to Ukraine, we haven't seen them provide lethal aid to Ukraine, or to Russia yet. But we also have noticed that they haven't taken it off the table. And so you've heard Secretary Austin, Secretary Blinken, and others warn China about the implications of providing lethal assistance to Russia, to include needlessly extending this conflict and the suffering of the Ukrainian people. I would say, ironically, China's recent peace plan proposal includes respecting the sovereignty of all countries. So one would hope that they mean it and respect Ukraine's right to exist versus potentially providing lethal aid intended to kill innocent Ukrainians and erase their country. So we'll continue to monitor that closely. In regards to the committee's recommendations, we will review those closely. I don't have anything to announce today in terms of what steps we may take. But again, this is a very important topic to the Secretary and to the entire Department of Defense. And so we'll certainly be sure to keep you updated on that front.
Well, have any of those particular gun safety recommendations ever been considered in the past that you're aware of?
I'll have to take that question and go back and look for you. Laura?
Thank you. Just to follow up on Lita's question, you said you haven't seen them provide. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. So you still in the other room. Just to follow up on Lita's question, you said that you haven't seen China provide lethal aid to Russia yet, but have you seen any chatter, China having any conversations with Russia about potentially providing lethal aid? And then I wanted to ask a second question about Syria. There were 4 U.S. troops wounded in Syria the other day. Can you say anything more about this mission? Was it a U.S. soft mission? Was it a partnered raid? And how frequently are U.S. troops involved in combat missions like these?
Yeah. So on your first question, I don't have any specific intelligence to share. I know, for example, that Secretary Blinken and the NSC Strategic Communication Director have talked to this and indicated that there is indications that China is considering to possibility of providing lethal aid, but again, to this point, we have not seen them do that. In regards to Syria, I'd refer you to Central Command for the specifics on that particular operation. As you are aware, they issued a press release on that. The Defeat ISIS mission continues in Syria and Iraq, and so certainly we have forces that are committed to that operation, but I'd refer you to them for the specific details.
Can you say whether it's typical of U.S. forces to go on these partnered missions, though, or was this something that was out of the ordinary?
Not out of the ordinary. The U.S. Military has been conducting partnered operations with the SDF for quite a few years now. So thank you. Go over here. And I appreciate your patience on the microphone. We'll go to Dan, and then we'll come back to Joe.
Thanks for your time. Wanted to drill down a bit, if we can, into the USAI package announced today, particularly the counter UAS in it. It looks like we're going to see the Switchblade 600, which, at least to my knowledge, and if you can clarify, that'd be helpful, had not been a part of a package previously. How quickly do you think that might find its way to a battlefield? And is the time it's taken to get it there a function of it simply not being available more quickly, or something else?
Sure. So for, as you highlight, given that these are USAI, these are all capabilities that we will go to industry to help produce. I don't have a timeline in terms of the delivery time, other than, as has been the case, we'll continue to work very closely with industry to try to get them there as quickly as we can. In terms of, yeah, and I'll just leave it at that.
More loosely, is the anticipation that it would be there in time for the offensive this spring?
I don't think that would be the case. Again, we're already providing them with a significant amount of capabilities coming from PDA along with the international community to get them the capabilities they need for the springtime. But again, this is a fight that will continue to be tough. And so we want to ensure not only are we meeting their immediate needs, but we're also meeting their medium and long-term needs. And so, again, we're going to rush to get these capabilities there as quickly as we can. Thanks. Go to Joe.
Thanks, Pat. Just staying on Ukraine aid, there are a number of categories of aid where we didn't get the specificity. It talked about HIMARS ammunition, but HIMARS can take GMLRS or ATACMS, and I just wanted to see if you could be specific about what kind of HIMARS ammunition was part of the package, what kind of laser-guided rockets, and any specificity you can give around the counter-UAS systems that were included.
Yeah, so on the specific counter-UAS systems, I'm not going to get more specifics just for operation security reasons. In the package, as you highlight, the laser-guided rocket systems, those are advanced precision kill weapon systems. So essentially, the ability to convert unguided rockets into precision-guided munitions, which can be operated from various launchers that we're providing to the Ukrainians. So that's about as specific as I'm going to be able to get.
And then on the HIMARS ammunition, is that just GMLRS or is that something else?
Well, I'll have to go back and take a look. I'm going to presuppose that if we're not including it in there, it's probably for operation security reasons. That said, I'll take your question back and we'll see what we can provide.
And just in terms of the time, is there because there were a number of drone systems, is there a reason why? Is there something happening on the battlefield now that's requiring that as part of the USAI package?
I think it's important to step back and look at the security assistance that we're providing holistically, right? So it's not episodic, one individual battle or one individual situation at a time. It's essentially meshing together a variety of capabilities to give the Ukrainians a variety of things that they need to be successful, to include air defense, ground-based air defense, to include armor capability, to include artillery, the ammunition that they need, the communication, command and control capability that they need. So as the Department of Defense approaches meeting Ukraine's security assistance needs, it's part of a broader framework of working with them in terms of meeting those requirements as quickly as we can through the means that we have available to us. And it's not just the U.S. again, and I know you know that. It's part of an international tapestry, so to speak, to provide those capabilities. So each of these is going to meet a capability that the Ukrainians have asked for. But again, the key word being capability. The platform is going to help meet a capability need. The other aspect of that is the training piece, which we've talked about before. So the equipment plus the training, which includes operations, maintenance, and sustainment, gives the Ukrainians the capabilities they need not only to defend, but also to go on the offensive on their timeline in order to change the equation on the battlefield. Thanks. All right, go here, and then we'll go back to Qasim.
Thank you, Pat. Following up on Dan and Joe's questions about the package, the announcement had quite a bit and a variety of different drone UAS systems, but no quantities. So can we get any specifics on how many of each drone or the overarching amount that was sent?
No. Because I'm sure that's information that the adversary would absolutely love to have, and we're just not going to talk about it. So.
And then more broadly, following on Joe's question, thinking about the state of the fight, why are UAS being prioritized in this way? What does that really say about the capability needed and what Ukraine is asking you for?
Well, again, I think I would approach that from two different levels. So it's important not to look at this individually, this package individually, as a standalone thing. It's part of a broader array of capabilities that we're providing, which includes UAS and counter-UAS capabilities, which, oh, by the way, again, we've been doing for the duration of this conflict. But then I think it's become apparent to everyone in the last 5 to 7 years, especially as we saw groups like ISIS starting to use drones, and now especially in this conflict, the significant impact that drones have. And so countering those capabilities, for example, the Iranian drones, I think, is critical, but then also giving the Ukrainians the capability both from a strike standpoint, but then also from a intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance standpoint. And so that is part of the modern way of warfare. And so it's a capability that they will be able to employ and have been employing to great effect. We'll continue to support them in that regard. Let me go to Qasim, and then we'll come back over here.
General, thanks. So with respect to China, you said you haven't seen Chinese providing any lethal aid, but it's not off the table. It seems that the United States is alarmed pretty earlier with respect to China. What is the main concern with respect to China's lethal support? How do you think it will affect the battlefield, the condition on the battlefield?
Yeah, well, without getting into hypotheticals, I mean, broadly speaking, what you would be seeing is a country like China, which clearly has advanced capabilities.
All right, so you've been listening in there to Pat Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary, taking questions on the latest tranche of military aid, $2 billion worth announced just today. That comes on the heels of $500 million worth just announced in Kyiv earlier this week by President Biden when he made his surprise visit just there. All right, let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will be diving into our primetime special, reflecting back on 1 year of war on the European continent. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We are, in the next couple of hours, going to be reflecting, remembering over the last year since Russia invaded the country of Ukraine, the sovereign country of Ukraine. We'll be speaking to reporters who have covered the war ever since, to economists, to former ambassadors, to national security experts about what to expect, as well as we go now into year two. Of course, this has so many broader impacts, not only on Europe and the world, but also here at home in the United States as well. And we thank you for joining us. To start it all off, we spoke with Fox News foreign affairs correspondent Trey Yingst from Kyiv about his experiences, his reflections, his memories there covering the war. Let's listen. Joining us